The last patriarch of the Songwoo clan is sitting in a pool of his own blood with his face opened up, surrounded by people pointing weapons at him, and the man who put him there will not stop laughing. They told him this was a clan leader, and all he has been using is Chingcheng and Diankang forms. Did he forget his own family's famous 13 swords of Songwoo or what? Then Dutan laughs harder and answers his own question, because it all depends on which particular idiot inherited the technique. He is the demonic leader of the blood demon cult, the illusory black blood demon, and he is sitting in the front row of this, like it is theater. He has already forgotten which disgusting freak butchered his own people for him, although he never expected any better out of the soaring dragon core. Songwoo Jin is on the ground breathing hard, and Dutan announces that he clearly made the correct choice and that they should kill this child as brutally as they killed the rest. There is a girl from his own clan standing there, Enka. She has her weapon up and she is not coming any closer. Jin turns his head and finds an entire ring of blades aimed at him, and what he feels first is that he is sorry because he addressed his squad leader once and admitted that he did not think he could ever be like him. And his leader put a hand on his shoulder and asked whether he is worrying about himself again, and told him what he always told him, that this is enough, that he tried hard, that he is not responsible for these results and he should hold his head up. So Jin thinks about the rest of what that man said. If he does not give up until the end, then he is not a loser, even if he is defeated. Fine. Then he will do everything in his power until the very end, because he understands what happens if they take him alive. He becomes another one of Dutan's puppets, and one day he gets used to force his own squad leader to do the same things they forced on him. He cannot allow that. So if he is going to die, he dies by his own choice. He turns the blade on himself, and Dutan screams and asks what he thinks he is doing. And Jin tells him that he can kill him, but he cannot break him. He is not letting this go. He will finish what he started once he is a ghost. Then he kills himself. And the leader of the blood demon cult screams in genuine rage, calling him a freak. The last thought Songwoo Jin has is that he wishes he had put more into that life. That he should have stopped hiding from study just to avoid friction with his brothers. That he wishes he had made more of himself. Then he hears a voice he knows and wakes up with his father screaming at him. And he is heavier. He looks up at that face in complete confusion and sits there in silence while his brothers stand in a circle around him. Is this a dream? He has not seen his father in 10 years, because that is the patriarch of the Songwoo clan, Songwoo Jong, standing over him. Jin starts to say something, stops and looks down because his hands are tied with rope. Zhong says he is telling him nothing at all, and asks whether that means he is confessing to the murder of his own future brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Did he kill Dan Hassan? That was his only friend, and that man died over 10 years ago. It was pure chaos, because everybody had been drinking that day, and he had neither a motive nor an opportunity, which means he has come back to the exact day he was accused of killing his best friend. He says he does not remember anything, and Zhong loses his temper and calls him a fool, and asks whether he thinks that is an acceptable answer, and how he is supposed to make amends to the head of the Dan clan. Meanwhile, the brothers are standing there grinning, all three of them. The eldest son, Songwoo's son, the second son, Hyuk, the fourth son, Chi. Their father shouts, asking whether he should simply kill him and send the corpse over. Hyuk suggests they cripple him first and then send him, so the Dan clan can work out their grief on him personally. Sun suggests they just expel him, and then handle him themselves, and Chi asks why they do not send him to the front lines instead, since the alliance has already petitioned them to send a son directly. He's going to die anyway, so why not get something out of it? Which Jin follows perfectly, because that way none of them have to go to war. The front line means the border where they fight the blood demon cult that took Yunnan. 10 years ago, the Marim Alliance and the Blood Demon Cult went to war, and it became the Great War between the Orthodox and the Bloody. The Alliance barely managed to stop the blood cult spreading through Zhongyuan, and against Yunnan, they were powerless. So they gathered martial artists near Yunnan to watch the Blood Demon Cult, and that place became the great battlefield of the Blood Demon Cult. Except all of that is a story people tell. What actually happens is that they barely hold the old order together and compel the direct heirs of various clans and sects to go there. He should never have been eligible, but he is weak at martial arts, and because of what everybody believes he did, they now have a reason. There is no better outcome available to them, and he suspects one of them arranged the entire thing. His father decides to send him to the battlefield. He recalls reaching exactly the same conclusion when he was 21. That evening, two people come to see him, and this time he intends to find out the truth. Enka comes to the bars first and asks whether he is alright. He says he is fine, and asks about her. She says everything is fine, and that she simply believes he is innocent. And he cries and thanks her for believing him last time, and tells her that now he can say she was right, because he is innocent, which visibly surprises her, and she says no, she was only curious, and asks why he is so certain. He says he had no reason to kill his only friend and her own fiancé, and more importantly, the two of them were sitting facing each other, and the sword that killed him was the one Hassan did not bring with him, and it went in through his back. She says that makes it clear, and then asks why he never told his father any of this. Jin says he thought it would be better to simply go to the battlefield, which surprises her again, because he lost his mother early and could never draw any support from her family, so he survived alone. He was called a genius on the strength of his memory, and he had to play the fool in order to stay alive. Except the act ate him from the inside, and by the time he understood that, it was too late, and he was simply an idiot who laughed along even while being called the family's disgrace. To change any of it, he has to leave here and face whatever is waiting on that battlefield. His model for that is a berserker, the soaring storm dragon, Soul Pan. Then he notices something. Enka is behaving differently. Back then she comforted him. Now she does not. Is that because this time he is not crying? He is still turning that over when he hears his father approaching and turns around sharply. And his father is also different from what he remembers, presumably because he himself is acting differently. Back then, the man watched him beg to be released, sighed and walked away. Now Zhang asks whether he was genuinely set up, which means he was eavesdropping on the conversation with Enka. So did he do that the last time too? He knew his son was pretending to be stupid. He did not know his son wanted to leave home. If he had known that earlier, everything would have gone differently. And then he apologizes to his son for ruining his life. Jin has no idea what to do with that, because this man barely paid him any attention, no matter how hard his brothers or their mothers went at him. Although thinking about it now, the maternal families have always held enormous influence inside the Songwoo clan. Even the head of the family had to compromise with them. So perhaps his father profited from neglecting him because his mother's family backed him for it. Zhang asks whether there is anything he would like to request, and Jin asks whether he could use the patriarch's library. Once, Zhang asks whether he means for a single day. Jin says he is not even familiar with his own clan's martial arts, and would like to learn a little before he goes to the battlefield, which is the polite version. The real version is that in his last life he accidentally ended up patriarch while knowing nothing about his own clan's techniques, and had to steal martial arts off other people to survive. And if he can get the 13 swords of Songwoo now, this life goes very differently. Zhang asks whether he intends to learn a martial art out of a book in one day. Jin says he thinks it beats nothing. His father says fine. He might allow it. Jin is overjoyed. Then Zhong says that learning the cultivation technique alone is too dangerous, so he will teach it himself. Sit properly. Jin does not follow. He sits correctly anyway, and his father reaches both hands through the bars and tells him that what he is about to teach him is the art of supreme primordial unity, and that he must remember what he will now repeat. At the beginning of time, there was yin and yang and chaos. Jin is stunned, because the art of supreme primordial unity is taught to the patriarch and his heir and nobody else. He should be delighted about this. Instead, he is feeling something strange he cannot name. Then his body starts glowing. And a moment later, his brothers are complaining that it is ridiculous to let this freak into the library and asking their father to reconsider. Zhang tells them that if Jin dies without accomplishing anything, it ruins the family's image, and that the decision is already made, and they are not opening this again. They keep pushing, and Zhang says it is only for one day. When Jin walks into that room, he flexes both fists and asks one day. That is more than enough. He is genuinely happy, because he is not going to study this today. He is going to burn it into his brain. He was called a genius for his memory. He survived on a battlefield by memorizing his comrades' martial arts and reproducing them. Sol Pan eventually gave it a name and called it a photographic memory. Everything he sees in this room stays in his head permanently, and he intends to waste none of it. First, he needs something better than the art his father just gave him, and the 13 swords of Songwoo, which is his clan's secret. Some number of books later, he is flat on the library floor feeling like he is about to die. He has all of it in his head and he has no idea what the 13 swords of Songwoo actually mean. He needs air. So he goes outside, lies down on the ground, and announces that he is dying and looks at the sky and wonders whether he should just stop here, because he is not going to understand most of it anyway, no matter how perfectly he memorized it. Then somebody nearby says it is hardly surprising, because how could a person like that study martial arts at all? Jin sits up and finds his brothers walking past, discussing him. Hyuk agrees, and says he cannot see him ever shaking off that lazy pig behavior. There are two girls walking behind them who look confused by the conversation, and one of them comes over and asks who this is. Sun explains that this is the third brother, a disgrace to their clan, and that from what they can see he looks more like a pig than a man. Tomorrow, they are supposed to leave for the great battlefield of the demon cult, and their father gave him time to study, and he is out here slacking. The girl asks whether he is going to the great battlefield. Jin is still processing that when Sun adds that he is not worth her attention, and addresses her as the lady of the Chegul clan. Hyuk adds that he is genuinely no different from a pig, and Chi explains that he committed a crime, so he is going out there to atone for it. A lady of the Chegul clan, which would make her the pinnacle of the Chegal, Soel, the heavenly wisdom sword. A sword genius who appeared out of nowhere in a family that had never had much success at martial arts, and who has been traveling between clans collecting experience. So that is why she is here. She looks at Jin, who has no idea what is happening, and she asks his brother whether he has made any progress in his training since he has been in the patriarch's private library, and offers to see how far he has come. Jin puts a hand up and asks what difference one day of training could possibly make. He was doing his best. It is time for him to head back. Then Chi swings at him, and Jin puts an arm out and slips it. Chi's face contorts because he is in that much pain, purely from having one blow block. And Jin decides he needs to do something about this body. Sun laughs and tells Chi that the pig blocked him, and asks whether his fist is not a little slow. Hyuk adds that once the pig is gone, Chi inherits the title of family disgrace. They both laugh, and Chi loses his temper and goes at Jin with his fists, and a fight starts. Jin gets thrown across the yard and yells and then stops because something is wrong. He is seeing these movements for the first time, and they are completely familiar, and they are unmistakably the martial arts of the Songwoo clan. He keeps fighting and works out what it is. A storm of 13 strikes. So Jin says, smiling, that this is not bad. Chi asks, what? His face goes blue and he asks again whether he just said not bad. Jin says nothing. He was only talking. What is he waiting for? Let him attack more. More and more, Sun laughs and tells Chi that he says the attacks are not bad and he wants more, and that he appears to be enjoying them. Chi screams at him to die and hits him with everything he has, and Jin smiling says yes, exactly, do it, because he has finally understood the mechanism the text could not give him. These are the movements. The form being used right now, the fast strikes tied into kicks, is storm waves, except it is not being executed properly. Then an opening appears in front of him and he goes through it into his brother. Chi is thrown backwards, coughing blood in open terror, and drops. Sun says he got lucky. Fatso Hyuk asks whether he would like to show them his skills too, and Jin realizes he is now in a bad situation, which is when Soel interrupts and asks whether they are really trying to intimidate an exhausted man while their own brother lies injured on the ground. That was disappointing, was it not, Jiangyan? Jiangyan does not answer. Sun adjusts his hair and says of course not. They were just about to see to their brother. Hyuk goes over to Chi and says he is already on it, and asks whether he is okay, and Chi understands exactly how shameful this is, including for him who has spent his life being bullied by idiots like these. Then all of them leave, and Jin lies on the ground and exhales. He needs to do something about this fat. Then a shadow falls across him and he realizes his father has walked up, and he yelps and starts to say he was just about to, and Zhong tells him that was excellent work, and that he is proud of him. Jin is completely thrown. Then Zhong asks whether he knew that of his 4 marriages, only one was his own choice, and that he told himself he was doing it for the clan, and that he is no longer so sure about that. Jin listens in silence. His father asks whether he read the text of the 13 Swords of Songwoo. He says yes, and his father says he is going to practice with the sword a little, something he has not done in a long time, and that his son can rest for a while, and then go back inside. Then he draws and begins running forms. The 13 Swords of Songwoo, first form through 13th, then back to the first, faster, and Jin understands that this man is showing him the forms and choosing his words for him specifically. Later, back in the library, Jin finishes the diaries of his ancestors because he believed they left keys to understanding in them, and he has not cracked it yet. The forms are genuinely hard to read. But something here is off. Is he imagining it, or is one of these covers considerably thicker than the others? He opens it and there's something inside. He pulls out a sheet of paper and it looks like the explanation of a form, something called Form 14, and in another one, another Form 15. Could this be it? That evening, Inka is at her mirror combing her hair and looking into her own sad eyes, remembering exactly what the pinnacle of the Chegal Soel, the heavenly wisdom sword, looked like. And the way she was looked at, she snaps the comb in her hands, and tells herself that if she grows a little more, everything changes. Then she hears servants talking about how the 4th son got beaten by the 3rd son, and about the funny part, he tried to show off in front of the lady of the Shegel clan and passed out in front of her. The servants notice her and yelp. Enka walks into their room and asks what they just said. Chi was injured by Jin. They confirm it, extremely embarrassed, and Enka asks how he dared. Elsewhere, Soel hands Jongyeon a set of envelopes and says here's the information on the 3rd son of the Songwoo clan, as requested, acquired through a nearby house sect branch. Jongyeon thanks her and says she will repay her immediately. Soel says that between them there is no debt to repay, and then asks what exactly is so intriguing about this chubby man. She was so surprised earlier, and she had never thought a man from a martial arts clan could look like that. Did she see him? His eyes are like stripes, because they are buried under a layer of fat. Jongyeon says yes, that is it, and squeezes her teddy bear. Soel says she thinks this man reminds her of the bear she loves so much, and asks whether that is not exactly why she asked for the investigation. Jongyeon lowers her eyes and says she was simply interested in that last strike, the one that put the 4th son down. She wanted to know about his past. Soel asks whether that was not just a coincidence. Jongyeon says maybe that is true, and Soel laughs and says she may be better at martial arts, but Jongyeon is better at understanding things. Then asks whether she is genuinely interested in a pig who exhausted himself doing only that, because that particular curiosity of hers is something even the great families gave up on. So how is anybody supposed to understand it? Then she says she has always wondered how Jiangyan manages to sit like that with one eye covered. Jiangyan says she is reading right now, so evidently she can. Soel asks when she's going to do something about those bangs, and says she does not understand why she hides her own face. Jiangyan asks whether she would prefer them combed back. Soel says no, because if more men paid attention to her she would actually be jealous, and admits that sounds pathetic. Jongyeon says, so be it. Soel says she is glad Jongyeon does not like attracting attention, and that she values their friendship. And Jongyeon says she likes that Soel does not act like a typical Chegel. The next morning Jin is outside being seen off by his father, who says that for the honor of their clan, he hopes he stays safe. Enka stands behind him and says nothing. Jin says he will come back, and that he will bring their clan glory, and thanks Enka for coming to see him off. She says it was not necessary, and that since he is going a long way, this is simply expected. Here, take this. She hands him a box and Jin asks what it is. Rice balls. She made them for him to eat on the road. He asks whether she packed them herself. She says yes, though she cannot vouch for the taste. He thanks her and tells her she is the best and that he will eat well. Then he gets on his horse and says he will be back soon. Somewhere in the forest he stops, and a voice behind him tells him that it is not time to rest yet. That is the leader of the escort, a lone warrior named Zhang Kang-sun, who appears to be worried this boy is about to throw a tantrum about being sent away. Jin gets off his horse and announces that from this point he runs to Yunnan. Everybody asks what. Jin says he is going on foot because he needs it to lose some weight. Zhang Kangsun asks whether he means to run there with that entire body, and says fine. He understands the determination, except they signed a contract and lost time means losses for them. Jin asks about the horse. It is a very good horse. He can give it to them, which nobody follows because the price of a horse like that is more than enough. Zhang Kangsun says he thought that would suit him. Jin decides he is being cheated, and Zhang Kangsun says he will be honest with him. He thought the boy did not know, and the boy can name any price he wants, because this is far too much to take as compensation. Jin is surprised and apologizes because he had the wrong impression of an honest man, and says it is an honor to work with a warrior like him. Zhang Kangsun starts to say no, he simply, and Jin cuts him off and says he knows exactly what that horse is worth. But he could not get a good price for it on a battlefield, and he is worried his resolve will weaken if he owns something like that. So given that he is handing over the horse, could he ask the man to keep looking after him? Zhang Kangsun decides that this boy looks nothing at all like the rumors, and shakes his hand and says fine. He paid a high price, so they will do everything in their power. Riding from Guizhou to Yunnan takes 3 days without rest. Running it in this body is going to be brutal and he knows it, but this run will feed him the thing that lets him come back. Yes, he is changing this life, whatever it costs. Then he vomits. Zhang Kangsun asks whether he is doing this because he does not actually want to go. Jin asks what, and says he has rested enough and they should get moving. Then he lies down on the ground while everybody looks at him. Because was running always this hard? It has not even been 15 minutes and he cannot move a muscle. Then somebody starts wiping the sweat off him, and it is Jungyeon, handing him a napkin and telling him to clean himself up. He says her name out loud, and registers that he has just made a pathetic spectacle of himself. Jungyeon asks whether he knows her. He says he heard Miss Chagal Swell say her name yesterday, and she says that, as she thought he has a good memory. Then she tells him to keep it since she has more and wishes him luck. Jin wipes his face, and Jungyeon says she will be cheering for him, and smiles, and rides off the other way. The escort immediately starts commenting on how impressive that was, and how much they envy a man who gets a handkerchief off a lady like that. Jin wonders whether that was really the reason and admits it was genuinely nice. Now they should continue. A moment later he vomits again, and the escorts start discussing what they should eat, since they are resting anyway. He suspects they are going to be eating outdoors quite often. That night they camp and light a fire, and Jin asks whether he could try cooking. They say sure, and then ask whether his younger sister does not cook for him. He says her cooking is not the best, and that it is unfit for human consumption. They laugh and agree, because if a lady that beautiful from a family like that could also cook well, it would be unfair, and whoever marries her is in trouble either way. Then they start arguing about something else, and Jin eats in silence, and thinks that apparently he is not in the mood for a warm relationship with his family, because Enka behaved nothing like he remembers. She was his only family in his last life, and he was genuinely thrilled to see worry in her eyes. Except for some reason what he keeps coming back to is hatred and disgust in those eyes. Was he wrong about it? No. He understands now. She has not changed. He was simply too stupid back then to see what the problem was. She never cared about him. Not from the start. And it is possible that she is the one who killed Hassan. He is glad he understood his father's goodwill in time, but it is clear now that his sister was never on his side. Then he stands up abruptly and asks whether he can borrow one of their blades. After that, the training does not stop. He runs while they ride. He swings sword and blade while they rest. He works the heart method instead of sleeping, because the front is coming, and he cannot spare a minute. That place is the land of the dead, and if he does not want to die there, he does everything he can now. Zhang Kangsun tells him that in his entire life he has never seen anybody train this hard, and that he did not think the boy would get this far, and that he is now ashamed of himself. Jin grins and says he is only trying not to die, same as always, and then he does not finish the sentence, because he drops to the ground. The escort go for their weapons, shouting about who is out there, and what kind of insolent scum ambushes people without a word of respect. A group walks out laughing and says they find it bizarre, hearing people who are about to die talk about respect. Drop the weapons and surrender. The man in front is out of the Green Tiger Fortress. The Green Tiger's godfather, Mak Gusim. One of the escort recognizes the name and is immediately frightened. And Zhang Kangsun tells Jin that when the fighting starts, he takes his horse and leaves because they cannot buy him much time. Jin recognizes him too, and knows that unlike ordinary bandits, this one actually mastered real martial arts. So he calls out that he has heard of the fame of the Green Tiger Fortress, and that it would be a great honor to meet him, and that they are willing to pay a fee if he wishes, and that surely they can settle this by talking rather than spilling blood. Mak Gusum says pay is good. Pay is everything they have. Their clothes, their horses, their swords, all of it. And if they strip and run, he will not chase them. Then he starts laughing and telling them to undress quickly, while his men ask whether they can do whatever they like with them. Zhang Kangsun tells Jin to get on his horse and go right now because there is no time. And Jin screams at the bandits, asking how they dared attack him, the third son of the Songwu clan, and whether the man wants to be wiped off the face of the earth. Mak Gusam shouts back, asking whether this fat one is the third son of the Songwu clan. Jin says that is correct, and names him back, the godfather of the Green Tiger, Mak Gusam. Is he choosing his own grave by attacking him? Mak Gusam is thrown by that and asks what he is talking about and whether he is trying to deceive him. So Jin shouts that he is unquestionably the heir of the Songwoo clan and that this bronze emblem, the symbol of their clan, is the proof. Mak Gusam tells him to throw it over so he can check. Jin asks whether he is going to ambush him if he comes closer. Mak Gusam says that if he does not come closer, he will attack him immediately. So Jin says he will simply toss it from here and asks for it back once he has finished looking. Mak Gusam catches it, examines it, and realizes it is a restaurant token from Giyang, which is the exact moment Jin arrives with the sword and puts it through his chest. Blood comes out of him, and Mak Gusam screams and asks what that was. His men start shouting that it was a surprise attack, and they have to stop him. And Jin slips every single one of them and then draws and takes the whole line apart. Zhang Kangsun shouts at his own people to attack and support the heir of the Songwoo clan, and they join in while the bandits start screaming for help, because he is killing them, and they should scatter. And Jin notices that his body and his soul are both delighted to be back on a battlefield. He wipes the blood off his face, smiling. Then there is silence. And then he falls flat on the ground and mutters about how tired he is. The mercenaries stand around him in confusion, and then ask whether he is by any chance a martial arts master who has somehow gotten younger. Jin says that is simply impossible, and points out that even if it were true, would a man like that collapse from exhaustion after a fight that small? One of them concedes it is a good argument, but says that killing without hesitation at his age is not easy, and that he is currently lying on a floor full of corpses, which gives a man wild ideas. He also thinks he saw him use sword energy. Jin laughs and says that is not true. He is strictly second-rate, with maybe 20 years of ordinary energy, and that the 13 swords is a martial art built around closing blades. So perhaps that is why it looked that way. At which point Zhang Kangsun stops functioning, because the famous 13 swords of Songwoo. Swordsmanship in prestigious clans really is different. Who would have thought the art could show power like that? Although at 40 he himself has only accumulated 20 years worth of energy, and he is embarrassed about it. So Jin asks what heart techniques he has learned. Zhang Kangsun says only the standard ones, the 6 alliances heart method and nothing else. Which Jin understands completely because that is a third-rate heart method you can buy in any bookshop. And frankly, he is more impressed by the fact that the man built 20 years of Chi-Ion on it. Zhang Kangsun suggests they get moving again, and Jin thinks about the fact that his own efforts failed for years purely because he could not find suitable martial arts, and that he sees himself in these men back when he was begging and copying techniques off other people. The running continues and eventually they reach Yunnan province. Zhang Kangsun points out that it took them 9 days, which is far too long to be staying at a decent inn. Jin announces it is their last day and offers to buy them all a drink. And the escort respond that he is a wonderful man, and that the heir of the Songwoo clan really does know how to be generous. Jin exhales, smiling. At the table he asks whether one of them is going home after this. The man says yes, because he has children now and does not think he can keep living this way. Zhang Kangsun says he told him mercenaries like them should not have children, and then asks whether maybe he should stop being jealous of him first. Then somebody announces that there are beautiful ladies here, and Jin turns around and finds Zhang Yan. The escort asks whether that is not the lady from the road. Zhang Yan looks around and sees him and stops dead. Jin says her name and waves and says he is glad to see her here again and asks why she does not sit with them and puts her in the seat next to him. The men greet her and say they were about to have a drink and ask whether she would like to order some food first and say they are pleased to see her again. Zhang Yan says they can order later and then says she wants to volunteer for the front. The entire table asks what she just said. She wants to go to the battlefield. Why would she want that? Because Jin knows exactly what that place is. It is where even famous martial artists are afraid to go, which is precisely why there is forced conscription. And a young girl wants to volunteer for it alone. They ask her why. At first she says nothing. Then she asks Jin whether he has lost a little weight. He says yes from the training and thinks it is impressive that she noticed. Jongyeon says he has become much slimmer. He laughs and says she is praising him far too much and that nothing special happened. And the escorts start telling her about the effort the heir of the Songwoo clan has put in and about the bandits they dealt with on the road, and add that thinner he actually looks quite good. Jin says he has heard that he would look good if he lost weight. Then Jongyeon decides to go get some air and leaves quietly, and the men ask the heir of the Songwoo clan for the first pour, and he laughs and says he would be grateful. Later that night, Jongyeon is walking down the street thinking about how cute he used to be, exactly like her dumpling. That single movement he demonstrated, as though it were pure luck, and the biography she dug up while investigating his past. Every part of him has been feeding her curiosity. The way his body wobbles, the stamina so low he cannot last 15 minutes. She cannot allow him to be killed by demons and the blood cult. She has to protect him. It is her duty as the person who first discovered such a hidden and delicious attraction, which is why she followed them all the way out here, except she no longer has any reason to go to the front. She thinks about her family who would be worried. Fine, she'll go home tomorrow. Then she hears somebody screaming for help close by, and shouts asking who is there, and runs, and finds an enormous monster with a man trying to fight it. She sees that the man is not going to defend himself, so she decides that a single strike ends this. She puts her blade into its back. It stops. She says what? Then it comes straight at her, and she is thrown across the street. The creature screams and comes at her again, and she hits it with everything she has, and it does nothing at all, and she says out loud that this is impossible. One of the escort runs up asking who is there, sees the monster in front of Jiangyan, and starts attacking it in open terror. She shouts that he does not need to do that. His sword is already broken, and the monster is on him. Jiangyan goes after it, and it draws its own dagger, and she cannot process what she is looking at. A moment later she cannot move, and a beam of light comes in from a distance and goes through the monster's head. She turns around, and Jin is standing there asking whether she is alright. She says she is fine, and that Yang is dead. There is an enormous wound in his back, and a pool of blood. Jin shouts at everybody to run for the inn, fast. They ask what he means, because he just killed their man. Jin shouts that it will simply follow them, and they cannot fight it out here. The monster comes again, and Jiangyan shoves Jin aside and takes it. Jin shouts at everybody to get back inside while she holds it, and then she starts to fall, terrified, and Jin catches her and covers her mouth. When the silence lands, the monster stops and starts looking around, confused, which is when Jin notices something. Have that thing's eyes been closed this entire time? That is strange. Could it be? He does not finish the thought, because somebody inside shouts asking whether the heir of the Songwu clan is alright, and the monster locks onto the sound and goes for the building, because the people in that inn are now in danger. Everybody inside is screaming, and the creature takes them apart one after another. People try to fight it and nothing works. Zhang Kangsun is holding his sword with both hands shaking and refusing to let go, shouting to ask where a monster like this even came from. He cannot take an attack like that. Then Jin throws the thing across the room into a table and shouts at everybody to be quiet. Zhang Kangsun tells the heir of the clan to get back right now. The men are screaming for somebody to save them and for the owner to bring guards. And Jin understands the actual problem. If he cannot silence them, nobody in this building survives. The monster starts to rise. So Jin screams and slams a table over onto the floor. The creature spins toward the noise, and Jin keeps screaming at everybody to shut up. Then the monster stops. It cannot act, which surprises everybody in the room. Jiangyan goes silent and still off to one side, exactly like Jin, and nobody moves. Then Jin slams a chair down, and the monster snaps toward it, and the people finally understand that they have to stay silent, even terrified. Jin looks around for anything else that makes noise, which is when Jiangyan jumps and swings at the thing, gets thrown off, lands neatly, smiles and goes at it again, then demands an explanation immediately. So Jin explains it. It locates people by sound alone. Nobody makes a sound, including while breathing. Everybody closes their mouths. And Jin works out that silence alone changes nothing, because the moment it understands sound has stopped working, it switches to smell. He has to kill it before that happens, which means first he needs its attention. It is currently locked on Jiangyan, so he comes at it from behind, and everything in the room goes still, and he pulls its attention with noise first, dropping coins onto the floor, because a sound from an unexpected direction leaves it with nothing to do. Then he closes, and the monster is behind him, so he smashes a plate off to the side and decides that is perfect. He cannot make a single mistake, because if that hand so much as touches him, this weak body comes apart. He gets in behind it and goes for the neck while the entire room watches in silence. Then the monster turns around to face him, and Jin freezes in horror. The creature leans in and stops, and nobody in the room knows what to do. Then Jiangyan comes off its blind side, and Jin knows he has no time to pull back. So he grabs the monster's head and forces its eyes open, and it starts screaming. Jiangyan covers her own mouth and asks what is happening. Jin starts wrestling with it, shouting that they have to get it in, and Jiangyan works it out. His body deflects sword energy, but there may be something in the mouth. She swings, loads it, comes down on the thing, and puts the blade straight into its mouth. It coughs blood, and she makes a noise of disgust, and Jin grabs her hands to steady her. Then the creature moves again and screams. And after a while, the two of them are sitting on top of it trying to get their breath back while everybody around them stands frozen. Afterward, the mercenaries collect the men who died and stand in silence. Then Zhang Kangsun asks Jin whether he is leaving already. He says there is a little time left, so he intends to hurry. Zhang Kangsun wishes him a safe road and good luck, and Jin shakes his hand and thanks him and says he hopes they stay well too. Then he hands over some books. He had originally prepared 5 volumes and did not expect to be handing out only 3. Zhang Kangsun asks what they are. Jin says nothing special, but they have to be better than the 6 Alliance's heart method. Zhang Kangsun asks whether that is even possible. Jin says yes, and that it is called the heart preservation method, and then adds that at the end he included a few one-sided forms he knows which are not miraculous either but should help. The heart preservation method is the one squad leader Sol Pan obtained for him in his previous life. It took him to a 60-year level of internal chi in under 10 years. It is, in fact, the heart method that made his mastery possible at all. Zhang Kangsun asks why he would do this for them, and how they could ever repay it. And Jin says they worked well together and fought for their lives together, so are they not friends? He has no use for these now, so he is giving them to his new friends. They thank him, and Jin says it is time to go, because if he stays any longer it will cost him a full day to cross 2 hills, and says he hopes they meet again as first-class martial artists. Zhang Kangsun says he will not reach first class, and that he will come and visit him anyway, and pour him an honest drink, and enjoy the time. On the road, Jiang Yan says she has never seen a martial artist demonstrate his techniques to strangers before, and that he is an unusual person. Jin says it is fine, since none of it is a Songwu clan secret. Then he asks whether she is genuinely going to the front, and points out that there are countless monsters out there that sword energy does not work on. She could actually die. Jiang Yan says she thought about it a great deal yesterday, and that going there seems right, because as he said, if there are countless creatures like that out there, then somebody is fighting for their life against them at this exact moment. And if she turns around and goes home, she gives up that. She studied martial arts in order to live that kind of life. Her father always taught her to be proud. So what does he take her for? A lady or a martial artist? And Jin, with no confidence left in his own assumptions, thinks about the fact that this young lady is a martial artist. He underestimated the depth of her conviction, and he offers her a sincere apology. Jungyeon accepts it, smiling, and says he really is a man who can admit his mistakes. He smiles back, and then they arrive at the great battlefield of the Blood Demon cult, where a bloody fight is already happening and a boy has just been killed. A girl is screaming while people hold her back, and one of the bandits asks whether she thinks she can afford to be distracted while he is standing right here. This is the Blood Demon cult, the twin demons of misfortune. He walks up to her and asks whether that brat was her lover, and tells her not to worry, because he will make sure she forgets about him soon. That is the first twin of the 7 misfortunes scythe, G-Mac. And the second twin, Gu Yejil, grabs the girl and tells her to look at him, already visibly enjoying himself, which is when a red beam of light goes up out of the middle of them and straight into the sky. The bandits turn around and one of them says somebody fired a red flare and they are about to be in trouble, so they suggest grabbing one more girl before they leave. The women fighting them shout for defensive positions and form a circle back to back. The bandits go at them laughing, and the women shout at each other to hold on, because the squad leader is coming. G-Mac laughs and asks whether they genuinely think this is enough. Then one of them looks past him, and G-Mac looks up, and the commander of the 4th squad, Yu-Gi-Oh, is there. He comes down on the bandits, and the women are relieved that the commander and his new partner are with them. One of the bandits holding the girl asks what they do now since Yu-Gi-Oh is here. G-Mac says it is one boy, and he will handle him and tells them to focus on the rest. Yu-Gi-Oh gives ground first, then catches G-Mac in a vortex and throws him. G-Mac lands hard, works out that he cannot beat Yu-Gi-Oh, and gets hit again and thrown again. He catches himself with his blade, and one of his men shouts that somebody else is coming. It is a woman named Tang Yoen, called Blade Peak, arriving to support Yu-Gi-Oh, and the moment G-Mac sees her, he is frightened. Yu-Gi-Oh keeps hitting him, and shouts that he will hold him, and that the others should take her and run. His subordinates confirm it, and several of them go straight for Tang Yoen, who looks at them confused, and then runs straight up a tree. They shout at her to stop and cannot catch her. She turns around at the top smiling and the men look at each other, and then one of them stops abruptly with something through his heart. The man who saved the girl says he will unblock her energy flow and tells her to hold on, and she is grateful because that is the deputy chief. The bandits realize who it is and say the name. Yu-Gi-Oh's dragon, Guno. There are more of them here, and now they are trapped. Tang Yoen smiles and calls them stupid demons, and asks whether they only just noticed. Then she starts taking them apart one at a time, and Gu Yejil shouts that she is a beast and falls back to shield his men. And that is when Captain Fu Yan of the 13th Soaring Dragon Corps picks them out. He moves once and puts a beam of light straight through the line, and they have no time to react, and they are surrounded. And a moment later heads come off. Then the commander of the 1st squad, Han Ji-sun, walks over and complains that he was having a wonderful dream and they woke him up. Even Han Gi-sun's Azure Dragon Blade is out here, so the bandits decide to run. G-Mac shouts that this is a curse, and that he is not letting this go. Han Gi-sun asks where they think they are going and says their lives end right here, and goes through G-Mac's arm. He screams and shouts at him to wait. And then everybody hears a girl screaming over a dead man. Another man arrives at a run shouting that he is late and asking how things are. That is Sol Pan, and Yu-Gi-Oh grabs him by the front of his clothes and demands to know why he is this late, because if he had been here, they could have killed at least one more of the 7 misfortunes, and with luck finished all of them by now. Sol Pan apologizes and says they were ambushed. Yu-Gi-Oh asks whether that is all he can say, and calls him an irresponsible piece of garbage, and says this is precisely why a worthless soldier like him should never have been made a squad leader under any circumstances. Then a woman steps in and says that is enough, and that she will not tolerate another insult aimed at her commander. Because the 7th squad was fighting 5 cunning spirits when a spider spirit came out of the shadows, and 2 of their fighters were killed. Sol Pan ran here the moment he finished the enemies, and Yu-Gi-Oh stops, because a spider spirits absorb the essence of people to strengthen their own energy, and they are among the most dangerous demonic creatures there are. They get stronger over time, so you kill them the instant they are detected, which everybody here knows. Yu-Gi-Oh turns around and asks, so what? And she says that if he has nothing else to say, he can apologize to Sol Pan. Sol Pan tells her to stop, because the man just lost one of his own fighters. She says they lost one too. And Sol Pan says it is fine, and there is no need for any of this, which upsets her. Then Tang Yoen steps in and says he is too soft, and that is exactly why Yu-Gi-Oh keeps wiping his feet on him, and that if he keeps behaving like this, he only makes life harder for his own people. Sol Pan asks whether she really thinks so, and Ganil comes over and says he is apologizing on Yu Guillaume's behalf. Sol Pan scratches his head, embarrassed, and says it is fine and he understands. Then Han Gisun goes to the captain and asks whether he said the new recruits were arriving today, and points out they will need time to prove themselves, and admits he is relieved anyway, and hopes they can hold. And Songwoo Jin walks up to them with a very confident stride. The next morning he is in the second headquarters and being told this is the waiting room, and that the vice captain will arrive shortly. Jin notes that besides Jeongyeon, she is the only other person joining here. Some things never change. She comes over and says she heard the 13th Corps has the youngest recruits, and asks whether that is because all the experienced martial artists died. He says it looks that way, but the falling average age is affecting every part of the Soaring Dragon Corps. From what he saw in his last life, the 13th Corps was made up almost entirely of the youngest people, and among the entire alliance, only the captain and the vice captain were middle-aged. Jeongyeon says that is worrying, and asks whether they do not think the Corps is filled with young martial artists who were conscripted by force. The other girl asks why more experienced masters do not volunteer, and Jin gives her the actual answer. There is no money and no glory here. She asks what he means. He says that what happens on the front lines cannot be told to outsiders. No matter the achievement, no matter how tragic the end, nobody will ever know. They say heroes do not care about that. People instinctively avoid this corps because the danger buys them neither glory nor money. Then the vice captain of the 13th Corps, the falcon-winged blade, Yuanbo, arrives fast, welcomes them and introduces himself, and asks whether they have heard his name. Jin smiles and thinks that he never expected the day to come when he would miss this man. He needs to restrain himself, so he says he is pleased to meet him, and Jeongyeon says she has never heard of him, and asks whether he is famous for something. Yeonbo says there are a great many forgotten martial artists on the front lines, and there is the sworn silence, and he believes there is not much she does not know, miss. Jeongyeon says, really, and states that she is almost certain she knows every top-level master. Has he achieved that? Yuanbo clears his throat, and Jin thinks that she has hit him in the gut inside a minute of meeting him, and he must be very angry. The vice captain is in fact shaking, and says fine, they do not have much time, so he suggests they move to the squad assignments. The team leaders are here, third son of the Songwoo clan, Songwoo Jin. Yuanbo is surprised and asks whether he is really from the Songwoo clan. Jin does not answer, so he continues. The next is the eldest daughter of the Jiang House of Guizhou, the Deadly Guardians. Then he asks whether they are unorthodox, which makes Jin genuinely curious, because the daughter of unorthodox martial artists volunteering for a front line supported by the Murim Alliance is not a small thing. Yuanbo asks whether Jeongyeon is also from the unorthodox side, and whether that should not be disclosed. And Jin realizes she introduced herself as nothing but Jeongyeon, even though the mistress of the Chigal clan called her by her given name, so there is no doubt her background is unusual. Jeongyeon says yes. Her name is Jeongyeon. Yeonbo asks whether she does not understand that people with unconfirmed identities cannot volunteer for the front lines, which Jin finds ridiculous, since he knows nothing at all about Sol Pan, the captain of the 7th Squad. Jeongyeon says she has never heard of any such rule, and Yeonbo says it will not happen in his 13th Corps. Either she names her sect and her parents, or she joins another squad. So Jin says she is a close friend of Chegel Soel, the pinnacle of the Heavenly Wisdom Sword. He knows her, does he not? The closely guarded flower of the Chegel clan, and also the daughter of the Alliance strategist, Chegel Digan. Yeonbo hears that, and starts shouting at him, demanding to know why she is volunteering for the front lines. Then, Jin says he has no idea, but she must have her own reasons, and suggests it may have something to do with the affairs of the Alliance's senior officials. Yeonbo hesitates, and gets angry. Sometime later they arrive at the 7th Squad's office, and Jin is embarrassed at how precisely it matches his memory, because a great many things happened in this room over 7 years, some of them good. He would have been grateful to avoid this squad entirely. Although the idea that all of them would be here in the 7th was always nonsense. Sol Pan comes over and says some of them will try to shake the newcomers down a little, and asks him to be understanding. Inside, people are already talking about the third son of the Songwoo clan, the one they say is a complete disgrace, and asking whether the commander has lost his mind, transferring this garbage in here. They call him a dirty pig, and say the sight of him makes them want to vomit. And Jin notes that they do not consider this shaking a newcomer down. He endured this last time and it changed him, and he wanted to die from it. He is quietly pleased to be back in the 7th, and he walks in smiling. They turn around and ask the squad leader whether this is the new recruit. One of them decides that from the build, the food budget must be excellent, and says it is a pleasure. The rest ask what this pig is doing here and what they were expecting, and suggest just looking at their commander. Jin decides this is not as bad as last time, and that losing the weight may have been the right call. Sol Pan tells them this is Songwoo Jin, third son of the Songwoo clan of Guizhou, and that he will be on the front lines so they should help him. The room stops, because is this the same third son of Songwoo? They say he looks more like a pig than a man. Yes, that is the one his younger brother beat up. He seems to have lost a little weight. It must have been hard getting out here. He never imagined a pig could lose weight. Although if he wants to be bait for the demon cult, would it not be better to put it back on? Sol Pan watches all of this in silence. Then the whole room turns around, because Jin has walked up smiling and shaken a man's hand, and said it is nice to meet him, Mu Jin, who is extremely surprised and asks whether he knows him. Jin says yes, of course, but first he would like to stretch his body a little. Then he throws him into the wall, puts a fist into his chest, twists his arm, throws him again, flips him over and puts a boot into him from above. While Mujin lies on the floor with nothing left, one of the others walks over and asks what he thinks he is doing. And Jin wipes the dirt off his hands and asks what is wrong, since they were the ones who opened with pig and idiot, and he was only answering in kind. The man swears at him, and Jin decides that is probably enough of a demonstration, and then wonders whether to be fair he should not beat up everybody else too. He is still weighing that when somebody walks in and asks what is going on, and Jin recognizes the voice, which means the problem has arrived. The man asks with complete seriousness, what is happening in here? So despite the open hostility, Jin greets him respectfully, introduces himself, points at the men on the floor and says that they seemed friendly at first glance, calling him a pig and an idiot, so he reciprocated, and asks what brings him here. The man introduces himself back, Ju Taegyang of the Diankang sect, which tells Jin he did not come in here to provoke him, probably because he cares about Dianchang's reputation. The snake blade of the Diankang sect, Ju Taegyang. Diankang is one of the 9 great sects, which is where the enormous ego comes from. He is a difficult man who goes around picking at people because he cannot accept being nothing more than a member of Sol Pan's team. His first love died for nothing because of this man, and he is not letting that happen again. But the man's combat level looks first class, and Jin is currently second. Better not to take the risk, even using Sol Pan. Then the commander mentions that they also have 2 new girls, and asks whether he would like to have dinner with them. Taegyeong gives him an irritated look, and Jin privately calls him an idiot, forces a smile, says he forgot he was the leader, and says he has heard a great deal about him. They call him the Diankang Snakeblade, do they not? The man's hand goes straight to his sword, and he asks what he just said. Jin asks whether Snakeblade is not his title, and Taegyeong says he clearly did not study it enough, and that it will get him killed. So Jin immediately gets behind Sol Pan, and asks worried what happened. Taegyeong orders him to stop and demands to know how he dares insult a man from a great sect. Sol Pan smiles and tells Jin he could not come up with anything better than that, so he should let it go this time. Then he turns to Taegyeong and warns him that he is about to cross a line if he does not put the sword away. And he does not want that, does he? The sword goes away, and Taegyeong asks indignant whether the boy should not answer for insulting a first-class martial artist. So Jin apologizes with an awkward smile, and points out that the man was speaking to his own squad leader extremely harshly while being that man's subordinate. So he assumed the chain of command was not something anybody here cared about. Taegyeong gets angry again while the rest of the room laughs and says Jin is good and that they got lucky. Jin says he is nowhere near the leader's level of skill. He estimates it will take him a month or 2 to catch up. Taegyeong asks, irritated, whether he is willing to take responsibility for that. And Jin asks pleasantly if he could. Then what? Taegyeong gives him 3 months. They fight when the time is up. If he loses, he dies, and he will not regret that decision, will he? Jin agrees without hesitation, and then asks what happens if he wins. Taegyeong laughs and says then he dies too. Jin shakes his head and says that is impossible. They cannot be killing each other, since they are in the same squad after all. So he offers an alternative. If he wins, Taegyeong becomes his junior. How does that feel? He thinks that is enough for him. Taegyeong grinds his teeth and agrees, and then tells the commander that this boy started it, and that he will not be stopping him over this either. Then he walks up to Jin and tells him to fight with everything he has, because he intends to make him regret being this talkative. Then he leaves and his people limp out after him. 2 men come over immediately, and one of them is laughing and saying that was so cool, so refreshing, and grabs Jin by the shoulders and offers to be friends. That is Bai Seung, a disciple of a sect that was wiped out in a massacre. Ju Taegyang is directly connected to that, because he is Dianchang, which presumably explains why he enjoyed the nerve of it that much. Bai Jongwon laughs and says he liked him instantly, as if he genuinely understood them. Jin smiles, because these 2 were his friends in his last life, and now that they have met again, he is never letting them die. Sol Pan asks whether he is sure everything is alright, because they call that man a snake, and a nickname like that does not get handed out for no reason. Jin answers by asking Sol Pan to train him, to the limit, and also to speak to him casually since he is older. Sol Pan smirks, and says he will train him half to death, so he should prepare. Seong whispers, worried that he only said that because he has never been through his training, and that only masters at the peak of martial arts should be doing it, and it is far too much for them. Jin smiles because he already went through every part of this in his last life, except this time they are coming with him. Friends should do everything together. So he goes at Seong and says that he thought he was a man, and apparently he has no courage at all, which offends him enough that he smiles nervously and says he can do anything. Jin pretends not to believe him, and Seong declares he will go through this stupid training with him. Jongwon laughs and decides to join as well, except he has a dream of destroying demonic martial artists with his own techniques, so he does not have time to train other people. And Jin says that is so cool, external techniques built to destroy demonic martial artists, and that he would like to learn that too. Then he puts a hand out and asks whether he will teach him. The man is thoroughly confused and shakes it and asks whether he is serious, and whether he is joking. Sol Pan notes he said something similar during team selection, about wanting to test himself against something with tougher skin. Jongwon grabs Jin by both shoulders and asks whether he really said that. Jin's honest internal answer is that this is exactly right, even though he is lying. Out loud, he says his goal is to fly at a demonic martial artist with a body strong enough to survive it. Would it not be incredible if he could fly like a cannonball and smash them? Jongwon pictures that and repeats it back, mesmerized. And Jin says people would end up calling him a meteor with a body of steel or something along those lines. Jongwon is now entirely lit up, and Jin looks quietly pleased with himself. The next day they go to training and stop on the branches of trees, and Seong says this is nothing special. Jin agrees because he has done this before. He jumps, announcing that this is easy. The branch under him breaks and he falls out of the tree. Jongwon calls down asking whether he is okay, and Jin concludes that he had better lose the weight first. A month later at dawn, Seong is out training, and while climbing he keeps going back through his own past. After leaving a destroyed sect, the senior disciple of the Bijong sect ended up on the same team as a disciple of Dian Kang. He was not asking for much when he revealed his identity. He knew that as a second-class swordsman, he was never getting an apology out of a first-class one. He thought that at minimum he would provoke some guilt over what he had lived through. Taegyeong's entire answer was to smirk and ask, "So what?" and to ask whether he is proud that his elders died because they were too greedy for their own good. Seong lost control and tried to fight him. The result was never in doubt. Life after that did not change much either. As a second-class fighter, he could not beat any demonic creature, let alone Taegyong. The Bijong sect's cultivation technique was lost, and without the correct technique, nobody reaches first class. All of it was unfair, and he was powerless. And he did not want to be pitied for being weak. So every day went past without any clear goal in his head, until some lunatic joined the team. Second class, did not look like a fighter, and clashed with Taegyong inside the first day. For Seong, that behavior was liberating, and that is probably why he agreed to the training. By the following day he understood he had done something extremely stupid, and now while he is barely dragging himself along the branches and the squad leader is jumping around blindfolded, he is thinking that if he had never agreed to any of this, he would not be going through it. He thought his Qinggong was better than everybody's. In practice he can barely keep pace with his own team leader. He swears at himself because he cannot give up under any circumstances. Then he hears laughing behind him, and Jin comes out of the leaves and asks whether he is tired after only an hour. He has lost weight in that time. He laughs again and says he will catch up soon, which makes Seong nervous because he cannot lose to him. He carries more weight than Jin does, and he is still ahead in skill, and yet Seong is the one who ended up teaching him the Bijong kicking technique. Because Jin had never learned any other technique and asked him for help 3 days into training and offered to teach him cultivation techniques in exchange. And he was the first person to recognize the Bijong kicks at all, beyond which Seong has another reason not to lose to him. So he gathers himself and runs on and leaves him behind. When the morning run ends, it is cultivation and weapons. After eating, everybody gathers for external martial arts. In the evening, the teammates spar in rotation. The next day, the same thing. At the end of one run, Jin and Jongwon stop to breathe, and Soyu says he did not fall behind nearly as much today, and that he tried hard. Jin tells her he increased his weights again, and that he probably fell behind because he has not trained enough. She says the point of training is showing that you're better than yesterday, and his results are good. He laughs awkwardly and waves that off and says he is nothing next to the commander, because Nasoyu was kind to him in his past life as well, back when everybody else was calling him a pig, which is why he fell in love with her, and why he could neither confess nor prevent her death. Soyu says she has meditation planned, and the men immediately sit down next to her, and Jin smirks, because everything is running smoothly. Is that because, as Jongyeon said, there are simply a great many martial artists here? He looks over at the women, every one of them locked into training. Everybody was shocked when Jongyeon said she was joining the external martial arts sessions, which is presumably her personality. She loves competition, and she loves a challenge. Meanwhile, he is studying the Supreme Primordial Unity Arts and the 13 Swords of Songwoo, and his learning speed is not comparable to anything in his last life. The cultivation technique Seong picked up gives him wings, and Jongwon is learning a cultivation technique at all, instead of being obsessed purely with external arts the way he was last time. Because the Divine Invincible Vajra sect is a sect that pursues the Divine Invincible Vajra through internal and external training together, except no such sect exists. What he taught Jongwon is Shaolin technique. He lied a little to keep his spirits up. Either way, as long as the motivation is good and the results are good, everything is fine. 2 months have now passed and something large is about to happen. Because around this time in his last life, 50 demons attacked at once. The Soaring Dragon Corps, with no experience fighting that many opponents simultaneously, was routed. Nobody understood the connection, and after that incident the situation on the front only got worse. And with his current standing and his current combat ability, he cannot predict what happens or prepare for it. He sees all of it clearly, and it infuriates him. Meanwhile, the 6th squad is moving through the forest, and their commander, Won Cheongwon, is irritably hacking a path and complaining that he did not want to be this popular, at least not with mosquitoes rather than women. He brushes at them, and they immediately surround him. Eventually, he cannot take it anymore, and starts swinging his sword furiously until the mosquitoes are dealt with. One of his men says delighted that he is amazing, and asks whether that was the 72 swords of destruction. Chungwon says smugly that there is nothing surprising about it. Then the man turns to the others and says their leader is already this strong and wonders how strong the first squad leader must be. Another points out that his Heavenly Gust sword technique is not comparable to their leaders, since after all, the man has the word dragon in his nickname. And another says that their own leader's nickname has the word monkey in it. How do you compare a dragon to a monkey? Cheongwon is indignant and tells them to shut up. They say he is strange because he reached his peak at 20, and is therefore not human. They laugh, and the vice captain tells them to stop teasing him and asks where else they would find a captain this kind, or with arms this long. Somebody asks why she does not marry him then. She refuses immediately, and the entire squad laughs at Cheongguan, who has now been rejected again. He says shut up, he does not like her anyway. Then he senses something, and every trace of that evaporates. He tells them to be quiet, and they all drop into a crouch, and he stares into the trees and says quietly that something is coming with a defensive transformation, and there are far too many of them. They form a circle. Demons come out of the forest, and Cheongguan goes straight at them and orders the vice captain to fire the signal. He attacks, and then the rest of them keep running past him, and he turns around and finds an entire mass of demons. So he orders a retreat, because there are more than 3 of them. The vice captain fires the signal and the fighting starts. One of them steps back, the demon follows and attacks. He dodges and counters, and the demon catches his blade and simply holds him there. Because once a ghostly demon locks onto a target, knocking it off that target is extremely difficult. The standard tactic is to work in pairs. One person pulls attention, the other kills. So a boy creeps up behind the demon, and another monster takes him from the side and grabs his arm. He panics because his partner is already being strangled and starts looking for any way out of this. The 6th squad ran into far more of these than they expected. The demons come down on the boy in a crowd and start cutting him, and he screams. Cheongguan swears. The boy calls for help and nobody can reach him because they are surrounded. They put him on the ground and he screams louder because they are eating him alive. Cheongguan orders everybody to hold together and not break formation. Then he catches movement, turns, and swings at a demon coming in at him, and it stops his blade with no difficulty at all, which genuinely shocks him. 4 more come out of the trees, so Cheongguan lets go of his sword entirely and starts fighting with his fists. He puts one down, hits 2 others, and when the first comes back at him, he hits it again and knocks another one over. While they are getting up, he does the math and there are simply too many. Then he hears cheerful shouting from the side, because Jin and Zhongwan are running and yelling about an iron body and a meteor. The surviving members of the squad have formed up back to back waiting to absorb a charge, and instead the charge gets knocked flat by 2 people, which stuns all of them. A fresh group of monsters comes out of the trees, and Zhongwan goes straight into them, rams them, and keeps running while laughing and calling it too easy. Cheongguan is startled by him, but thanks to the 2 of them, there is now an escape route. So he orders his squad out as fast as they can move, and tells the pair to fall back too because there are too many. Jin tells him not to worry, because he has a plan. Then he calls out to Sejong, smiling, and says it is his turn. Sejong cuts his own palm open and swears and mutters about the insane things this man makes him do. Then he runs at the demons, hits one, and goes deeper into the forest, slapping every monster he passes. They smell the blood and go after him, and he screams in genuine panic while calling Jin a parasite. Cheongguan concludes that at this level nothing is catching that boy, and since they pulled the medium demons off, that should be enough. Jin comes over and says the other commanders will arrive shortly, and that since Zhongyan can handle sword energy, if the 6th squad helps, they can destroy several of them. Cheongguan perks up immediately, volunteers to lead, runs at the demons, and tells them to keep up. The commanders join the clearing operation, and eventually the enemies are finished, and the boy who looked like he was being eaten alive survives, and everybody is so relieved they nearly cry. Because after the incident with the ghostly demons, the only person who should have survived was Cheongguan. There were a great many casualties. A few days later, training ends and they head back, and Sejong sniffs at himself and notes that even his clothes stink now. It is no wonder people do not want to train. If it were not for that appalling ointment, they would have had a mountain of fans long ago. Jin smiles and says that the real problem is what comes next. Because, as Sejong said, several people have been watching their external training for days. After hearing that he and Cheongguan tore apart phantom demons, people started seeing external arts in a new light rather than as brute force. And then they found out what the training actually involves, and most of them left. Only Cheongguan got past that barrier and genuinely wants to learn. Naturally, the people around him will not let him anywhere near it, which is fair, because it does not look particularly attractive. Then the 3rd squad walks past, and every eye in the area lands on their commander, Lady Tang. Jin looks at her and thinks her beauty is astonishing every single time he sees it, as though the entire world darkens and she becomes the only source of light in it, which is his subjective opinion, obviously. He would happily argue their Soyu is the most beautiful person here, although honestly, to compete with that woman you would have to be no worse than Shigel's soul. Then a man walks up, greets them cheerfully, says it is nice to meet them, and that he can finally talk to them. He is Myung Sahyun, the deputy commander of the 3rd squad. He knows he is late. Until now he thought they were wasting their time, but they proved the training was worth something, so he would like to apologize for underestimating the effort. They smile and say it is fine, and they are glad he understands now. Then Sahyun leans into Jin's ear and admits he would like to learn some physical techniques from them. Although the dear goddess might not be thrilled about it, because Yoan has spotted the whispering and is calling over displeased, asking whether he is coming or not. Sahyun smiles and says she is quite clingy and also possessive, which does not match her appearance at all. Then he says goodbye and runs back to the 3rd squad. Jin stops him and starts to say something and then gets confused and says it does not matter anymore and that he hopes they can train together next time. Sayan laughs and thanks him, and says he hopes so too, and goes back to his commander. Because Myung Sayan is a man bold enough to announce his love for Tang Yuan out loud, and he serves as her second in command. And in practice he is the one running that squad, since Tang Yuan is difficult to approach as a leader, except in his past life. Sayan died at the hands of the woman he loved. She was forced to kill him, after the blood demon cult took his mind, and the guilt destroyed her. And then one day she became the lover of the 4th squad commander, Ma Yu-geom, because it was his betrayal that pushed her into that despair. Tang Yuan was not cold and perfect, however much she looked it. That thought puts him somewhere unpleasant, and his friend pulls him out of it by smirking and asking whether he is interested in her too, and telling him to give up on hopeless love. Jin smiles and says he only wanted to talk to her, while privately noting that the steel spirit is coming soon, and he is going to need her help. Sejong asks, astonished, whether he is serious. He loves her so much that simply talking to her is enough for him. Jin realizes he has phrased this catastrophically. Then Jongwon is on him asking whether he is genuinely in love with Lady Tang. He starts denying everything, and Jian picks the news up and announces, delighted that everybody heard it, he is madly in love with Tang Yuan. He shouts that this is not true at all, and that he has something he needs to tell her, and no connection to her whatsoever. Soyu looks surprised, and while he is fighting the misunderstanding, she actually starts feeling a little sorry for him. At which point Jin gives up entirely, changes the subject, and reminds everybody they have night patrol today, so they should eat. That night they patrol the area, and the commander raises a hand and stops them, because there is a chaotic spirit nearby. Everybody goes for their weapons. Night patrols are always tense, because the blood cult demons that hunt core members are dangerous even for high-level martial artists. But this squad has Sol Pan in it. He kills the demon that jumps them from ambush almost immediately, and they move on. Except Sol Pan has one decisive flaw. The women start praising him, calling him the best commander they have, and he becomes nervous and embarrassed and starts denying that he did anything at all, and walks off. He has enormous difficulty with women. More precisely, he is afraid of them. If not for that, he would be perfect. He got over that fear in the last life after they lost somebody. And Jin has sworn to do everything he can to make sure that never happens again, which means dealing with the man who caused all of it. He glances at Taegyeong and thinks that this is a slippery snake who has always said Sol Pan is unworthy and has never once had the courage to take responsibility for anything. Sejong notices the look and reminds him that his fight with the man is in 2 weeks and says he thinks he can handle him. Jin smiles and says, who knows, he is doing his best. Sejong closes a fist and tells him to smash him to pieces. And Sol Pan says the real problem right now is his internal chi, because with even 30 years of accumulated energy, he would be able to use a chi sword. Soyu adds that to use it properly, he still has to understand it. And Jeongyeon says that is not a problem, because Jin's mind has already reached the 1st level, and his chi simply has not caught up. He is a rather strange person. He looks away with an awkward smile, and Sejong notices, and says it looks like he has something on his mind, and asks whether he does not want to tell them, and points out that they are the only people listening to him right now. So he tells them he has his father's elixir. It would add about 10 years of chi or more, but Sejong asks why he does not simply use it. Sol Pan guesses the issue is purity, and asks whether there is a great deal of external chi in it. Jin confirms it. If he uses it, that would be roughly half his total energy. Jian whispers to Soyu, asking what they are all talking about, and whether she is the only one who understands nothing. And Jongyeon explains it. If the external chi in an elixir exceeds half of your total, the probability of chi disturbance is high. And Jin is saying that if he takes it now, that is most likely what happens. Jian gets it. Deviation. Jin smiles awkwardly, because he really has been putting this off until the last possible moment. The plan was to build pure chi first through the supreme primordial art, and take the elixir only once it was safe. He thinks he can reach the middle of the 1st level as he is. Jongwon tells Jian that he did not understand any of it either, since he has never tried an elixir. She is delighted not to be alone, and her smile does something painful to his chest. Then Soyu notes they are going to be extremely busy shortly. First Jin's fight, then the meeting between the blood demons and the leader of the alliance, which strikes her as strange, since she has fought demonic path adepts on this front before, and has never once heard of an event like that. Jin knows the meeting happened in his last life, in the 13th Corps, and that it was unusually calm. Sejong clicks his tongue and says it irritates him watching the deputy captain flatter his superiors, and that he would have told them to get out and turn the whole thing upside down. Why does this keep happening in the 13th? Then Jiangyan asks the question that stops the table. Is this not strange? The risk of chi deviation is high whenever external chi exceeds half. So how are the demonic heads of the blood cult, who take most of their chi by absorbing it from other people, still alive? And they all realize she is right. If they are mainly stealing chi out of other people, how is any of them still standing? The next day, Taegyeong is training with Yugyam and stops to rest, and Yugyam tells him he progresses faster when he has a goal, and that he can now consider himself the top of the 1st rank without argument. Taegyeong thanks him for the guidance, and Yugyam says he doubts he would lose to a 2nd-rank fighter, but that he should not be satisfied with merely not losing. He must display overwhelming strength worthy of a member of the Dienkang sect, and he understands, and Yugyam privately decides that the boy needs to understand exactly what opportunity he threw away. How dare he refuse Dienkang? How dare he reject him? Ma Yu-Gyeom, he's going to pay for it. Because when Jin and the others reported to the commanders that they had killed a chaotic spirit, everybody was extremely surprised. Jin handed the entire credit to Jiangyan and said she was the one who killed the blind demon, and that being second rate he could do nothing. And Jiangyan corrected him and said that although she had more experience, Jin was the one who drew it off to save her life, and who forced the demon's mouth open by crushing its eyes. She only did what he told her, and then put energy through its mouth. Yun asked how he knew a chaotic spirit's weakness was light. He said nervously that he collected information before coming to the front, and that he got lucky. And Yu-Gyeom found that fascinating, a man who had never encountered a demonic creature. Second rate, choosing to risk his life closing on one. Considering how little of what happens on this front is ever published, he must have done an enormous amount of research. He decided he no longer needed to hesitate. Still second rate, worth educating. He pointed out that knowing chaotic spirits are sensitive to light and then forcing one's eyes open to expose them are two entirely different things. Then he turned to the corps captain and said he liked him and would be taking him into the 4th squad, since they just lost a few people, so that should be fine. The captain nodded, and Jin objected loudly. Yu-Gyeom turned a very unpleasant look on him and asked what he just said, and whether he does not want to join his squad, and Jin turned to Sol Pan and asked whether he is the captain of the 7th, and said he has wanted to join his squad since he first started studying this front. Sol Pan pointed at himself, surprised, and asked whether he genuinely wants to join him. Jin confirmed it enthusiastically, because this is a man who destroys monsters that chi does not affect using nothing but his fists and feet, and from the moment he learned that, he knew he had to be in that squad learning from him. Yu-Gyeom laughed and asked whether he dares refuse him, the son of the great leader of the Dienkang sect, in order to join the 7th. The 3rd son of the Songwu clan of Gizhou, choosing to join these losers out of nameless clans who learned their martial arts through garbage methods. Jin ignored him entirely, and announced that he would gladly study physical arts, because he wants to test the hardness of his own flesh against demonic humans. Sol Pan clapped him on the shoulder and said that is the right attitude, and asked whether he wants to punch demonic humans. He said yes, and that he will train his body until it surpasses them. And Ma Yu-Gyeom stood there grinding his teeth over being rejected. Simply remembering it makes him angry now, and the boy has been performing well, despite arriving on this front very recently. He has to get him, even if it means using his connections. And first he needs to make him pay for daring to refuse an offer from the son of the Dienkang leader. So he goes and announces that he is going to let the boy experience the power of the Dienkang sect, and that somebody needs to teach him a proper lesson. Taegyong bows and tells him not to worry, while privately noting that the man is remarkably concerned, since he personally has no intention of leaving anybody who insulted him alive. Then Yu-Gyeom says something Taegyong did not expect. He forbids him to maim him or kill him. Taegyong has nothing at all to say to that. And Yu-Gyeom asks whether he is shocked, and asks whether he was really intending to kill a comrade in the middle of a war against the bloody cult. Taegyong starts denying it nervously, and then hints that they really should teach the boy a lesson. And Yu-Gyeom drops his pressure on him and reminds him coldly that their task is to fight the bloody cult and take back the mountain, and that to do that they must be willing to cooperate even with scum. Considering that this boy is their comrade, does he need to say any more? He knows Taegyong is a bastard snake. He also believes he would not do something that stupid. Taegyong says he understands everything, and then clicks his tongue in irritation because he clearly wanted to teach him a genuinely good lesson himself. Later, Soyu sits down opposite the squad leader and tells him to look her directly in the eyes. He sits there with them closed, and Soyu concludes that judging by the fact that he cannot even look at her, she is almost certain the squad leader is not under mind control. The men note that he is always like this. Sejong asks whether mind control might actually help him, since he has to get married somehow. Jongwon joins in and points out that Sejong also does not know how to talk to women, and asks whether he needs mind control too. Sejong says, embarrassed, that he simply does not want to talk to girls, and that he has never been looking for anybody. Jin asks, smirking, whether that is true. He confirms it hesitantly, and Soyu calls him over to be checked as well, while Sol Pan stands up and exhales in enormous relief. Sejong walks over confidently, sits down, closes his eyes with a smug little smile, and Jin laughs at him, because what is happening here is a check for whether any of the men have been charmed. There was already an incident in the 10th Corps where a member was charmed, so the 13th was ordered to verify that nobody here has been. Their own people fall under the blood cult's influence from time to time, and that is a worse outcome than any monster appearing, because you do not simply lose a comrade, you are then forced to kill him. Nobody has found a way to break that control yet. Soyu tells Sejong to look her in the eyes. He glances at her and looks away. She asks what is wrong with him and says he needs to hold eye contact, not flick a glance at her. Jin asks where all that courage went. Sejong gets flustered, and Sol Pan laughs at him and points out that he was teasing him about this minutes ago and turns out to be no different. Sejong, thoroughly embarrassed, asks whether this does not prove he was not enchanted. Soyu laughs and explains the actual principle. You can tell whether somebody is being controlled from their eyes because a controlled person loses the light in them. This test is normally run by women because they are more sensitive to changes in their comrades, which is why every squad on this front is mixed. Then it is Jin's turn. His heart starts going, and he asks himself whether he should look her in the eyes, and concludes that he could look at her like that all day if he wanted. Sejong says now they will see how confident he really is, and Jongwon wishes him luck. So he looks at her without a trace of embarrassment, and thinks that this is a rare opportunity to look her in the eyes, and he intends to use the moment to study her face. Puppy eyes. A smile so understanding it might as well be saying that it is okay. A face that could repair any broken heart. And then his own face goes completely red, which surprises even Soyu. The entire squad starts laughing at him. Sejong loudest, pointing at him and asking how a person can even blush like that. Jongwon says he should not have strained himself that hard. And the commander notes that he had already gone red before he even looked at her. Soyu says she does not need to check his eyes at all, since she does not believe anybody could have a worse reaction than the squad leader, which Jin was in no way prepared for. He starts mumbling and trying to justify himself, deeply aware that he is losing a rare opportunity. And Soyu tells him not to force himself and apologizes for making fun of him. He is genuinely devastated, because that was his chance to stare at her as long as he wanted. Then Sejong asks the deputy commander whether she has checked Jeongyeon's eyes, and Jin looks over because he has never actually seen her whole face, despite the amount of time they have spent together. The last time he asked, she said she has a scar and hides it. If that is true, then they should not push her. Except for some reason he feels she is hiding something else. Soyu says thoughtfully that she has seen her face, and that she had no choice but to hide it. Because if she had not, there would have been an enormous commotion. Jin has no idea what that means. Meanwhile, Sol Pan leaves on a mission, and Soyu asks whether all the top-ranked martial artists are involved in it. They say the thing that appeared this time is not a simple spider spirit, so he should be careful. He thanks her, tells her to stay on guard, and goes. Because spider spirits get stronger by consuming blood, and the one heading toward them has already drunk the blood of 5 people. It is not using a strengthened ki, and its physical capabilities are nearly level with an early peak martial artist. Its intelligence also grows with every victim, which makes it very hard to detect. Jin goes to the women and asks what they are doing, and Jian says they are training near the barracks, which lets him breathe because in his last life Jeongyeon died around this time, and now she is in their squad with Soyu beside her, although extra caution costs nothing. So he tells them not to go anywhere dangerous alone, especially the forest, and to stay alert while the commander is away. Jiyeon smiles widely and tells him not to worry, and says she is grateful he is looking after them. That evening, while they are talking in the courtyard, he notices the deputy commander of the 4th squad, Mei Yokyung, pacing anxiously. He clocks her immediately because she is one of the people he watches exactly like Ma Yu-geum and Tang Yuan. In his past life she was killed by a spider spirit, and that is what broke Ma Yu-geum. He goes over and asks whether she is looking for somebody. She says she is looking for one of her own squad members, Sun Harang. She has been watching her because she seemed heavily burdened by recent events, and today she cannot find her anywhere. He promises to tell Harang she is looking for her if he sees her, and she thanks him and keeps searching. Then Seong asks whether that is the fiancé of Jun, the one who died to the 7 misfortunes Scythe twins. Jongwon confirms it, and says she has been struggling ever since she heard. Jin asks whether she lost her fiancé. Sejong says that shortly before he arrived, the man died fighting the 7 misfortunes Scythe, and that the two of them were very close. Losing somebody and then meeting somebody else soon afterward is common on a front line. The rules out here are simple. Whether they live or die, you leave the people you loved in the past. Jin looks at the ground, and then remembers that in his past life, Jian went into the forest to comfort a member of another squad, and was killed in the attack. So that is what happened. Seong notices his face and asks whether something is wrong, and Jongwon goes worried too. And Jin tells them he has a very bad feeling about this. They need to find Sun Harang. Out in the forest, Jongwon asks whether the 3 of them are really enough. Sejong grins and asks whether he is scared, and notes the forest has gotten dangerous lately. Jongwon announces confidently that the 2 of them could handle a horde of cunning spirits easily, and that in the worst case they run. They are told the spider spirit is in the eastern forest. Jin starts calling Sun Harang's name, then stops and tells them to split up and keep distance from each other while they search. Then a woman screams. They run at it, and Jin's face changes because there is a horde of cunning spirits crowding around somebody. He and Jongwon scatter the demons, and Sejong gets to the victim first, and says they were too late. Jin comes over. It is Harang. Sejong says she would have survived if they had been slightly faster, and Jin looks at her and works out that even with a horde of cunning spirits here, she could not have taken injuries like that in that amount of time. Then he sees the fang marks on her neck, and understands what they belong to, and is frightened. He calls Jongwon and says all of them are going back right now, and they need to run. They hesitate, so he starts looking around and shouting at them that they need to leave because the spider spirit is nearby. Then he sees it and stops moving, because the spider spirit is sitting on a branch a short distance away, and its bulging eyes have been watching them the entire time, and its mouth is frozen in a smile. Jin swears quietly, and Seong asks, terrified, whether the creature is smiling at them. Then it screams, and Seong asks whether that means it was the one screaming to bring them here. Jin says that on 3 they run south. He counts and they go, and it comes after them immediately. Seong is panicking because it is too fast, and he does not know what to do. And Jin already knows the arithmetic. The spider spirit matches him for speed, and it is not as fast as Seong. If they split, 2 of them get out and 1 absolutely does not, and he already knows which one. Then Jongwon stops and tells them to run and says he will distract it. Just survive for him. And the moment Jin sees that smile, he is frightened, because he did exactly this in his last life. He sent that man 2 weeks, alone, smiling, and saying the same sentence. And who would have thought he would ever see that face again? He bites his lip and tells himself to stay reasonable. The spirits are almost on them and the 3 of them will not survive, so he smirks, calls it inevitable, and tells Jongwon the cunning spirits are his. Jongwon tells them not to worry and to run. Then Jin draws and tells Seyoung to run because he is staying to deal with the spider spirit. Both of them are shocked. He cuts his palm open and tells Seyoung to bring the commander here, or they die. The monsters are close, and Jongwon puts them down and shouts at Seyoung to run and get reinforcements. Seyoung bursts into tears, because he does not want to leave them and runs, and tells them not to dare die in front of him or he will come to hell after them. And Jin calls him an idiot, and says that if he dies for a reason that's stupid, he will not forgive him even after his own death. The spider spirit comes at him screaming, and he counters, and puts a barrage of strikes on it that it parries without difficulty. And just as it moves to attack, he jumps over it and runs. It goes after him, and it is chasing an illusion, because it does not matter how strong that body is. Without mastery of martial arts, it cannot see through his illusion blade style. Then it stops, and stares toward Jongwon. Jin swears because if it loses interest in him, it goes to Jongwon, who is holding for now and cannot handle the insidious spirits alone, and whose strength is finite. So he attacks and screams to pull it back. And the cunning thing was baiting him, and turns and nearly puts a fist through his chest, and he gets behind it and slips it. It screams and comes after him again. And Jin thinks about Seyoung with something close to affection, because that man is alive right now, thanks to the evasion technique Jin taught him. If he brings the squad leader here before Jin dies, he is calling him Big Brother. He keeps running. Jongwon keeps fighting, hits one demon, gets taken from behind by 2 at once, throws them off and stops to breathe. Jin sees him slow down because he must be exhausted, and he does not know how long he can hold either, because even if Seyoung reaches the commander, he is not confident he lives long enough to see it. Its physical attributes are at the highest level, and chi enhanced through the sword does not penetrate that skin well. Its eyes and its mouth are the weak points, and he cannot find an opening for either and will not even get the chance to swing. If it catches him, he dies instantly. So it would have been better to run into a chaotic spirit at night, and instead he ran into this one in the middle of the day. And then he has a thought, is there a connection to the time of day? They say there is a rocky mountain not far from this forest. It is a risk, and it may also be a way out. He runs for it, and picks up a couple of demons along the way, and when they attack, he drops into a slide along the ground and cuts as he passes, and comes back up. The spider spirit stays on him, and a demon gets in its way, and it simply kills it. So Jin starts deliberately slipping past demons without attacking them so that the spider spirit has to deal with them. It clears every obstacle easily, and while it is spinning through one of them, Jin gets the time he needs to draw blood. The scent turns it instantly and it comes at him. He climbs the mountain, watching it, and runs into a dark cave. It comes in after him screaming. He goes deeper until it is fully dark and only thin rays of light get in. He hears it screaming, and he cuts his palm again and works through it. Chaotic spirits are active at night. Spider spirits are active by day, which means spider spirits rely heavily on sight, and without light it has to fall back on smell. The screaming gets closer, and he understands that while it cannot see him, he needs to attack, except he is also blind in here. A stone rolls against his foot and his heart goes, and he closes a fist and forces himself calm. He needs to remember how he trained his senses with the squad leader, so he puts his cut palm out in front of him and tries to sharpen everything he has and feel the creature move. He gets one chance. He takes it the instant it attacks. He cannot rush this. He has to sense its position, its motion, its shape, and the flow of the air in the space around him. Blood drips off his palm onto the stone. Then he hears something and opens his eyes because it is now. He loads the sword with energy and lunges, and the monster screams and runs. It worked. Jin cannot quite believe he pulled it off, and also knows this is not the moment to stand there like a statue. He gets out of the cave and reaches Jongwon, who is still holding the monsters, and calls to him with an enormous smile and says they have to run. Seyoung arrives with reinforcements shortly after, and they head for the cave. And he throws himself at his friends and swears at them through tears and thanks them for being alive. Jongwon thanks him for bringing the commander. Then Seol Pan comes out of the cave and tells Jin, smiling, that this is simply incredible, and asks who would have believed a man ranked second could destroy a spider spirit. And Jin, worried, says he has a favor to ask. He would like this incident kept between them, because nobody would believe he beat a spider spirit alone, and he does not want to build a reputation yet given how modest his skills are. Seol Pan points out that this means no recognition and no reward. Jin does not care. For him, surviving alongside the members of his squad is enough. That night, he is running through a forest looking for the commander when he sees something ahead, and his face fills with horror, because there is a spirit standing in the middle of a fire on a pile of bodies, swaying, looking at him and smiling. Then he sits bolt upright in bed. He looks around. Everybody else is asleep. So it was a dream. He looks at his own shaking hands and then at an empty bed, and figures the squad leader must be out training again today, and asks who would have expected to see that incident again in a dream, because that nightmare is a memory from his past life, from the stretch where the people he loved disappeared one after another. A memory that can repeat itself, even though he believed he was doing everything possible this time. He saved a friend he could have lost. He is training toward the peak of martial arts. Is that enough? The steel spirit is coming soon. Then the Viper Spirit. In his last life he survived on the sacrifices of his comrades. Every demon out here was only a byproduct of the creation of a blood demon, and in 5 years a blood demon with peak-level combat ability emerges. In 2 years the front falls and the blood cult ignores every treaty and keeps expanding. He gets dressed and goes out into the courtyard thinking that after that point he remembers nothing at all, because he died on that front. So he does not know whether the blood cult ends up ruling or the alliance destroys them. Whatever the future turns out to be, the only thing he can do is train, which is why he trains every day. And every time the nightmare comes back, he asks himself whether he is doing enough. He looks at the moon and answers himself, of course it is not enough. With 2 days left before the fight with Ju Taeyoung, the whole squad goes out on night patrol, and Na Sawayu is thinking that she wants to train more and regrets not being able to do it during the day. She never imagined she would say that. Because when they decided she was going to the front, she thought that was the end of her. She was 7 the year her mother died and her father's new wife took control of the household. That woman discriminated against her and her younger brother openly and hid it perfectly from their father. And when she grew up, the woman decided to get rid of her by sending her to the front. She said she could not possibly send their precious boy, the one meant to continue the family line, because he might die in battle. Would she sacrifice herself for the family? It hurt, and she thought she had to sacrifice herself for her father and for the family. She knew she would die out here and she could not refuse, because she was far too used to obeying. And on her first patrol she almost did die. They were tracking a spider spirit. She got separated from her partner, and she found a body. She ran to it and examined it and found spider spirit bite marks on the neck, which meant the thing was nearby. She needed to signal the team. Then something rustled behind her, and she turned and something was flying at her, a demonic head. She drew fast and her opponent was faster, and she was paralyzed and went down. And a man walked up and grabbed her face roughly and called her a sweet girl and said he liked that face and that he was taking her home to enjoy her all night. She closed her eyes because she could not resist him. And then her savior arrived. Sol Pan kicked him in the face and threw him off her. The man shouted, asking who he was and how he dared touch him. Sol Pan walked over and hit him again. Meanwhile, Soyu was lying there trying to work out what had happened because she thought she was about to die, and it is so quiet here. Sol Pan ran to her and asked whether she was hurt, and put out a hand to help her up, and told her everything would be fine now. She did not react, and he realized she had been paralyzed by an acupuncture technique, and became visibly uncomfortable. And when he released it, she laughed out loud, which confused him completely. Because in that moment she forgot she had been afraid, and laughed out of pure relief. Later he was made commander of the newly formed 7th Squad. And although following him has been difficult in a great many ways, she can say with total confidence that these are the happiest days of her life. Even if tomorrow she has to give that life up. Back on patrol, Seung warms up and complains that after all this training, his muscles have grown, and he has gotten heavier, so he cannot move as fast as he used to. Jungwon smiles and says he does not have that problem. And Soyu notes that he has started looking much better lately. He looks away, embarrassed, and says all she ever does is flatter people and he does not trust her. She says she is genuinely serious, and then notices Jongwon looking at Ji Yeon and watches him snap his face back to its previous expression the instant he catches himself, which she finds very funny, because women do not like it when everything is that obvious, so he needs to work in hints. Then she looks at Jin and thinks he has seemed thoughtful lately, and wonders whether something is bothering him. The others presumably assume it is the duel, and his silence is dragging the whole group's mood down. And then there's Yongyeon, and that conversation. Because during a session with only the women, Soyu said that at first she assumed Jin and Jongyeon were together, or at least interested, since Jongyeon followed him into the 7th Squad. Jiyeon asked whether she had noticed it too, and then saw the expression on Jongyeon's face, and became embarrassed about having thought it. And Jongyeon said she was right. She likes Jin. Both of them stared. Then Soyu said awkwardly that she likes him too since he is a squad member and can be trusted. Jiyeon agreed, and added that he does look quite attractive now that he has lost weight. But that is not what they meant by liking him. And Jongyeon said she knows exactly what they meant. She likes Jin romantically. Soyu asked whether she is serious, because she looked entirely unbothered when he was announcing his love for Lady Tang, and then noted, confused, that he showed interest in that woman, but it did not look like love. Jongyeon cleared her throat and put her hands behind her back, and said she started liking him while he was still chubby. She likes the cute rounded shape he used to have, and she feels exactly the same about him now that he has lost it. Maybe because she has started seeing something more important than appearance. Jiyeon asked why she has not done anything about it. Then, Jongyeon said she does not understand what she is supposed to do. So Jiyeon suggested showing him her real face, or at least getting closer to him than she currently is. And Jongyeon smiled and asked why. She is perfectly content simply watching him. Neither of them had anything to say to that. And right now Soyu is exhaling heavily and wondering what on earth she is supposed to do with that information. Then Sol Pan stops and signals, and everybody hides and reaches for a weapon, and the commander goes straight at the shape he saw. And it turns out to be an ordinary man who is badly frightened by being attacked, while Sol Pan is astonished to find a person out here at all. He tells them his name is Dakam, that he lives deep in the forest, and that he is not a monster but a man of the Miao people. Their old man is coughing blood. He is their savior. Without him, all of them die, which is why he came to ask for help. Soyu asks whether the reason these people stayed safe while others were being taken is that old man, and whether he is now in danger coughing blood. Then she looks at the commander and asks whether it could be chi deviation, since he could have run into problems in his own martial arts training. Sejong points out that this is exactly why the man came for help. Dakum says he is their savior, and without him his brothers and sisters die. Then Taegyeong walks up and asks whether they are still thinking about this, because this man is lying. How could the Miao live in a forest overflowing with demonic creatures, without any knowledge of martial arts? Dakum says he is not lying, and that the scent the master gives them makes every monster flee, and that without it they all die. Jin asks what scent, and the man says the monsters hate it, and pulls a pouch out of his clothing. Jin recognizes it instantly and tells the commander they should go, and asks whether this fragrant pouch is not reason enough on its own. Taegyeong asks indignant what he is even talking about, and whether they want to walk into a trap over a pouch that could easily be fake. And even if it is not, why would anybody be using a scent that repels demonic creatures? Jin ignores him entirely and tells the commander that the man said his people live deep in the forest, which means they know that ground, and at some point they are going to need to go deeper. Taegyeong says that is nonsense, since the Blood Cult and the Alliance made an agreement, and you cannot simply break it. And Jin says he is right, they do have a peace treaty, which is presumably why they are attacked by demonic creatures every single day. Taegyeong asks whether he is laughing at him, and Jin asks whether he wants to rot out here, or whether he has forgotten that his own clan is planning to attack the Blood Cult and take back their mountain. Taegyeong does not answer. Solpan asks the man how long it takes to reach them, and is told a day if they hurry. The commander looks troubled, because time is short and there is no guarantee they can help, and the risk is high. Taegyeong adds that this is also plainly leaving their assigned patrol zone, and asks whether he understands there could be punishment. Jin tells him not to worry since nobody is going to ask him to come along. Sejong laughs, and Jin tells the commander that a small group is enough. The commander himself and Sejong, taking turns carrying the man, and if the problem is leaving the patrol zone, then there are demonic creatures out there, are there not? He glances at Dakum and asks whether there are ones that steal essence to grow stronger, that hide and then ambush like spiders. Dakum confirms it. They are dangerous. Very frightening. So Jin smiles and turns to the commander and asks whether they should go and eliminate them. And Sol Pan says that is their direct responsibility. Then Jeongyeon volunteers and points out she is as fast as Sejong and Jin, so she will not be a burden. The commander agrees and says that with her they are in good hands. Then he turns to his deputy and orders her to take care of the others, and says he regrets loading all the management onto her. She smiles and tells him to take care of himself, and says she will be waiting. He looks away embarrassed. And Taegyeong tells Jin to remember his words before he leaves, because even if he comes back exhausted, the duel is not being postponed. He is not trying to escape it this way, is he? Jin smirks and asks whether he has been dreaming about it, and says that a duel with him means nothing next to this mission. Taegyeong is extremely indignant. Then they set off with Jin carrying the man on his back, and finding himself unable to stop being amused by him, because he is remarkably cheerful for somebody being hauled around like a sack. He is far too casual about all of this. The Miao came to them in his last life too, and they refused to listen. Nothing much changed after that, so he assumed it had simply been an ordinary encounter. Then the Viper Spirit appeared. 20 fighters of the 13th were injured, touched by a demonic man and poisoned. Soyu was one of them, and it happened when Sol Pan went to save her. Neither the core physician nor Tang Yuan could heal her, with a great many of their allies already dead. Sol Pan went into that forest alone, after Lady Tang advised him to look for the key to the cure, where the whole thing began. 2 days later he came back with an antidote, with the support of the Miao people, and saved several lives. Soyu did not wait for him. By the time Sol Pan returned, it was too late. That incident changed all of them. The squad leader became cold and cruel and poured himself into training and wanted nothing but revenge. And eventually Sol Pan became known as the Berserker, the Storm, the Soaring Dragon, and his martial arts reached the highest level of the first rank. Jin is not certain this is the same person who helped the squad leader back then, but if there is a chance it is worth trying. Dakum gets off his back and says he leads from here because it is night and the roads are impassable and there are a great many poisons out here that only he knows. Jin looks up and decides at least the stars are bright. Then he smiles and calls to Sejong and suggests he try moving with his eyes shut, the way the squad leader does. Sejong grins and asks whether he really thinks that is going to work, and points out that he is already busy and now has even more training. Then Dakum tells them to come closer, because a viper lives here, and something comes out of the trees at them, frightening everybody, and Sol Pan catches it by the neck. It is a viper. He examines it and asks whether it is a tricolor snake. Jeongyeon asks whether that is genuinely the source of the poison in it. He looks into its mouth and says he does not see it. Dakum is delighted, because nobody except the old man can do that. Sol Pan asks whether these snakes are common here, and Dakum says that further on there is a poisonous forest where other poisonous creatures live, and a large swamp, and that the Miao do not go there. Jin registers that as a forbidden place, which means these people live inside an environment that's dangerous. Since the Blood Demon cult started hunting, the Miao evidently had no option but to hide. Sol Pan asks whether the reason demons do not go in there is the quantity of poison. Dakum confirms it and says the old man told them so, and that demons cannot stand the smell of it. Also further in, the monsters release the poison, so they will need to be careful. Jin and Sol Pan look at each other, because this old man appears to be remarkably well informed about demonic people. Dakum turns around smiling and tells them that once they leave this stretch they should be more careful, because if they drop their guard, the snakes and the insects will notice them and bite immediately. Jeongyeon remarks that it would not hurt any of them to learn from him. Seol Pan agrees, and notes they are only 2 hours walk from the patrol area, so that poisonous forest must be the exact reason the patrols stop where they do. Then something crawls past them, and the bushes move. Sejong goes tense and asks what that noise was, and Seol Pan says it is better for them not to know, which makes it considerably worse. And he asks what is out there. And Seol Pan says he felt a centipede, larger than a human. It has been watching them from a distance. Jeongyeon is frightened, and Jin decides this cannot be true, and asks himself whether that could genuinely be a hovering centipede, the kind that flies by slamming its tail against the ground and pushing off. Dakum says it is not particularly dangerous. It hits the ground with its tail and launches itself high. It is very intelligent and can recognize humans, and he fed it once so it has not attacked since. Jin concludes that a centipede capable of recognizing people is already dangerous enough. Then he asks what the most dangerous thing out here is, and Dakum tells him with enormous enthusiasm that there are wasps here the size of a palm that fly in groups, and one bite kills you. He has never seen one himself, but he has heard there is a spider with a face like a human's, and a red-headed thing in the swamp, and an enormous snake that looks like a tree. They are all very frightening. Jeongyeon is delighted. The men are seriously scared, because they did not think emperor wasps, a human-faced spider, and a bloody viper were all real. Sejong scratches his head, and asks whether a dragon or something along those lines lives out here too. Dakum says he has never heard of one, and Sejong smiles with enormous relief. Later, Dakum says that deep in the forest it gets dangerous, because a black panther lives out there that feeds on poison. Its fangs and claws exude the poison themselves, and the animal is large and fast, and even a spear bounces off it. Seol Pan frowns and looks ahead and says this must be it, because a black panther is coming out of the brush and walking slowly toward them. Dakum gets nervous and says it should not be here, since it normally lives deep in the forest. He tells them to stay still, reaches into his bag, and throws it a piece of meat. It sniffs the meat, then looks up at them, and ignores the meat entirely, and keeps walking toward them. They apparently smell more interesting than food does. Jin wonders whether that is because they have not smeared any herbs on their skin. Sejong tells him it is a real shame he lost the weight. Jin smirks and asks whether he wants to use him as bait. Sejong laughs and says he is quick-witted, and Jin chuckles and points out that he would have outrun him anyway and returned the favor. Then the panther attacks, and Seol Pan goes to meet it, and it shrugs the strike off. He puts several more into it, and it blocks every one of them. Sejong says in shock that it just blocked the commander's strike. It attacks again, and this time Seol Pan kicks its paw, flips over it, and strikes again, which it also blocks to his genuine surprise. They separate, and Jin and Jeongyeon look at each other and nod. Seol Pan goes back in with strikes and evasions, and the two of them come in from behind. They drop on it, and the animal notices anyway, turns and throws both of them off. They land some distance out and get very careful, and put their swords back up. And the panther growls, looks each of them in the eye, turns and leaves. Seol Pan suggests it appears to be retreating. Jin concludes that the animal was real and not an illusion. Jeongyeon says that is simply astonishing, and Sejong says he does not care that a master like that exists somewhere, but the fact that it was standing right next to them is genuinely astonishing. They set out again, and Jin extracts as much as he possibly can from Dakum along the way, collecting purifying herbs that repel demons while the man explains their properties. He is not eloquent about it. He conveys it clearly, which is better. Dawn is breaking by the time they arrive, and Jin notes that at this pace they could probably get back in about 6 hours. Seol Pan confirms it looks that way, and Jeongyeon says that even moving slowly and catching poisonous creatures on the way, roughly 8 hours. Sejong asks whether all three of them are seriously saying they memorized this route in the middle of the night. They turn around and ask, so what? The path was not difficult, was it? And since they would be coming back on their own, of course they memorized it. Sejong is furious about this, and they feel slightly ashamed. Dakum points at a house and announces that it is his, and that they are waiting. He goes in and says the elder should look, because he brought people who can help. There are children sitting on the floor and they start shouting that Dakum is back. Dakum is back, where was he? He comes over and hugs them and says he missed them. And the elder gets up off his bed and starts asking where the hell he has been all night, leaving the children in this state, and what nonsense this is about people who can help. Seol Pan lifts the cloth in the doorway and comes in and greets him and says they came at Dakum's request to help. The elder asks who they are. Those same nobodies from the Dragon Corps. They should leave immediately. Then he starts shouting that they are freaks and disgusting to look at, and that they should never have come, and that there is nothing here for them, and that they should get out, and starts throwing dishes and breaking them. So Dakum shouts at him asking what he is doing, because these people came here to help, and the elder tells him to shut up, brat, and to stop doing senseless things. Even if he were dying, did he ever imagine he would accept help from scum like them? So they turn around and walk out of the house together. Sejong asks what the old man was even saying. Dakum runs out after them, and says he is very sorry and never thought it would go like this, and that they came all the way here just to see the man, and he does not even know how to apologize. Sejong says they will pretend they enjoyed the performance because that did not look like a dying old man at all, and if anything he was full of life. Jin tells him that if he needs help again he can come to them, and then asks whether they could ask for something in return. Dakum says of course, he will always help them, he promises. And Jin decides that writing off a debt with this man has already achieved the objective because from the very beginning what he needed was to learn where to get the herbs for the antidotes and information about the inner jungle. So he suggests they head back now, since leaving early gets them home sooner. And then he notices Sol Pan, who has gone back into the house. He asks what is happening, and everybody looks at everybody else. Sol Pan tells the man he thinks there has been a misunderstanding. The elder asks what misunderstanding, and tells him to get out of here, you damn nobody. Sol Pan says it is true that he is from the Soaring Dragon Corps, but he is not one of those martial artists. They came here to take something from him. They found him in order to help him. The elder tells him not to talk nonsense. Scoundrel. He is one of them, and claims he is not orthodox. He might as well bark and then announce he is not a lousy dog. So Sol Pan offers him a wager. If he can prove he is not orthodox, the elder lets them help him. The elder asks what. Sol Pan takes that as consent and comes closer. Jongyeon asks whether the squad leader is not an orthodox martial artist. Sejong says he does not really understand the matter either, and that he has never heard of the man's clan. And Jin looks at the floor, because he doubts anybody knows the squad leader's true nature. Not Sejong. Not anybody in the Corps. The day everyone died and the front collapsed, he saw the squad leader's real identity for the first time. And he remembers those crimson eyes very clearly along with the combat ability behind them. The elder says red eyes and asks what he is talking about, and why he is in the Soaring Dragon Corps. A while later everybody is back inside and Sol Pan takes the old man's hand and apologizes and asks how he came to have abilities like this, because there's nothing he can do about his condition. The elder says of course there is not. Even he who gave his entire life to poisons and martial arts is powerless against this. What could somebody like him possibly do? Sol Pan apologizes to Dakum and says his abilities did not live up to expectations. And Dakum asks him not to say things like that. So Sol Pan bows his head and tells the others they need to leave. And the elder comments on his personality, his nature, and his general appearance, and calls him a very strange person, and asks whether he really intends to hide all of it from the children. Sol Pan turns around, and the elder reveals that he himself is from the Blood Demon cult. Everybody in the room asks the same question at once. Jin runs the arithmetic on his deep knowledge of demons and his hatred of the Orthodox, and concludes he may well have been a leading demonic martial artist, and that if Dakum's account is true, then for reasons nobody has explained, he has been helping the Miao people for a very long time. Sejong shouts at the commander asking what this means, and whether the man is really one of those, and Sol Pan apologizes, and says that thinking about Dakum and about the children, he simply could not tell him. Sejong turns back to the old man, and puts a sword on him and calls him a blood cultist. His commander may be fine with this. He will never forgive somebody like him. Dakum screams that the elder was not wrong and begs them to forgive them and to spare him. And the elder says of course and asks whether they are not exactly like the Orthodox. Whether the children die or not, they destroy demonic people the moment they see them, purely to satisfy themselves. Supposedly to exterminate demons and eradicate evil, which is extremely stupid. Sejong gets angry and tells him to shut up and calls him a demon, and Dakum and the children keep begging him to forgive them and not kill the elder, who is a great hero. Sejong keeps shouting that he is a bloody cultivator and asks how he dares mock the Orthodox, and what right he has to do it. And the elder screams back, asking why he cannot mock them. He lost everything. They are hypocrites, and people like them deserve at minimum a good dressing down. And it will not end at mockery, because he intends to destroy them. Then he tells him to come closer and says that he may not be in the best shape, but taking down somebody like him is no problem at all. Sejong draws and shouts that fine, he will grant his wish, and his face fills with an incredible amount of anger, and he swings at the elder. And the children keep begging him through tears not to do it, calling the old man a hero and a brother, and smiling up into his eyes, which makes Sejong hesitate and grind his teeth, and close his eyes and lower the sword. He gives his name and says he is a disciple of the Bijong sect, and says that hiding behind children's backs is low, and that he is not surprised the man was the head of a demonic cult. He will forget today and pretend he was never here. And the elder asks him to repeat the name of the sect, then asks, very surprised, whether he means the sect from Guangxi. Sejong asks, so what? And the elder says 3 words, Muhuang Bloody Massacre. Sejong spins around and asks what he just said, and how he dares mention that. And the elder says he lost his family and everything he had to the Diankang sect and those damned Orthodox factions, so he does not regret it. However, if he thinks about the people who died in that massacre, he might kill them himself. Sejong asks what he is even talking about, and the elder tells him he was one of the people who planned all of it, and he acted together with Mugwan. He is the one who exterminated their sect elders. Seeing is stunned into horror and starts asking whether this was really his doing. What the hell was he doing? And the elder says his version of events does not matter, and he does not want to be understood, and apologizes and tells him to just kill him, and let them both quench the thirst together. And Seong yells at him to shut up, and says that whether he understands him or not is his own choice. So let him tell them what happened that day. His name is Kendall, and he was the former head of an estate of the Cheon family of the Yunnan Orthodox sect. Back then he was very close to the head of that family. Mugwan and the two of them had been chasing the same dream for years, which was to restore an art lost 100 years ago. One of the top 10 swordsmen, Mugwan, and his original martial art, the lightning sword. They spent years trying to recover the technique, and then one day Mugwan found the secret training chamber of his own ancestors, and inside it they restored the lost art. It was a joyful day for the entire clan, and everybody was celebrating. And the happiness was very short, because that secret room sat on the territory of the Ma family estate. Ma and Hui, the head of that family, demanded the right to the sword. Mugwan refused, and asked for a ruling from the delegates of the Yunnan sect, one of the 9 great sects. At the time they believed no leader would ever accept a claim. That ridiculous. The leader supported the Ma family estate, because Hui's son was the sect master's favorite disciple. Diancheng pressured them to hand the lightning sword over to the family, and as a last resort Kendall went to the alliance and appealed for help. And not a single member of it was willing to meet him. The leader of the alliance, the man known as the most righteous of them all, did not show up, and Kendall never managed to see him at all. And when he got back to the estate, there was nothing left. Unknown attackers had gone through their family. Mugwan was the only survivor, and everybody belonging to him had been slaughtered. Mugwan said they had taken his daughter and threatened to kill her if anybody resisted, so they decided on revenge. And while they were looking for a way to get it, the renegades of the blood cult appeared, and they took the most horrific road to revenge available to them, knowing perfectly well that the blood cult was the enemy of all of Murim. Jin points out that the massacre was targeted locally, and that the cult was monitoring events in Yunnan. Kendall confirms it. They followed the cult's predictions perfectly. What he did not expect was that they would drive every martial artist in the region into it. All of it was an excuse, and his revenge produced more people exactly like himself. So now let him kill him, since he killed his elders. A boy runs at him screaming grandfather, and the other children try to hold him back. Seong asks why somebody that important is hiding out here, and whether he was betrayed, and Kendall says his only goal was revenge, and Mugwan appeared to have acquired new dreams. He could no longer be near him or influence him or stop him. Seong asks whether that is why he is raising children, whether this is an attempt at repentance, and whether a man who took that many lives can repent at all, and Kendall says he simply could not do it anymore. Seong smiles and asks whether he could not, then bursts out laughing and starts shouting. Does he know how they had to live because of him? He could not leave his sect, because that sect took him in when he was an orphan. And this man says he could not do it anymore. He is a member of a bloody cult, so let him live like one. And does he know what the genuinely funny part is? He told a man he was from the Bijong sect, and the man asked him where that was. And Seong told him about the massacre and waited to see regret cross his face, and instead the man chose his mentor and tried to kill him. While the demonic head of a bloody cult wants to hand over his life in repentance, he must be joking. None of this is fair. His hands are shaking with anger, and he keeps shouting that killing him would only add to the number of people like himself. Perhaps he should just kill Dakam and those children instead. He should not say words he cannot carry. He should do his best while he is alive, and do more good than he has. Then Seong turns around and swears and says he does not actually know much about any of this, but his friend says they need this man's knowledge in order to attack the blood cult. So whether it is herbs or poison or the cult itself, let him tell them everything he knows. Kendall says nothing for a while, then tells Dakam to bring the thing he made last time. Dakam brings an envelope, and Kendall says that of course it cannot compare to a great rejuvenation pill, but it should be on the level of a Shaolin lesser rejuvenation pill. This is not repentance. He should pretend he picked it up off the street, which makes Seong angrier, and he asks whether the man thinks something like this appeases his anger because he is not that kind of person. And Jin smiles and points out that he complained recently about never having any elixirs. Jungyeon confirms that he did, and that he now owns a lesser rejuvenation pill, and congratulates him. Seong suggests they split it, since as people say, if external energy exceeds half of yours, it leads to a flow deviation. Jin needs energy and Jungyeon and the commander need to be stronger in order to protect him. Before he can finish, Solpan thanks him for the offer and says he will keep training because elixirs will not help him. He is stuck at the age of 80, so he cannot accumulate much of anything until he reaches enlightenment. And Jungyeon says yes, but thank you. Kendall remarks that he has never in his life watched anybody give away their own elixir. Who are these people? Let them stop worrying about energy deviation and simply eat it. Jungyeon asks how they are supposed to not worry about energy deviation and whether they have some special method, and Kendall says they are about to learn one of the greatest secrets the blood cult has, the poison core. Seong repeats it back, and Kendall confirms it. An energy core carrying very weak traces of poisonous energy. Energy deviation happens when internal energy collides with itself, so this applies external pressure and stops all of it. Jin asks why nobody has known this, and Kendall points out that he already told them it is one of the greatest secrets the blood cult has. Even when somebody dies and the poison core starts leaking on its own, it does not disappear. And who would ever take an interest in a blood cult member's core? The reason the cult could be destroyed at all is that its members accumulated energy far too easily, and they really have only just uncovered that. Then Jungyeon asks why neither of the other two is taking the elixir, since Jin is dueling shortly. Seol Pan agrees. Sejong says there is no reason left to hesitate, and Jin puts it in his mouth while every child in the room, along with Dakum and the elder, stands there dumbfounded. Then Dakum asks in a shaking voice what happened to Raccoon. A boy says he never came back, so Dakum went looking for him this morning. And Dakum goes quiet and tells himself the boy knows this forest well, so there's no need to worry about him getting lost. He hopes he did not go too far. Somewhere out in that forest there is a bright flash of light, and monsters start attacking one after another and go down. One of the men there remarks that this is exactly what you expect from the great bloodthirsty demon general, who dealt with a creature like that effortlessly. And the man says, of course. Could anybody expect less from the demon general who fought that valiantly in the last campaign? Then he holds out a hand and says he did not kill it, so they should take it along, since a poison panther is rare, and the blood demon might find it interesting. His friend comes over smiling and says he had not realized he personally goes on poison collecting expeditions. Is he running errands now? It is unexpected that the blood demon would hand trivial little adventures like this to the demon general, and the man turns around and asks whether he would like to change his mind and submit himself to his judgment. The friend spreads his arms and says of course not. How dare he? He was only worried the general might be upset about having to do everything himself. So the man hits him squarely on the head and says he has no need for followers like that. Then a subordinate comes over and tells the demon general they captured a meow child out here. He decides the people must have been moved somewhere nearby, since this child was carrying a bag of incense that repels the undead. The boy screams that he lives here alone and there is nobody else, and calls them damned monsters. And the man smiles and says that the undead dislike poisonous smells, so it is no surprise somebody found a way to repel them. What is odd is that this child is carrying such a bag. The boy starts crying, and the man lifts him up by the neck and calls him a poor child, and tells him to listen to him. The child stares at him, bewildered, and then frightened. Back in the house, energy is glowing around the people inside it, because releasing those demons was only the beginning, and the demonic beings will keep manifesting. Jungyeon says the earlier ones were prototypes built in order to make more powerful undead, and Kendall confirms it and says that is exactly why he decided to leave Mugwan, since the undead were only a piece of the larger thing he was reaching for. Before he can finish that sentence, a little girl starts screaming that Raccoon is out there, and that he brought strange people here. Kendall looks out the window and freezes in horror. Then he moves and gets all of them out through the back door. Seol Pan asks who that was, and the old man says the bloodthirsty demonic general who knows how to get here, and that they need to run right now. The bloodthirsty general is the head of the Supreme Realm and killed a great many members of the Orthodox sects during the Great War. Seol Pan says they brought Raccoon with them, and Kendall says that unfortunately he is already under a spell, and that if they try to save him, all of them die. Seol Pan looks at Jin and Sejong and thinks for a moment, and then tells the elder to run with the children while he buys time. The elder says that is madness, and Jeongyeon says no, not the squad leader. She is staying with him. As the group approaches the house, Gwangguk remarks that there is a place like this in the poisonous forest, and that it is amazing, and that whoever built it clearly knew poisonous and medicinal herbs. He will finally get to meet him. Elder Kendall. Then Seol Pan appears in front of him, and Gwangguk goes tense. Seol Pan gives his name and says he is the commander of the 7th Squad of the 13th Soaring Dragon Corps, and asks what faction the man belongs to. Gwangguk repeats the name of the corps back at him and says that he, Gwangguk, is of the Blood Demon cult, and that he has business with the local elder. Do they intend to interfere with him? Seol Pan says he is the great bloodthirsty demon general, and that he has heard of his accomplishments. He would not dare stop him, but they patrol this territory, and if the general does not want to violate the truce between the Alliance and the Blood Cult, then please do not interfere. Gwangguk asks whether this is Soaring Dragon Corps territory, because he does not think so. Seol Pan says it is, and tells him to look around because is that not the core? Gwangguk looks, and says he does not see anything. So Seol Pan walks over and punches him in the face. Gwangguk is thrown clear and cries out, and then opens his eyes and finds that they have decided to come at him from multiple directions. A fierce fight starts, and his subordinates shout that they are coming to help the general. One of them draws and says with a smile that he is on his way. And Jeongyeon comes in behind her own side and puts a strike straight through his chest. The men around her call her a beast and say they will do things to her first and kill her after. Then suggest skipping the killing, since they will cut off her arms and legs and use the body later. And note that they do not need to touch the face, and that they hope there will not be any scars. Jeongyeon tells them she will be cutting several parts off them. Her face, however, is untouchable, and she keeps fighting. Seol Pan meanwhile knows he can hold this level of strength for 15 minutes, so he has to finish inside that window. He drives a strike into the ground and sparks come up all around him, and he rises and kicks Gwangguk again, and puts him flat. Gwangguk laughs and says he is not that simple, and that he did not think there were people like that in the Corps. Then he comes at Seol Pan from the other side, and says he is glad he gets to kill him before he grows any stronger. Seol Pan is thrown clear, and looks up in fear as the man drops on him again. And Gwangguk goes face first into the dirt instead, while Seol Pan lands hard on the other side. He runs at an incredible speed and gets through the attacks with a series of very sharp rolls. And when one of the blows finally lands, Seol Pan backs off, which makes Gwangguk say he cannot believe he is still alive, and that it is simply unbelievable, and that he should consider it an honor to die at his hands. Then he goes at him again, and Sol Pan gets very angry and very careful. Meanwhile, the elder lifts the basement door and tells Dakum to take his brothers and hide down there. They are not to come out for at least 6 months. Dakum shouts at him to come with them, and he says he is already old, and would like to do as much good as possible in the days he has left. Dakum calls out to him through tears, and he says he will be fine, so go. Then he pulls the bed back over the entrance and says he never imagined he would use demonic arts again, particularly ones that had to be sealed with medicine. The demonic energy running through him interferes with his mind and sets off new impulses. Then again, this body does not have much time left in it. He may as well enjoy the end. Then somebody touches his shoulder, and Kendall turns around and shouts at Dakum asking why he is still here, and is terrified when he sees who is actually standing in front of him. Out on the ground, Jeongyeon takes another opponent apart without difficulty, and the rest of them laugh and shout about how luscious her thighs are. She goes quiet and lowers her eyes. Sol Pan parries and rolls back again. And Jin does the math and does not like it because the squad leader has been fighting this long already. So how is he supposed to hold against a top-level master? And if he makes one mistake, he falls into the hands of these animals. It looks bad. And then Jeongyeon works out what she needs to do. Another swordsman charges her, shouting that he will see for himself. She lifts her sword and makes several very short movements, and cuts him into several pieces. He asks what happened, frightened, and then comes apart. The rest of them understand instantly that she has been hiding her skill and decide to hit her all at once. Slash her arms and put her down right now. So all of them come at her simultaneously, moving from side to side, and Jin arrives and covers her from every direction. He smiles and tells her that was good work, and she smiles back. One of the men shouts something at him, and Jin realizes that right now, with his energy nearly at the level of almost 60 accumulated years, there is something he can finally test. So he uses the 13 swords, a bird soaring over the horizon. The man asks whether he actually did that. He makes another sharp movement, and Jin has already passed him in a way, and notes that this was easier than he expected, considering he has never used the technique before. Then he turns because Jeongyeon is surrounded again, and they are not giving up, and one of them screams and goes down with his throat opened. Jin says he hopes he did not interrupt her. She says she is only glad he did. Seong asks what they are even doing over there, and whether they should help. Then all of them turn, because the elder is running at the fight, shouting Ji Gwangguk's name. There is a bright flash and their powers meet, and moments later Kendall is thrown aside. His opponent smiles and realizes that this is Elder Kendall in front of him. He knew it was him. Kendall says yes it is, and asks how Mugwan is, and the man says the blood demon is fine, and tells him that if he had not left, the blood cult's plans for world domination would have accelerated by 10 years. Kendall understands that the cult has apparently restored his research even though he destroyed it, which means the blood demon has surprised him. The man adds that anybody who encounters Elder Kendall is to send him to the afterlife, then throws himself at Kendall and tells him to prepare for death, laughing. Kendall calculates that he has enough energy for roughly 90 years. The struggle turns violent, and Gwangguk is surprised that his own powers are not moving as fast as they should. They are both thrown clear, and he shouts that it turns out the old man took the blood madness pill. That pill temporarily boosts strength and activates true energy and then delivers severe side effects. For a man in his condition, it is poison, considering that even orthodox martial artists with pure energy cannot always survive what it does afterward, which makes it very clear what he is doing. Sol Pan shouts and goes in on the same opponent, and Kendall moves. Together they take the man apart until he is covered in his own blood and screaming at them to get away. Then both of them are thrown clear, and Gwangguk laughs and goes after the old man and tells him to say goodbye to this world. Sol Pan cries out, and so does the elder, and somebody takes hold of Gwangguk's arm. It is Jin, staring silently into his eyes, because Kendall had already told him how this goes. They attack together. Even with the blood madness pill, the man is difficult to kill. So Kendall gathers everything he has and tries to destroy him, and at that moment they make certain Sol Pan is out of the way. Seong screamed that this was self-destruction, and asked why a former member of a demonic sect was doing this at all. And the old man said what he already said before. He simply feels that he has to. Now Gwangguk's hand is gone, and he is screaming in horror that the damned old man used him. Sol Pan asks whether he really covered his entire body with that. Gwangguk starts coughing blood, and Sol Pan runs, because this is the chance. The last one bought at the price of a human life. He puts a knee through the man's chest and throws him aside. Gwangguk screams at him to get back, and before he can do anything about it, Sol Pan hits him in the face again. He holds on and tries to get up, and every strike takes more of him apart. Seong shouts, delighted, for the captain to end it here. A moment later, Gwangguk is thrown clear off the slope, and Sol Pan looks him in the eye before obliterating him into a pool of blood. And then Jin screams at the captain, because Sol Pan has started coughing blood himself. It is true that the squad leader matched Gwangguk's strength through his secret technique. The 15-minute limit on it is strict. Is it over? No. Judging by the amount of blood, he forced himself to keep going after the limit expired. And Gwangguk laughs and walks toward him and says what a pity. He will kill him first, but he should not worry, because his friends are right behind him. Jin tries to find a move. The situation is dire, and it is hopeless. Only a commander who reached the pinnacle of the heavenly realm can compete with Gwangguk, and nobody else will even get through his defensive energy. If they had one more fighter at that level, this would be different. He shouts the man's name, and Gwanguk says it is useless because he cannot even move him now. So Jin screams and hits him in the groin. The man throws himself backward and remarks that these are cheap tricks, and then freezes because Jin has moved, he swears. And Jin is already holding an enormous black panther in his arms. He throws it at him and shouts that he can do this, then draws and cuts the panther's bindings. Gwanguk understands the situation and cannot move while the animal comes down on him roaring. There is a very loud scream as he tries to fight the panther off. He hangs backward until it lands beside him and comes at him again with its fangs. He rolls clear, shouting that Jin is an idiot since he is blocking his own movement too. The panther is beside his face, and he screams that a black panther changes nothing. And then his eyes flare bright red, and he stops, because there is a tricolor snake, and the little brat used it. A moment later the panther bites straight through his body. It keeps taking Gwanguk apart for a while everybody else stands there in silence. And when it is finished, Jin looks at the wreckage without saying anything, and releases the panther back into the forest. Then he goes down onto the ground in horror. Sol Pan tells him everybody got out safely thanks to how fast he reacted. Jin says no. Without him, they would never have bought that much time. And by the way, is he alright, because it looks like he was in trouble? Sol Pan says he will rest a little and everything will be fine, and that they should head back now, because the people who stayed behind will be worried. Jin decides the deputy will handle him, although who knows what to expect from Tae-young. Then he walks over to Sol Pan and says there is something he would like to tell him on the way back. Back at the core, one of the women is apologizing for the disturbance to Ganil, who says everything is fine, and that when they return, somebody should tell him to have a good meal. Soyu wonders whether she should postpone the patrol and whether she ought to tell Commander Ganil about the shift change. Jian is glad he took it calmly, and Soyu remarks that he is a good man even though he loves eating and forgets a great deal. Jian asks whether that is true, since she heard the sect recognized him as a genius, and Soyu says yes, in martial arts he has natural talent, and that tomorrow she will go to the second in command and ask him to cover the next shift. Jian asks whether she means Commander Ganil, and Soyu says that if she is uncomfortable dealing with a Diantang member, she can go alone and Jian can wait here. Jion says it is fine, they are comrades, and she needs to put personal animosity aside, unless it is Tae-young. Soyu says she is proud of her, and that Commander Ganil is the most reasonable man in the section, and that he only appears cold, and that even the other men respect him, and cold as a blade. He does not discriminate and treats everybody fairly, whether they are strong or weak, Dian Kang or anything else. Then somebody walks up and asks whether they have nothing better to do. It is Tae-young asking whether Sol Pan has come back yet, the 13th Soaring Dragon, 7th Squad. And the Snake Blade? Soyu remarks that it looks like he is running late, and that she asked the commander of the first squad to take the shift. Tae-young says this is what she gets for doing meaningless things, and his men ask whether Sol Pan was perhaps afraid to face Tae-young, and whether that is why he is out there. By now he is probably on his knees begging the commander to let them sit a little longer. And Soyu says they were in the Dragon Corps before they were the 7th Squad, so why should they not worry about their comrades? Tae-young asks worry, why, and says that if something happens to Sol Pan, then he finally becomes the squad commander, so nothing could be better. His men all confirm this. So Woyu asks whether young Master Tae-young would be the squad commander, and points out that if Sol Pan ever needed replacing, should it not be her. Their faces twist and they start shouting about how the deputy commander dares speak like that. And Soyu asks how she dares really, and how they dare say things like that to the deputy commander. Tae-young says that is enough, and that he is well aware Miss Soyu is an outstanding martial artist. But is she skilled enough to be a contender for squad leader? And Soyu says no, she is not. But is she any worse than he is? Perhaps that is unfair. He does have to defeat Jin first. Tae-young asks whether she seriously thinks that insignificant boy is worthy of being his opponent. And Soyu says she does not know. The young master looked entirely unnerved before he met her. What was it he said? He seemed so insignificant. Tae-young asks how he dares, and Soyu wishes him luck. Jian asks her to wait for her, and Soyu privately notes that she does not know what happened, but it is obvious that Tae-young's skill has reached a new level, since he was recently level with her. Will Master Jin be able to handle him? She closes a fist around that thought and decides the commander needs to come back and give her clearance soon, because she is close to falling apart. Later she goes to Ganil and tells him the commander thanks him for his efforts, and apologizes for the inconvenience their team caused. And Ganil turns around and says, Sol Pan is one of the best martial artists he has ever known. Soyu asks what he means, and he tells them not to worry that much. Soshui smiles and asks Jiyeon whether they are heading back. Her eyes light up at that, and then Soyu says that of course they are, because they need to train. Jiyeon's answer is not enthusiastic. The situation, however, keeps escalating, because Tae-young comes over and asks whether it would not be better to inform the commander of the 8th Division and put together a search party. Soyu says only 3 days have passed, and they will wait until tomorrow and then act. Tae-young asks only 3 days. As far as he knows, nobody has ever vanished into that forest for 3 days and come back alive. And Soyu says that with the commander absent, the deputy makes the decision. He asks whether that is so, because Commander Yu-gi-oh appears to disagree, and the first thing to do is convene the commanders tomorrow. Soyu tells him not to say that he informed Commander Yu-gi-oh the captain was missing. Tae-young chuckles, and says it was for their team, and for the 13th Soaring Dragon Corps. The longer this drags on, the more the rest of the team suffers, and the best solution is to take control of the situation before that happens. Soyu screams at him asking how he dares, and somebody else answers that he is right. They should have addressed the root of the problem earlier, and he has been too soft. Soyu was right about it. If you do not cut away the rotten fruit, the damage spreads to the other branches. It is Commander Sol Pan with his squad behind him. Soyu calls out to him, smiling. Taegyong turns around in shock and says his name, and Jiyan runs to him and says he is late, and she was very worried. Sol Pan apologizes to her, then turns to Miss Soyu and thanks her for her concern. She says she does not understand why she cannot stop doing this. He apologizes and says it is his fault. She says it is not at all, and Jin registers exactly how worried she was about them. Then somebody else joins them and says he is just in time. Taegyong walks directly into Jin's face and explains briefly that even if he has been fighting for his life out there, it changes nothing, and he should not imagine the fight is being delayed. Jin asks whether he genuinely needs to do this, because he wanted to finish quickly and rest, so they may as well finish it now. Taegyong says 1 hour, and tells him not to think about running, and Jin asks why he would do that, then watches him leave, certain he is going straight to Yu-Gi-Oh! He wants to crush him in front of as many people as possible, which fits Jin's plan perfectly. He will make him regret this, and he will beg for death. When they meet at the market, there is a very large crowd. Captain Fu Yan of the 13th Soaring Dragon Corps is there, along with Captain Sagvan of the 5th Squad, the Black Snake Door, who says that at least it is something since he was bored and is glad of it. Yoin is there. So are Yu-Gi-Oh! And Cheongwan. Jin walks up, and Taegyong says he will kill him, or rather that Jin will be the one praying for death. Jin tells him to stop talking and attack. Taegyong shouts that he is an asshole and will regret those words. Then everything around him lights up and he goes straight at Jin, and misses, which surprises him. He decides Jin is trying to make a fool of him, which is presumably a description of himself. He does not understand how the man moved, and asks what that was, and charges again. And Jin simply is not there. Sejong identifies it as a stepping technique. Jin, meanwhile, saw plenty of Taegyong strikes in his past life, and thinks of them as a miniature arrow of slaying the sun. Now that his own techniques have gone past what he had last time, the man will not even touch him. One of the watching commanders notes that his strikes are fast and devastating, and asks what the point is if none of them connect. And Yuan says that on the other hand, the boy has not even drawn his sword. The result is already obvious, so there's no reason to watch. Yu-Gi-Oh gets angry and stares into Taegyong's eyes, and Taegyong looks back at him in fear and keeps fighting, and keeps getting nowhere. Then Jin stops abruptly and says that up to now he has only been using the Heavenly Wind Step. Taegyong asks what. Jin does not answer him, and says he will now be using the 13 Songwoo swords. Light ignites around him and he goes straight at Taegyong, who is frightened to find it under his feet. Jin asks whether he retreats in the face of an enemy attack. How foolish. Then he smiles and drops on him, and Taegyong stands there bewildered and swings and shouts at him not to get overconfident, just because he learned a few techniques. Their powers meet in an instant, and a whirlwind comes up in the middle of the market. Taegyong looks up, and Jin is coming down on him from above. He swings and lands it clean. Sejong and Jungyeon watch in shock, and Taegyong freezes and says this is impossible. Jin's sword is beside his face, and he stands straight and tells him, with complete confidence, that Taegyong can now serve him. After that defeat, Taegyong went straight back to being a snake, because he disliked bowing to him so much that he begged Yu-Gi-Oh for a transfer to another squad, which is how the proud Ma Yu-Gi-Oh ended up bowing to squad leader Sol Pan, purely to request Taegyong's transfer. His subordinates went with him, and Jin's view is that a squad member you cannot trust is worse than no squad member at all. Afterward, the men gather outside and Sejong suggests washing and eating. And Jin looks over and finds NN walking up to him, handing him a napkin telling him to please wipe the sweat off. He thanks her by name, and she says astonished that he knows her name. Then Jin holds his own head and announces what a sinner he is, and how sad it is that he cannot accept her love. He laughs at his own joke, and Sejong tells him to get that smile off his face. Jungwon finds all of this strange, since the man only recently lost the weight. So why is everybody suddenly circling him? Sejong says it is entirely because of the duel with Taegyong, and that looking good is not that important next to skill. Jungwon asks whether he thinks strength would make him more popular, and Sejong asks whether he wants to win attention from somebody other than a certain young lady. Jungwon says he was only curious. Sejong says he knows he would never do anything like that, and Jin looks at the napkin and decides that being the object of somebody's adoration is somehow strange. Then Soyu comes over and asks whether they are finished training, and every man there turns toward her. Jin remembers he has something to give her. She asks what it is, and he says his father gave him this elixir. She says she cannot take something that precious, and that he has to accept the gift himself. Jin says he will have 60 years of accumulated energy shortly, so there is no need. The commander has presumably already told her how narrowly they survived out there, which means their squad needs more high-level martial artists. Jeongyeon and the rest of them have to work toward the highest level, so please accept it. Soyu takes the elixir and says alright, she will do everything she can for the squad, then thanks him with tears in her eyes, and Jin goes red, and thinks that she always used to look after him, and something has changed now. Could things be different this time? Soyu comes closer and asks about the other handkerchief. Who was that one from? He panics and says it does not matter, and privately calls himself an idiot for showing a woman another woman's handkerchief. He puts it in his pocket, and Sejong comes over and says it was NN from the 3rd squad. Soyu repeats the name and notes that this girl is extremely popular among men. Jin suggests, carefully, that perhaps she might be jealous, and Soyu exclaims about how popular he has become and how proud of him she is. She imagines this must be what a mother feels. She is so happy for him. Every dream Jin has ever had collapses on the spot. He asks mother, and she decides to treat the elixir he gave her as a present from her son. Then Soyu says they plan to take in new members 3 weeks from now, after the disputes at the Orthodox meeting, since accepting people right before a meeting like that is inconvenient. Jin works out that this must be them, then the ones who arrived after the meeting. They were in other squads last time, but from what he remembers, the people he is thinking of were energetic and very bright. They have fewer men than the other squads, and they now have 3 upper-tier first-rank fighters. In pure strength they are becoming far stronger, and if he had more elixir he could have strengthened the rest as well. It is a shame the old man's knowledge of making elixirs out of poison was lost with him, because after the day they killed Gwanguk, nobody has seen Dakum. On Kendall's advice, he and his brothers went into hiding, and nothing was left in that house, not one personal belonging. Considering how much could have been learned from him, the old man's death cost them a great deal. Then Sol Pan comes stamping over, and they hear him before they see him, and the men ask whether it is over yet. Ji-yeon asks whether anything important was announced. Sol Pan says there is good news and bad news, and asks which they want first. Ji-yeon wants the bad news, so that the good news can cheer them up afterward. He says they are back on cleaning duty at the entrance, and Sejong yells that they were there a couple of days ago, and they even trimmed all the trees. Sol Pan says he made the same argument, and the vice captain said cleaning should be done daily. Jin holds his head and asks why anybody is cleaning a battlefield at all, and suggests the blood demon will presumably take one look at their landscaping and flee, because the vice captain is evidently risking everything on this meeting of the Orthodox. The event itself passed quietly, and then the strange thing started. It began when Mei Yokyung was found dead after a spider spirit attack. They raised their vigilance and hunted the spirit and found no trace of it, and then Yu-gi-Oh collapsed into despair because she was his lover. And the deputy leader of the 3rd squad was taken by the cult, and Yeon, who led that squad, had no choice but to destroy him. That sequence broke the morale of the 13th Corps entirely, and that is nowhere near all of it. Is there a connection running through all of this? Ji-yeon asks what the good news is, and Sol Pan says their leave has been moved up to next week. Everybody is delighted. Jin is surprised because early leave never happened in his past life, and asks what changed. Sol Pan says Yu-gi-Oh, the leader of the 4th squad, gave them his slot because the 7th has fewer members, and told them to take leave before the new recruits arrive. Also, given what happened with Taegyong, Yu-gi-Oh apparently feels he owes them something. Jin says that explains it, and privately notes that the future has moved in a way he did not anticipate, although perhaps for the better. Last time he could not react to any of the problems because he was on leave. Now perhaps he can watch from outside and change something, because interesting things are about to happen in the city. He asks the commander what his plans for the break are. Sol Pan says he was planning to stay here and train, since he has nowhere to go. Jin suggests Guzo. Sol Pan's face contorts, and Jin agrees that they will have a wonderful time there. All of it began between the leader of the Black Traders Union and one of the most renowned physicians of the era. Juyeon promised Jiangwan an enormous reward if he created a great elixir, and then, out of his own greed, saw the elixir as an asset and asked him to join the Black Traders Union. But for a man known as the most respected traveling physician alive, there was no version of satisfying what the Black Traders wanted. Enraged by the refusal, Juyeon started investigating him and eventually understood that the reason the physician had accepted the commission at all was to create his own elixir. So he put him under surveillance, and when the elixir was finished, the Black Traders ambushed him. The physician barely got out of the encirclement. His children did not, and the little ones were taken. Juyeon held them hostage and demanded the elixir, and his opponent behaved in a way nobody expected, because he placed that elixir above everything else, which made Juyeon start treating it as the greatest prize available to him, which left him no option but to capture Jiangwan before the other hunters killed him. Sejong says he understands all of it and asks what they are supposed to do now, hide through their leave. And Jin asks whether he means that a disciple of a sect would simply stand there while injustice like this happens. He thought a prestigious orthodox sect was the man's pride, and he is behaving like the opposite of it. Sejong shouts that fine, he will do it, alright. Jin smiles and says of course he will, and asks whether he assumes that includes Jiangwan, a disciple of the unbreakable sect. Sol Pan blurts out that he is not from an orthodox sect, and Jin says that either way, they are here to right a wrong. Sejong asks whether they should not simply help the healer, since otherwise why are they here at all? And Jin tells him to think about it. Why does he think the doctor did not bargain, and offered the elixir as a reward instead? If he had handed the elixir over, would Juyeon have released his children? Why would he when he could blackmail the doctor indefinitely? Jeongwon is demonstrating that the children are worthless as hostages and forcing the enemy to move off them. They say that is clear, and Sol Pan notes that the conversation has shifted off his children and back onto the elixir. In his past life, Jeongwon's plan partially worked, because a martial artist who wanted the elixir destroyed the fighters, and the leader's son killed Jeongwon's children in retaliation. All of it ended in tragedy, after which the physician promised to give his life to whoever destroyed the rest of the Union, and that promise was fulfilled when the Union fell. Sol Pan asks whether their task is to save Jongwon's daughters. Seong says it is, and asks whether he is sure about this, because these people are one of the 8 great powers, and they do not even know where the children are being held. Jin says the Union is currently almost empty, and all of its major forces are away. He got that from the House Act, so it is reliable, and there are roughly 3 places children could be held: the prison, the warehouse, and a hidden room in the Union leader's residence. He hears the prison is the most secure, so the captain should take that. Seong takes the warehouse. He takes the hidden room. Jongwon asks what he does, and Jin says that is an excellent question, because he gets the most important task and the most difficult one. Jongwon asks whether he really gets the most important one. Later, the guards come out complaining about how tired they are because after 2 shifts in a row their entire bodies hurt. When are they finally going to catch this healer? They will keep running night watch until they do. What a nuisance, and all because of one rat. Then they find a man standing in front of them and ask what this is, who he is and why he came here, and what brings anybody to the Black Traders Union at this hour. And the man shows off a very muscular body and tells them he is Bae Jongwon of the Invincible Sect. He has admired this union for a long time and would like to join it, so please let him meet the leader. One of the guards repeats the name of the sect back at him. Another asks him to say that again, and Jongwon announces that he wants to see the leaders at this hour. They ask whether he is insane. He says he came a very long way to get here, so please let him meet them. They tell him to leave and come back in the morning, since they themselves barely see the leaders, so what makes him think anybody is arranging an audience? Jin, watching this, holds the view that unnecessary words are not required here. Shouting solves most problems. So Jongwon shouts that he does not understand any of this, and to bring the leader out here, a guard shouts back that if he intends to make a scene, they will cut him down, and that if he wants to join them he can come back at sunrise. Jongwon asks whether they are going to tie him up, then laughs very loudly and says that is a wonderful joke. Another guard concludes that only a good beating will teach this man anything. So they try to take him apart, and none of it does anything. The guard's hands start shaking and he asks why this man's body is like that. And Jongwon says he has decided to hit him, then takes him by the clothes and throws him into a wall, which comes apart into small pieces, and the guard stays down for quite a while. Everybody else gets very careful and starts shouting at him to stop and asking how he dares. Jongwon asks him. The guard attacked first, then a patrol supervisor of the Black Traders Union named Choksum comes out and asks what is going on here, and Jongwon announces that he is Bae Jongwon of the Invincible Sect, who came here to join, and was attacked. Every guard turns to look at Choksum, who asks whether that is true, and they confirm that it is. Sol Pan remarks that it looks like Jongwon has started, and Jin says that the moment they hear tiles breaking, they move. The guards spin around alarmed and somebody shouts asking who that was. Sol Pan decides that is their cue and runs. Meanwhile, the guards pick up a piece of tile off the ground and work out what fell, and wonder why it would fall on level ground at all. Perhaps it was damaged in the recent storm. He will have to borrow it later and get it fixed. He is already unnerved, particularly after all that commotion at the gate. Jin listens to that conversation while a lock clicks shut, and concludes that the intelligence was accurate, and they really are not letting anybody near the chambers. The Union leader's bedroom is most likely the room that looks the most important, which means it is this one. He opens the doors carefully and finds a naked woman and a man, both of whom are extremely startled to see him. The man grabs a sword and demands to know who he is, and Jin cannot work out why he is not calling the guards, since that would be the obvious move. Then the woman whispers at him to close the doors, because people can see, and which Jin finds a fascinating set of priorities. He closes the doors, and the man asks what he wants, and how he dares walk into the headman's chambers. Thief. And Jin says this is very interesting, because the man is currently entertaining himself with the headman's concubine, and Jin is the one being called a thief. The man asks whether his father sent him, and whether his father has known this whole time what they do in here. Jin smiles because he now knows exactly what he is looking at, and asks Musan whether he even understands his own sins. Musan says no, frightened, and the woman says they have not been caught yet, so he should simply kill him, and there will be nobody left. She screams at him to kill him, because they need to eliminate him before anybody notices the noise outside. Musan screams at him to die, and Jin considers how stupid that is, since there is no possible way to miss a strike driven entirely by emotion. Musan starts coughing, and Jin decides that an idiot who murdered a doctor's children on a whim is better off dead himself. The woman says he killed the Union leader's son, and smiles. So it was not the leader who sent him. Then she takes hold of his shoulder, and says that if it was not him, he should take her, because she is being held here against her will, and if he saves her she will be his, and repay him for the service. Jin asks with a smile whether that is so, then ties her to the bed and tells her he will not kill her, but that if she screams the guards come, so she should not move. If she wants to live, she should try begging for mercy when the Union leader arrives. Although he is not confident, Juyeon is a forgiving man. He privately files this woman as a snake and notes that even the squad leader would struggle to make peace with somebody like her. Then he goes through another door and confirms he is in the right place, although is there genuinely nothing here. He takes off the mask and concludes that at minimum he will not be leaving empty-handed. Down in the prison, a great many guards are tied up, and Wanik, the head of a merchant assassination guild, is telling them that without them he would have died in here without avenging his children, and that they are forever in his debt. Pan says they can settle the debt outside, so please get out alive. He has searched from the first floor down to 3 levels underground and cannot find the doctor's children. The prisoners have not seen them either, which means they are wherever Jin and Sejong went. And then somebody shouts at all of them to stop and hold still, or there will be no mercy. They are on duty and they cannot let anybody escape. If everybody quietly returns to their cell, nothing here happened. The woman saying that is Woonhyun the Blood Whip. Phoenix is a name orthodox sex hand to female warriors who reach perfect martial prowess by 20, and the unorthodox sex do the same, and Woonhyun took the Blazing Phoenix designation 6 months ago and started working. Like every employer before him, Juyeon was drawn far more to her beauty, and to the idea of a night with her, than to what she can do in a fight. She, being famously picky, disagreed, which is why she always demands payment up front so that awkward situations resolve themselves. And when she gets tired of an employer's appetites, she simply returns the payment and leaves. Juyeon had been a good employer until now. Then she saw what he did, and it disgusted her. The man he was working with had his own family taken hostage, and although Juyeon never said anything crude to her, she understood he was a person willing to do anything at all to get what he wants. There are lines that even unorthodox warriors do not cross. So the Bloodwhip refused the order to hunt the man down, and stayed on to observe instead. She is already planning to leave as soon as he returns. None of which changes the present situation because work is work, and while the contract holds she does not let anybody out. Return to the cell and she saw nothing. The prisoners are frightened and back away. And Woonhyun puts the whip into the ground and says that if they resist, she has no choice. She fights with a whip. Her beauty is comparable to the great beauties of history. The nickname came from the amount of blood her victims lost. Pan decides to buy the prisoners time and lets them run. They call him a hero and say they will not forget him. Woonhyun wonders who the masked man is and works out that since he is releasing them, he is behind all of this. Pan had heard the Union kept fighters on guard here. He did not expect a woman, which is a catastrophe. He starts moving in every direction away from her strikes, turning out of them without difficulty. She smiles and keeps attacking. Then he is thrown clear, and he grips his own hand and works out that the arm he blocked with is going numb, and that he cannot keep absorbing attacks like that. Woonhyun says that was not bad, and Pan asks himself whether he genuinely has to fight her, although he would have to fight a woman eventually. Woonhyun tells him he does not look like the kind of person this union hires, and that if he is acting out of some sense of justice, it would be better to simply leave. And he decides that if he keeps hesitating, he lets everybody down and somebody dies. He remembers his mother and says that it is not his problem if she dies protecting other people. Then he moves, and Woonhyun asks whether he just closed his eyes. He closes the distance fast and avoids everything, and she shouts at him to dodge this one too. He dodges all of it, which surprises her. He keeps coming through her strikes, and she was expecting that. Then he thrusts a fist out and she asks whether that is a throwing weapon and pulls her dagger, genuinely impressed by how dexterous he is. She does not intend to let him win this easily. Their powers meet and Woonhyun finally lands on him and understands that she has to finish this now. Then she puts the dagger to his throat and is terrified because he has taken hold of her face. She lost that easily, and the fact of it infuriates her. She starts to go down, and Pan realizes she saw his face, which is very bad, because Jin recently told him that anybody who sees their faces has to be killed, if only to prevent revenge later. If he had planned on killing her from the start, this would not have happened. He decided to pity her instead. And this is how that goes. New problems. He takes the dagger and simply runs and leaves her lying there. Picking up on the roof, Sejong hears somebody screaming. It is the doctor's daughter telling them to stop, telling them to stand there, calling them idiots. One of the men laughs and announces that an unforgettable experience awaits everybody today. They take hold of the other child and start on them. Another tells him to hurry up because he is waiting his turn, while the girl watches in horror. Then somebody comes through the door, and they turn around frightened and ask who that is. And Sejong calls them scoundrels and goes at them, putting himself between them and the children. The fight starts, and when Sejong lines up his sword, he registers the misty energy around his opponent's blade. Energy, which means the man is a genuine master. He knows he has to end this fast, so he uses the heavenly wind step and comes out behind him. The man clicks his tongue, turns, and blocks. Sejong puts in several more, and everyone is parried. He is forced back, and his opponent works out from the way he moves that he cannot use a chi blade. Fast movements, and a worthless second stringer underneath them, which makes Sejong nervous, because the man is intelligent, and that irritates him. Because after all those years of training with chi, he still cannot make a chi blade. He has tried, and he cannot fully understand it. Is a chi blade simply beyond his talent? Is he going to stand still forever while everybody else moves? Then the man screams to raise the alarm, and Sejong panics, because that could ruin everything. So he goes in, parrying, and tells him he is far too confident for a lackey, and that fighting gains him nothing. He parries and steps back, and in that step, he understands all of it. This man is first class, and he is nothing compared to the first-class fighters Sejong has actually met. Against Jin, or against Soyu, he is too slow. His skills are no different from Sejong's own. He simply has blade chi and Sejong does not. And feeling that difference, Sejong smiles, because now he can do it. He strikes and the man immediately notices he has gotten faster and that he cannot follow him. Sejong moves around him, slips his blows and keeps accelerating. The man goes nervous and starts swinging at random and calls him an annoying, irritating fly. Then Sejong accelerates once more and finishes him, and then looks at what he just did, and laughs and asks whether that was Blade Chi. One of the hostages calls to him, and he unties her and asks whether they are the healer's daughters. She says she is the daughter, and this is her brother. Sejong turns to the second child, surprised, and asks her to say that again. She repeats that she is the only daughter, and that this is her brother. Her brother looks away, embarrassed, and Sejong is stunned. He assembles the whole thing in his head and asks about the guards. And the boy looks at the floor and says they told him he was cute. Sejong lets the subject go, and says this is not the moment for it, since guests may be arriving shortly. Do they know any movement martial arts? They need to leave immediately. He takes them to the temple where Jongwon has already arrived, and Jin notices he looks terrible and asks whether he is alright. He laughs and says not to worry, because a man got interested in his physical attributes, so he gave him a beating. Reassured, Jin looks at the healer's children and decides the son still appears to be in shock. The girl notices the look and stands and bows and thanks them for saving them, since she and her brother could have been in serious trouble. When they heard their father had abandoned them, they thought it was over. Jin starts to say something, and Sejong cuts him off and says the healer is incredible. Who would have thought a man would take on his own children's hatred if it was what saved them? The girl does not understand, so he explains it. He did not trade them for the elixir. He announced a reward for it. He made everybody believe his children were worthless and pulled the enemy off them. If he had tried to trade the elixir for them, he would probably be in captivity by now himself, and might have spent his entire life as a prisoner of the Black Trader Alliance. They only managed to save the two of them because of his judgment. Then he looks at Jin and asks whether he is right. Jin confirms it, and adds that they know better than anybody that their father would never abandon them over a few elixirs. The girl exhales and says that they genuinely did not know that, and her brother thanks them, smiling, and says that without them, they would have died despising their own father. Sejong asks whether that leaves only the healer. The commander says they need to reach him as fast as possible, and Jin pulls out a bag and offers them a look before they go. Sejong asks what is in it. Gifts. Solpan gets a vicious handmade tiger claw, modeled on the blood dragon of the unorthodox sect, the weapon of a bloody spirit killer. He extends the claws and notes it can both stab and cut, and thanks him. Sejong is next, since he also specializes in hidden weapons, so a throwing knife suits him, and the silver wire on it cannot be cut even by Blade Chi. He examines it, delighted, and thanks him. Jongwon gets a spear. The shaft separates so it can be used as a short staff, and it is light. Jongwon thanks him and says he is used to going without weapons and does not need one, having mastered the physical arts. And Jin smiles and says that external arts would indeed be enough for him. But what would people think of a man of his height carrying a weapon? They would take him for the god of this temple, Guan Yu, the greatest warrior of the rising kingdoms. Jongwon is now extremely interested, and Jin tells him to picture Ji-yeon seeing him like that. He breaks into a smile, picks up the spear immediately, and disappears entirely into his own imagination. Sol Pan asks Jin whether he took anything for himself. He shows them the blade and says it contained the perfect item for him. Sol Pan is amazed by the sword. Then Jin asks Jongwon to protect these people because they need to move quietly, so only the commander and Sejong are coming with him. Jongwon hits his own chest with a fist and says they can rely on him, and Sol Pan says each of them watches for the healer and they will try to break through the armed lines of the merchant union. Sejong particularly should not take on more than he can handle. He laughs and tells him not to worry, since he is first class now. The commander starts to move out, and Jin stops them, holds up a box of pills with a very sly grin, and asks whether anybody is hungry. Why does each of them not take one elixir? Then they split up, and Jin runs through the forest calculating that Jongwon now has around 40 years of chi, so there is nothing to worry about there. He is slightly worried about Sejong, except that not even the pinnacle of martial arts is catching that man, and the commander could probably destroy an entire army by himself. He finds an enemy squad and gets into the brush. They are roughly second class, just below first, and their leader is mid-first. If he provokes a fight, the alliance corners him. And if that is the case, why not use these lovely creatures? So he takes out a bag. Meanwhile, the enemy commander is driving his soldiers faster, and saying that at this rate, the sun comes up. Then snakes fall out of the trees onto them. They are not remotely frightened by that, right up until one of them puts its teeth into a man's neck. A soldier screams that he has been bitten and that it struck him like an arrow. The venom drops him paralyzed, with his eyes rolling back. Their commander is displeased and asks whether they are making this much fuss over snakes. One of the warriors hesitates and does not want to go near them, which makes the commander angrier. And then Jin comes out of the tree at him. He senses something behind him and turns around, and is beheaded, along with the rest of the squad. Jin flicks the blade clean and thinks pleased that the strike felt like mowing grass, and that this sword is very good. He has now removed a great many people without generating any noise at all, which is an enormous improvement on his last life. Maybe this time he reaches the upper class. Assuming he does not die suddenly, then he collects the snakes and kisses them and tells them how cute and how good they are. Then he hears something and runs at the sound, asking himself whether they have already reached the healer. They have. A large enemy squad has him cornered against a cliff, and Jin comes in through the trees and hides and counts around 40 people plus their leader, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Black Merchant Union, Don Pei Young, called Black Mark. He tells the old healer he has caused them a great deal of trouble, and that he would like to kill him right now, but since his older brother gave an order, he will merely break his legs. Jin runs through what he knows about them. The 4 heavenly kings, sworn brothers. He did not expect 4 peak masters to be gathered in a place this remote. The battlefield dulled his sense of scale, because a peak master is effectively the absolute ruler of a corner of the world like this one. Even bodies like the 9 great sects, the Murim Alliance and the Northern Demonic Sect, count their peak masters in tens or hundreds. Outside a major city, it is rare for a region to contain even one, which is precisely why warriors get tempted by how fast the blood cult's martial arts cultivate. And a peak master is the first thing to reach the healer. So what does he do now alone without the squad leader? Then he hears footsteps behind him. 2 people, perhaps 3. Heavy, so most likely second rate, which makes him nervous because they have almost certainly found the bodies by now. If he is discovered, it is over. Should he go back and meet the commander? And then he has an idea, because there is one way to do this. If he gets every part of it right, he may break through. Black Mark Don Peijiang is the 4th and youngest of Go Jueon's sworn brothers, and his 3rd bodyguard. With 70 years of internal energy, he is more than strong enough to be the absolute ruler of a rural region. He stayed in the alliance instead, following the brother who promised them wealth and glory. And with 4 peak masters in it, they became one of the 8 powers of Guizhou, and took the southwestern part of the province. Don Pei-yong, who walked that road with Go Jueon, understands perfectly what this healer is worth, and that he has to be taken alive. The man makes the essence-returning elixir. Captured, he is a source of wealth for the rest of his life. So Peigyong orders Ma Jiangwan to surrender, and says that if he does, he will magnanimously forgive everything he has done. The healer takes out a knife and calls all of them animals, and asks whether they are talking about generosity after kidnapping other people's children. Do they not find that funny? Peigyong smiles, irritated, and asks how he dares speak that way, and whether he sees him laughing. So he is coming with them, and the healer puts the blade against his own neck and calls them idiots. The only thing going with them is his body. The man immediately gets agitated and tries to stop him, and suggests they simply talk. And the healer asks how he is supposed to talk to people who kidnapped his children over elixirs. Shut up and leave right now, or he takes the body. Peigyong tries to look indifferent and tells him to go ahead and die, assuming he genuinely does not care what happens to his own offspring. Does he consider his life that valuable? And the healer says his life is valuable enough that they stoop to this to get it, since he can make pills of life and death. Let his children go, or their plans for his pills fail. If he does not retreat by the count of 10, there will be nobody left here to talk to. He starts counting. The man nervously asks him to wait, and to talk, and privately notes that they almost had him, but can he really just retreat? At which point Jin comes out of the brush pretending to be one of them, and calls out to the 3rd defender in a panic. What is happening? They have an emergency. He drops at his feet with his face hidden and says they are being attacked. The healer keeps counting, and the man is looking the wrong way. So Jin moves. He pulls a hidden weapon out from under his clothes, and Peigyong senses it, and jumps clear of the knives and demands to know what the hell is going on. Jin goes in, kills several warriors, and gets to the healer, who orders him to stop, because if he comes closer he will do it. And Jin tells him quietly that they saved Mangun and Yonji. The old man trusts him. He picks him up and runs for the top of the cliff, with Peigyong behind them throwing knives and asking whether he genuinely believes they will let him leave. They get up the rock before the blades reach them, and the man goes after them and tells his subordinates to send the signal, because they cannot let him go. Jin smirks and calls him a fool, because he expected this, and the man really did abandon his own subordinates to chase them. Although judging by that speed, losing him will not be simple. He runs into the forest, and Jiangwan asks anxiously whether he is lying, and whether he will really save his children. Jin confirms it and says he deliberately drew attention to himself, hoping somebody would step forward. They are fine. They are enjoying themselves right now. There is nothing to worry about. The old man thanks him with enormous relief, and very shortly Peigyong is behind them shouting at them to stop. Jin notes that a peak master closes distance exactly the way you would expect, and does not believe he can shake him while carrying the elder. So he tells him that all they need now is to get him somewhere safe, and asks whether he already had a plan, and the man admits ashamed that he did not. However, thanks to their greed, he knew they would not kill him. So he simply trusted that other people chasing the same prize would gather too. Jin privately agrees that the reasoning was sound. Even last time he managed to talk Go Jueon around, so he might well have escaped without any help. Because in a straight fight, Jin does not beat Don Peigyong, a peak master specialized in hidden weapons and movement technique, not as good as Commander Sol Pan, but roughly on the level of Ma Yugeom. And there are reports that the weapons he throws are coated in a powerful poison. If this becomes critical, the only remaining option is abandoning the healer and running. So he turns to the elder and asks whether he happens to be carrying anything. Peigyong, meanwhile, was confident in his own movement technique, and for some reason cannot close on an idiot carrying an old man. He has never seen anybody like this in their region. Where did he come from? He would put a knife in his back, except there's no telling what he would then do to the old healer. Mei Zhuangwan has not moved once since that moment, so he must have taken a pressure point strike. So what does he do? And then the boy calls out and offers him a deal, and he smirks, because he decided the man is tired. He asks what he could possibly offer, and Jin says he needs a healer, and Jin only needs a couple of elixirs. Let him take them, and he leaves the old man. Peigyong would rather kill him, except that if Ma Jiangwan takes his own life, all of it is finished. And as long as the doctor is alive, 2 elixirs are nothing. So he agrees on condition that Jin stops first and says he will do the same. Jin obeys, sets the old man down carefully, and takes 2 pills out of a hidden pocket and decides it is time to withdraw. He walks away from the doctor. Paegyong walks toward him, and Jin throws several knives at the old man. The man immediately panics and parries them and calls it a pathetic trick, then laughs and asks whether 2 pills were not enough for him. He dared use a hidden weapon that only moves his death closer. He throws darts and Jin goes sideways, and he asks whether he thinks he is being let go. 3 more go past him into the trees. Jin starts circling him fast and he notes that the movement technique is good and that it will not keep him alive for long. He throws several more, and Jin vanishes off the spot and appears in the air. Paegyong concludes there's nowhere to hide up there, which makes his actions predictable and turns and attacks. Jin tries to block with the sword, and a dart takes the blade apart into pieces and goes through his arm. Watching him drop, the man announces that he is finished, then feels dizzy, because a snake has its teeth in his shoulder and has already delivered its venom. The old doctor released it, and says he heard the man was proficient in the art of poisons, so let him try handling the venom of a tricolor snake. Paegyong grinds his teeth in fury while the poison moves through him, and Jin puts the finishing strike straight into his chest. He goes down unconscious. Jin looks at his broken sword and thinks that he brought an old weapon in case anybody recognized the Black Wolf's blade, and who would have predicted this? That sword served him well. Jongwon asks whether he is all right, and he pulls the dart out of his arm and says everything is fine, because his external arts toughened his skin, and the antidote did a great deal of work. Then the old man asks who he is, a top-ranking first-class warrior at that age, with a movement technique that would impress great masters, and external arts on top of it. It is strange that he has never heard of a warrior like this. Would he mind saying who he is? Jin introduces himself as a member of the 7th Squad of the 13th Soaring Dragon Corps. He learned about the man's situation by accident while on leave. It must have been luck. Jeongwan is very surprised and now understands exactly why he never heard of him. Then Jin hears something and puts a finger to his lips and asks him to be quiet, because somebody is coming. They are most likely already surrounded, so they go back the way they came, since the line will be thinnest where he already broke through it. He puts the old man on his back and runs. Behind him comes a detachment led by Han Jiksam, the third brother called Black Mountain Mace, ordering his warriors to make certain nobody escapes, to surround them and to throw weapons. Jin parries one and thinks he has heard about this man, and that he is quite an idiot, because he seems to have forgotten the healer has to be taken alive. Then the man sees his sword and is genuinely shocked and swears and demands to know where he got it. And Jin clicks his tongue annoyed, because he still did not want anybody noticing that. Jagsam tells his warriors not to let him go under any circumstances, and to keep throwing. So Jin goes up into the trees, turns and comes down on them throwing knives and kills several. Then puts himself on the ground and does the count. 4 enemies, not very strong, and overwhelming in number. And he is carrying the healer, which means bracing himself for balance through every exchange. He lunges and cuts in a way that wounds all of them at once, and Jagsam swears that they are not getting out alive. Then another squad arrives, led by the head of the Black Traders Union, Go Jueon. Jin looks at him and works out that with 2 great masters holding the north and the south, Gak Kyo, the Black Light Wheel, must be in the east, which means going west was correct. They say Go Jueon is a monster with 90 years of chi behind him. He keeps running, and there is a cliff ahead and turning back is impossible. 2 squads are closing, and the old man tells him to leave him at the edge, because he will buy time while he descends, and they will never catch him. Jin considers it, since in his past life he killed Go Jueon without any help from this man, and he cannot do that. So he asks whether the elder trusts him. He confirms it, confused. Jin says then it is decided, and before the old man can process a single part of that, both of them are off the cliff. The doctor screams. Jin grips his arms tighter, rolls and throws him up into the air. Then measures how far the ground is, and closes his eyes and tells himself to be calm. He has to stabilize his stance and focus, and at the exact instant of contact, transfer the impact from his toes into his feet, and from his feet into his ankles, his knees and his hips, holding the muscles tight so the force distributes through the whole body. He lands, rolls several meters, and smiles, because the plan worked. All that is left is catching the old man. Jeongwan comes down screaming, and Jin jumps and catches him and asks whether he is all right. The poor man holds his own head and tells him not to even ask. He thought that was the end of him. Then admits he is being ungrateful. And then somebody laughs behind them and says he knew the man would run here like a rat the moment he was surrounded. Jin did not expect anybody to be waiting. It is Gak Kihyo, the second brother, the Black Wheel of Light. He laughs and calls him a fool and says it was a good try, and that he is trapped. They are surrounded, and Jungwon tells him to go and save himself. They will not kill him, so he will be fine. He is grateful for the help and will never forget it. Jin doubts that is genuinely the only way out of this, and then somebody shouts at him to run. He recognizes that voice instantly and goes into the forest smiling, and tells the healer to hold on tightly. Kihyo goes after them laughing, like a moth at a flame, and orders his warriors to surround him, and Sol Pan comes out of the trees. He clears the men blocking their path in seconds. Kihyo asks who the hell that is, and while Sol Pan handles the rest of them, Jin puts several knives into Kihyo, and they land and he swears. Then Sol Pan comes at him, jumps and kicks him hard enough to drive his legs into the ground, flips in the air and punches, and Kihyo gets his weapon up in time. So Sol Pan simply takes the weapon and delivers a strike that nearly removes his head. Kihyo is frightened and understands this is not an easy fighter and needs to be away from him. he reaches for the weapon. Too late because Sol Pan swings and opens his face with the claws. He grunts in pain, holds his face and drops unconscious while his subordinates call out to him. The black light wheel, beaten by some youngster. Sol Pan looks at them, and they are frightened enough not to attack, and Jin runs to the commander, delighted, and the commander apologizes for being late. He says with a smile that it is the opposite. He was exactly on time. Except it is far too early to relax, because Julian comes off the cliff, shouting that they are idiots. How dare they injure his second brother? He is not letting them leave here alive. He orders his warriors to take and kill every last one of them. And the commander says they will talk later, because right now they run. He takes them to Sejong, who has the river crossing already prepared. Jin calls out to him happily, and Sejong says this is not the moment for greetings, and to go first. Jin looks at the rope and the water and works out that the current is strong enough that nobody swims this, martial arts or not, which buys them distance from the pursuit. He asks anxiously whether they can all get across and what happens to Sejong, and whether it would be better to tie the rope to a post and cut it once everybody is over. Sejong smiles and tells him not to worry, since he has his own methods, so get to the far bank. Jin decides to trust him because with that movement technique he is not easily caught. He runs the rope across, and by then the enemy has arrived. The commander crosses, which leaves Sejong. He grins at the enemy, then pulls the rope taut, and it snaps toward the far bank and carries him with it. The commander and Jin are both alarmed, and he lets go of the rope, pushes off it, and runs the rest of the way to shore. Everybody is stunned, and Jin asks how he did that. The commander says it is incredible and that he will be flying shortly. And Sejong tells them that for a Bijong sect disciple this is the foundation and that he cannot walk on air, although soon he may be able to run across blades of grass. Then Jin looks at the far bank and notes they cannot cross immediately, so they should leave quickly since those people may start throwing knives. Hidden in the forest, they take a short rest, and Jin introduces the old doctor to his friends. He points at Sejong and says this is the man who saved his children. And to his right, the commander of the 7th Squad. Jungwon thanks Sejong for his children, and Sejong says with an awkward smile that he was simply following orders and takes no credit for any of it. Sol Pan tells the doctor it is an honor and that he is glad he is finally safe. Then Jin asks where he thinks the enemy will cross the river. He suggests upstream, where it narrows, although the current there is identical. What is he getting at? Jin grins and says they will be crossing the river again, downstream. Sejong asks whether they would not simply go that way. Sol Pan also does not understand why they would do that, since the pursuit definitely cannot catch them. And Jin explains that even if they lose them, nobody is ever leaving this doctor alone, and the enemy has seen their faces. So they deal with them here and now. Sol Pan asks whether he is proposing they hide in the forest and take them one at a time. Jin says there is no need, because an entire crowd will come running for the doctor's elixir. All they have to do is make it look like he has not been rescued yet. Sejong grins and asks whether they are luring everybody who comes for the rescue into a trap and killing them. How cunning of him. And Jin says he treats good people kindly and evil ones badly. Sol Pan says the idea is good, but time is short, since there are only 3 days of leave left, and Jin tells him not to worry so much, because they can do it in 2. And that is exactly how it happens. The next day, the Black Traders Union finally picks up their trail, and they lead them through the forest until they are surrounded again. They form a circle, back to back, and Jin looks around and confirms they are indeed surrounded, and that breaking out would not be difficult, since they could simply take this head on. And then a woman's voice. She is standing on a branch nearby, asking surprised whether they have already saved the healer. This will not do. Jin looks up at her, because a third party has finally intervened. She drops out of the tree and comes over asking whether they already saved the divine healer, and whether they also received the pill. This was not supposed to happen. Jin greets her respectfully, and says they do not know who she is, but that they are not finished rescuing him yet. As long as the kidnappers are alive, the elder stays a target. She goes to the old man and asks whether he is the divine healer of life and death, and if she destroyed everybody, would she be considered the savior? Jin looks at the old man and gives him a small nod, and he tells the woman that these young heroes already rescued him, but that anybody who killed the pursuers and removed the future threat would also count as a savior. She is overjoyed and steps aside, and then vanishes. Sejong asks, very surprised, whether that was a phantom. Jeongwon gets behind Jin and asks who she is and whether he knows her. Jin looks at the commander for an answer, and finds only how tense he has become, and how he is frowning and whispering something. Then Sejong points up, and tells them to look, and asks whether that is her, and how she got there. She looks down at the merchants and says they bring disaster, so they are better off dead. They go nervous, because nobody knows what to expect from her. And then she raises a hand and builds an enormous sphere of aura, and Juyeon recognizes it immediately and understands exactly who this is. Then she throws it. There is an explosion, and smoke and dust go out in every direction. And when it settles, the warriors who were not caught by it stare in horror at what is left of the ones who were. She comes back to the healer and says she does not have time to play with small change. She saved him, did she not? Or does she need to destroy all of them? He nervously says everything is fine, and asks who she actually is, and she smiles and says her name is Song Yoon-sang. Sejong immediately says something about lust, and Jin covers his mouth and tells the woman with an awkward smile that she is so beautiful. She notes that he has fast hands and a handsome face, so she will spare his friend. He thanks her, because this woman is Song Yoon-sang, called the demon of lust. alongside the heavenly demon, the blood cult, and the ghost demon among the emperor, the 2 kings, the 3 saints, the 4 demons, and the 5 ghosts. She is an absolute master of this era. Jiangwan asks whether she came all this way for the pill. She says not exactly, and that she wants help from a healer capable of making a pill on the level of the lesser return pill. He asks what kind of help, and she says with an awkward smile that she wants to grow old. That is the reason. Soulpan has no idea what that means. Jin does, because true to the nickname, she is a lust demon who practices the dual cultivation art of draining energy for nourishment. She accumulated an enormous amount of chi over 20 years by seducing countless men, and the military alliance declared her wanted. And Song Yunsang has spent the 40 years since then living openly without hiding her identity because nobody dared touch her. Her full title is the Ageless Demon of Lust, one of very few in history at that level. Rumor says she actually grows younger as she ages, which is probably true. She says it may be difficult for them to understand, but she is tired of youth. Her heart has already aged. Her appearance is the only part of her that has not. She believes the problem is her martial arts and the nature of her internal energy, and she spent 10 years researching it and hit a wall, purely because of the limits of what she knows about martial arts, which brought her to the conclusion that she needs to understand her own body. The old man asks whether she means medicine, and guesses she is interested in joint research, which takes a great deal of time. She says 1 year is enough and she will not trouble him after that. He can go wherever he wants and she will follow and she will not be a burden. Jiangwan looks away, thinking, and Jin asks whether he should perhaps agree, since it would be better that way, and he owes her. They will not be able to destroy every merchant and eliminate the threat permanently, and this is all for his safety. The fact that he holds the pill of life and death and can make it has almost certainly spread across the martial arts world by now. Exactly like this time, somebody could take his children and nobody can guarantee absolute safety. And although she belongs to no sect, he has never once heard of her breaking a promise or harming innocent people. So he considers Song Unsang trustworthy. He glances at her surprised face and thinks that she is a demon of lust who does not harm the innocent, which is why, knowing perfectly well they could die of energy loss, a great many men still wanted a night with her, not only for how she looks but for how immovable her beliefs are. She notes that he looks like he comes out of the righteous sect, and is a remarkably open-minded person for it. He explains that righteous and unorthodox are not a measure of good and evil. Also, his commander is not from the righteous sect either, so she walks up to him and runs a finger along his jaw and says she likes him, because he is handsome and clever too. How about a night with her? It will be hot. He is nervous and embarrassed at the same time. She comes closer, and he looks away with an awkward smile, thinking that the rumors undersold it and that she is even more beautiful at this distance. An ordinary man would find that very difficult to refuse, and then his eyes land on the commander, whose face is currently displaying the entire quantity of horror he is experiencing, which makes Jin laugh and brings him back to himself. He steps her back and says he is not worthy of words like that, and that knowing her nature, he would not dare agree. She says he is an amazing person, and that this is remarkable self-control for 20 years old. She will not push it. The offer stands. If he ever wants it, find her. Then she goes to work on the healer, and Jin watches them and decides there will be no next time, because the next time he sees her, she will presumably already have a husband. In his past life, after she saved a healer, she erased the Black Traders alliance completely, and out of that incident, the two of them traveled together and eventually married, which was a famous story that occupied the martial arts world for a while. There is no guarantee it goes identically this time. He would not bet against it either. The business with the divine healer, which consumed most of their leave, gets settled. The healer gives them 7 pills of life and death, more than he promised, and while he hands them over, he keeps repeating that he will never forget what they did. His eldest son Mangun appears to have gotten extremely close to Zhongwan during their time together. He cries at the goodbye, and his second child Yeonji walks up to Sayong and tells him with total confidence that when she turns 20, she will come and find him, so he should take care of himself until then. He understands exactly what she means and his face goes red, and everybody starts on him about how popular he is now and how he has stolen the heart of a young maiden. He shouts, embarrassed, asking what they are even talking about, since this is a childish crush. Then Jin comes over and hands him a bag and says he set aside part of his own share for him, because his sect is struggling. So take it, this is Black Traders' money. Let it go into good deeds. Sejong stares at the bag, and then everybody else says they are contributing as well, which moves him enough that his eyes fill, and he covers his face and demands to know whether they think something like this touches him, while the tears come out on their own. Rumors about the divine healer of life and death moved past Guizhou quickly, and before long every region knew what happened. Neighboring sects who had been ground down by the black merchants rose and started taking revenge on what was left of the alliance. An era of shifting hegemony started, and their names went around among the people, along with praise for their righteous spirit and their martial arts. Sejong, who shocked the merchants with his movement techniques, became a hawk riding the wind. Jin, who saved the divine healer with wit and footwork and took Don Paegyong's head, became a flying black wolf. And the commander who killed Gak Kyo instantly received exactly the same name he carried in the past life, a dragon riding the wind. And Wunyan heard about all of it too, and became interested. Jongyeon, sitting in a tavern, hears the nicknames and decides she has no idea why Jin is a black wolf, although it sounds good. If she had gone with them, she would have enjoyed herself too, so she is a little disappointed. Even so, she spent the time productively cultivating, although given how fast rumors travel, and how far Guizhou is, it is strange that there is still no news at all out of the battlefield in Morim. What has been happening out there all this time? Is the concealment genuinely that good? She leaves the tavern wondering whether this is some kind of non-disclosure arrangement. Obviously not. There is a hidden force keeping these secrets out of public knowledge, and it is almost certainly the Martial Arts Alliance. So she hands a letter to a messenger and asks him to deliver it as fast as possible, and pays generously. Because if the Alliance really is behind this and actively burying the truth, she cannot sit still for it. Otherwise, the Martial Arts Alliance is no longer a pillar of the orthodox sects at all. She goes back to the squad and everybody greets her happily, and Ji-yeon says excitedly that their squad brought back an entire bag of elixirs, so now she can reach rank 1. She congratulates her, and Jin takes out the bag and says that now Jeongyeon is here, he can lay everything out. She asks whether he genuinely received these as a reward for helping. He opens 2 bags, and she looks at the pile and asks whether all of that is elixirs. He tells her he took them out of the personal safe of the leader of the Black Traders Union, who no longer needs them, which makes them the new owners. And here's the life and death pill, the one the healer said is superior to the lesser rejuvenation pill. Since he gave them 7, they can take 1 each and use it when they need it. Jeongyeon is stunned, because this is extraordinarily valuable, and asks whether he is sure about simply handing them out. And he says he would rather lose an elixir than lose a person. Using less important things for the sake of what you value most is perfectly normal. He also has a special gift specifically for the ladies. Ji-yeon is thrilled and makes a noise about it, and he lays them out. A protective suit woven from iron fiber, a ringed blade from the peninsula, and a white sword. He tells them to pick whichever of the 3 they want, while privately noting that Ji-yeon is the only one who uses a single-edged blade, and that her expression already gave it away, and that it was cute. And that the white sword would pair with the black one, which makes it perfect for Soyu. He adds that they already picked something up for themselves, so nobody should feel obligated. Jeongyeon takes the white sword smiling because she genuinely likes it, and Jin smiles nervously, because he had been hoping that one went to Soyu, and it is far too late to intervene now. Ji-yeon takes the black sword. Soyu takes the suit. They thank him, and he says with an awkward smile that it is all a trifle. Afterward, they go to the training ground, and Jeongyeon and Soyu step aside, and Jin watches them because Jeongyeon is handing Soyu the sword she used before. Soyu asks, surprised, whether that is not the pale scarlet one, and why she is giving away a sword that precious. And Jeongyeon says she takes good care of her swords, and it is time for this one to meet a worthy owner. Besides, she has a new weapon now. It sits well in her hand. She is calling it White Fate, and Jin decides it is a shame he could not put that one in Soyu's hands. Although it is fine since Jeongyeon is that happy. Then he hears voices to the side and pays attention. One of the warriors is calling Seong the Hawk and asking what happened to him, and Seong asks whether he has never heard that. Perseverance blooms in an instant. Keep practicing and the time comes when it bears fruit. The man smiles and says that is interesting, and asks whether he would like to try fighting him. Seong says he is not sure a great hawk should be fighting people without titles, and one Cheongwon walks over laughing and says that is true, and that it would not be fitting for him to fight somebody like that. In which case he, a swift-footed monkey, requests permission to duel the great hawk by Seong. Seong smiles and says he has heard many legends about him, and that he was about to offer him a fight himself. The duel starts and Cheongwon goes in first and strikes, and Seong's technique puts him behind the man and he attacks. Cheongwon reacts and parries and notes that he is quite fast, but that he will not be dodging the next one. He lunges, and Seong keeps circling him, and eventually opens the distance and laughs and remarks on how funny he looks swinging that sword. Now he understands where the nickname came from, although he is slightly short of the strength to earn it. Watching them, Jin notes that even sitting at the very bottom, Seong can stand against Cheongwon, who is a squad leader. Cheongwon's overall skill is excellent, and putting Seong down is not easy at that speed. Then Jeongyeon interrupts his thoughts and says he seems to be free, and asks whether if he has time, he would like to fight her. He agrees and suggests she give it everything. Meanwhile, Ma Yu-Guillaume is watching from the edge of the ground frowning, because 4 months ago every one of them except Sol Pan was a nobody, and their combined strength has now grown to a level that should not be possible. Jin is comparable to the weakest of the squad leaders, and he must have something to do with everything that is happening here. To think that he let a talent like that slip out of his hands. Then Taegyeong comes over and says it is impossible for a second-rate fighter to develop that much. Their martial arts improved dramatically after they went to help the Miao people. This is inexplicable without the blood cult's magic. Yu-Guillaume raises an eyebrow and waits to hear what nonsense comes next. And Taegyeong says he is certain of it. Either they were enchanted, or they betrayed the soaring dragon core. So Yu-Guillaume asks what Jin said when he followed the Miao man. Taegyeong gets nervous and says that in order to penetrate deeper, they first needed information. And Yu-Guillaume says that information about the jungle is exactly what is required in order to attack the blood cult. Incidentally, as a disciple of Dienkang, he should be the person here who wants the cult destroyed most. So why did he not go with them? Then he waves a hand toward the training ground and tells him to look at them laughing. And he still dares claim they were enchanted. What are his eyes for? He claims Sol Pan joined the blood cult. How dare he say that, knowing how many demon heads that man has taken off? If it had ever dawned on him how badly he has failed, he would be thinking about how to improve. Instead, he pours his envy into false accusations. Then he takes him by the clothes and pulls him in and asks whether he knows the moment he genuinely feels the sect is about to fall. It is when he looks at himself. when he finds he cannot discard insignificant people like this one because they are still Diankang. A truly depressing fate. He pushes him away and leaves, thinking that the sect needs new talent to recover, and not insignificant people, but real geniuses, and that at the moment Diancheng cannot even hold its existing disciples together, because he, its most respected disciple, does not have the leadership to rally anybody, and because the sect leader who doomed Diansang Ma Wunweng is his own father. He was accepted anyway on the strength of his ability, except that two people in the sect stand above him. The Diantang dragon does not listen to him, and the tiger despises him, and as difficult as it is to admit he cannot do this alone, and needs at least one of them to reunite Diankang. So he goes to Sagunil, the leader of the second squad, the Dianchang dragon. He says he needs to talk. Gunil looks at him coldly. Yu-Gi-Oh frowns, and decides that if he could only restore the sect, he would not care how any of them treated him. He says he needs help restoring Dianskang, and that they cannot let the sect fall like this. He will support him in choosing the next leader, and do everything he can to see his will carried out. So he is asking for his help. Gunil notes that he has changed, and admits he was briefly glad about it, and is immediately disappointed, because changed or not, his answer is the same. He has no intention of doing anything at all for Diankang's revival. Yu-Gi-Oh asks, indignant, what he is even saying, and whether he means he is turning his back on the mercy their sect showed him. Gunil says he genuinely cannot turn his back on the sect's mercy. Yu-Gi-Oh asks then why he refuses, and Gunil asks whether Diankang actually deserves to be restored to its former glory. He has asked himself that countless times. How can he turn his back this easily on a sect that was his home? And no matter how far back he looks, the conclusion never changes. Diankang has no right to be revived. Yu-Gi-Oh is angry enough at that to draw, and demands to know what nonsense this is, and tells him to explain himself or be cut down on the spot. So Gunil asks who was blinded by the shine of a treasure and killed the weak. Was it not them, out of greed, who handed Yunnan to a bloody cult and made the rivers run with blood? Does he think that the people who destroyed Yunnan out of greed get to talk about rebirth as though nothing happened? And Yu-Gi-Oh says that incident was a tragedy caused by the misjudgment of a few. How can he use their mistakes to deny the existence of Diankang itself, a pillar of the righteous sects with a long history? Gunil smirks and asks whether he, the leader's son, could stand up and announce the sect's sins to the entire martial arts world, and apologize for them. Whether he could kneel to everybody who died because of that greed and bow his head to each one of them. They surrendered Yunnan province to a bloody cult, and countless people died on the front lines as a result, and every one of those tragedies came out of Diankang's greed. Can he repent for that publicly? If the answer is yes, Gunil will acknowledge him as the sect's leader without hesitation, and give everything he has to Dianchang's revival. Yu-Gi-Oh bites his lip. He did not mean to go that far. This is too much. Was Diankang the only party that coveted treasures? Were the masters who poured into that province innocent? Every one of them was blinded by greed, and as for apologizing, they will do that after Dianchang is standing on its own feet again. First, revive the sect, and Gunil asks whether he remembers. Because his father, the sect leader Ma Wunweng, always said exactly the same thing. When his own father objected and talked about deviating from the path, he pushed anyway. Diankang has to increase its strength first, so it can be the pillar of the righteous sects in Yunnan province. What is the point of walking the right path if you do not have the strength to hold it? And in the end, the Diankang that shut its eyes to the righteous path for the sake of strength lost that strength anyway. If being Yunnan's pillar was the meaning of its existence, then what is the meaning of a Diankang that has no power at all? Is he now going to cling to the ideals of a righteous sect? Were they the ones who destroyed Yunnan out of greed ever a proper sect in the first place? Yu-Gi-Oh has nothing to answer with, and Gunil stands up and says he is very much like his father. He starts to leave and Yu-Gi-Oh stops him and asks whether he means that because Dianchang stumbled once, he would throw all of it away. Would he really commit another sin, betraying his own sect, using Dianskang's misdeeds as the excuse? He is a disciple too. He should not be running from it, and Gunil says he really is a disciple, so he will give everything he has to revenge on the bloody cult. But if that happens in his lifetime, he will throw away everything Diantang ever gave him. Then he leaves. Yu-Gi-Oh goes home in a bad state and notices his door is slightly open, and walks in irritated and reminds Yeokyeong that he told her not to come here without an invitation. She is sitting on the bed waiting for him and asks him, with a pitiful expression, for another chance. And he repeats it. They are now the commander and the vice commander. Nothing else. He is tired, so leave the room. She comes to him and says that if she did something wrong she will fix it, and asks for another chance. He closes his eyes wearily and says she did nothing wrong, and that she is a perfectly decent woman. She knows he has never dated anybody longer than a year, and she lasted longer than most. But his feelings cooled, and losing interest does not necessarily come with a reason. So accept it, because clinging to him will only make her unhappy. She goes down onto her knees in front of him and asks him through tears not to leave her, and says she will do whatever he wants. He chuckles, irritated, and says that in the end she is simply another woman who ruins her own memory. He does not care anymore. If she will not leave, he will. She keeps going and says she cannot live without him. And he turns toward the door and thinks about how starved for affection Yeokyeong has always been, and that he was her first man. But standing next to somebody out of pity without feeling anything is not love. Continuing to hold her like this would be too cruel. Then he turns back and sees her undressing and tells her to stop and not humiliate herself. She is a wonderful woman. Take care of herself. Even if it is not him, she will meet somebody soon enough. He has done what he can and he moves for the door. And she asks whether this is all because of Lady Tang, He turns around immediately, and she says that of course it is, and asks whether he thought nobody noticed the way he looks at that woman. She would never choose him. It is unrequited and it always was, which angers him enough that he says he is finished listening to this nonsense, and that they evidently cannot stay in the same squad, so she should transfer. He will speak to the unit commander when the summit is over. Then he leaves and slams the door, because he never showed any sign of it. How is this possible? At first what attracted him was her status, since she is the direct heir of the Tang family of Sichuan, and marrying into the Tang family would do an enormous amount for reviving Diane Kang. And she did not look at him the way other women did, which hurt his pride and made him stubborn, so he deliberately stayed near her and paraded the other women he was seeing, and she never once wavered. Beautiful, arrogant, and strong, stronger than him, and he is the one called the Blade of Dian Kang. And at some point he understood that his own heart was looking for her. To think that the man who was supposed to revive Dian Kang surrendered to something like that. So he threw himself further into training and into more women. And a name carved into a heart does not fade. The harder he worked at forgetting, the sharper it got. He grips his own chest and swears, and Jin, watching carefully from behind a tree, notes that thanks to the secret assassin technique out of his father's archives, he was able to follow the man without being noticed. So he heard every word of that conversation. He started watching him after noticing Commander Ma behaving strangely during a training session with Zhang Yin. He did not expect it to lead here. He gave that spar everything he had, incidentally, and she spent the whole of it watching Yu Guillaume. Beating her is going to take considerably longer than he hoped. In his past life he believed Ma Yu Guillaume broke because of Mei Yokyung. He was wrong, because it was already over between them by that point, and his real feelings were for Tang Yuan. But then why did he break down further after getting involved with her? Jin remembers how he harassed her in public, and how Tang Yuan sat there unable to produce a single word, with her face covered in shame. Was it Segunil's refusal? The destruction of his dream of reviving Dian Kang. Except it is not that either, because the Ma Yu Guillaume he knows does not give up over a single rejection. He finds another road, which is why Jin cannot understand how that man broke at all. Leaving those questions open, the day of the Righteous Blood Summit arrives. He kept watching Ma Yu Guillaume the whole time and nothing unusual happened. Mei Yokyung looked more exhausted with every passing day, and he stayed perfectly calm as though none of it occurred. And then everybody gathers to receive the newly arrived leader of the alliance, Moyong Guillaume. He greets them respectfully, and says that after they defended the front lines and spent day and night protecting the righteous Murim, he can finally meet them. Thanks to them, he sleeps peacefully. He apologizes for being late on account of a busy schedule. And Hyun Yeonbo says that preventing the blood cult's provocations for the sake of peace is hard work, and that if the 13th Corps can contribute even a small part to the alliance leader's affairs, that part alone is enough. The man laughs and asks whether that is so, and says an attitude like that truly befits a hero of the righteous Murim. Yeonbo bows and says he flatters them by calling them heroes, and that he is the true symbol of the righteous Murim. The leader thanks him for those words, and Yeonbo says he is unworthy, since all he did was flatter the alliance leader. One of Moyong Guillaume's subordinates, Chegul Jigang, cuts across the pleasantries and tells the leader it is time to go, because only once they are inside can the martial artists actually rest. Guillaume says that thanks to him, he has just remembered that, and that in that case they should go in. And Yeonbo leads them off. Thrilled, once they are gone, Fuyan tells the squad leaders to disperse, and says they form up again when the blood cult's representatives arrive during the day. Stay close. Fully armed, Jin asks the commander what he makes of the leader, and Sol Pan says that he is the current head of the alliance, having replaced the former king of heroes, Chong Gigan, head of the Moyong family, an absolute master, ranked among the 2 emperors, the 2 kings, the 3 saints, the 4 demons, and the 5 outstanding ones. A martial artist ranked among the 3 strongest in Murim, although he does not look like a man who reached the pinnacle, and he had no intention of reaching it. Jin looks down because that is exactly what he thought, and he now believes he understands what kind of peaks people mean. The king of heroes radiated overwhelming energy, but Song Yunsang, one of the 4 demons whom he met very recently, was a peak whose height could not be measured at all. The king of heroes is a mountain with clearly visible outlines that could easily be their own delusion, except that watching how much he enjoyed Hyun Yeonbo's formal greetings and flattery is rather strange behavior for a man standing at the pinnacle of the righteous Murim. Then the cult's representatives arrive, and every warrior lines up to receive them, and every one of them is extremely nervous. The bloody demon Jeon Mugwang walks between them with his subordinates, and the entire line goes tense and frightened. Seyong says this is incredible, and that it feels like something physically pressing down on him. There are 5 of them. Why does it feel like more than 150? Jin says nothing because he feels it too. Especially off the blood demon Jeon Mugwang at the front, where the helplessness is no less than what he felt standing next to the lust demon. The blood demon reaches Hyun Yeonbo and Fu Yan, and says he has heard a great deal about the 13th Dragon Corps, and that they say there are many talented people here, so it is an honor to meet them in person. Jin decides that without those bright red robes catching the eye, he would have taken the man for a great hero of the righteous faction, which perhaps makes sense, since he used to be the head of the Jian estate, and that estate belonged to the righteous path. Fu Yan greets him respectfully, introduces himself, and says the alliance leader is already waiting, and one of the blood demon's subordinates goes off and screams at him for daring to speak to the Supreme One that way. His bloodlust nearly takes the whole line off its feet, and Jin is having a difficult time holding position. Then Mugwang orders Chu Kang to stop. If a squad captain of the alliance cannot call him the leader of a blood cult, then what is he supposed to do? Supreme One. By that logic, he would have to call the leader of the Marim Alliance, the Supreme One as well. The man is confused and asks how he can say something like that. And Mugwang reminds him that they are here for a meeting, and a meeting can only happen on a basis of mutual respect. Perhaps he intends to interfere with it. Chuk Kang goes straight onto his knees and begs forgiveness, and says a worthless person like him failed to understand his deeper intentions, and that he will gladly accept any punishment. Jin turns that name over. Chuk Kang, the infamous iron-bodied madman, one of the 5 demons of the blood cult, one of the 36 heavenly stars, and he knelt that easily. Is the standing of a blood cult demon genuinely that high? Mugwang tells him to stand, and says he will receive his punishment once they return to the cult. Then he turns back to the commander of the 13th Corps, smiling and apologizes for the unsightly scene in front of the young dragons of the righteous faction. Being vicious outcasts of the magical path, they must appear rather imperfect next to the pillars of the righteous faction. The line goes tense again. And the blood demon turns to the commanders and says that before coming here, he studied the 13th Soaring Dragon Corps. There appear to be a remarkable number of young dragons here. Out of all the corps, the Qingcheng sect, one of the 9 great ones, home of the young hero Han Gisun, called the Azure Dragon Blade, and the young hero Sagunil, the dragon of Diankang, considered the most outstanding of that sect's disciples. Then he looks at the woman and notes that her beauty was not exaggerated. She must be Lady Tang Yuan, the phoenix of the Tang family's blade. Her beauty alone would hold the eye, and she carries that talent on top of it. How proud her parents must be. He is genuinely envious, more than words cover. Then he walks to the next commander, Ma Yu-Guillaume, who looks away, uneasy, and the blood demon asks whether he is the son of the great hero Ma Wonwang, the former head of the Diankang sect. He comes closer, studies him carefully, and remarks that his face is nothing like his father's at all, which angers Yu-Guillaume enough to reach for his sword, and then he freezes. The blood demon looks at him with the slightest smirk, and Yu-Guillaume's eyes go wide and shocked, like a man who has just been handed a staggering secret. He puts the sword away. One of the subordinates reminds Mugwang that the meeting starts soon and they should go inside. Mugwang agrees and expresses surprise that so much time has already passed, and walks toward the main hall saying it is a pity, since he would have liked to talk in a more casual setting. Jin watches them go, frowning, and decides that Du Tan must be among the ones in bamboo hats, and that the blood demon's aura is so overwhelming that he cannot pick the presents out properly. He thought he could learn something here. At his current strength, he can do nothing at all, so for now he watches. One of the cultists looks back at them with a sinister grin, and the warriors are frightened, and then finally they are gone and everybody can breathe. Se-yong comes over and says that to think the cult leader knows every one of them by name. He cannot even work out which of the visitors was the alliance leader. And Jin smiles thinly, and says he wonders whether their own leader remembers the names of the corps leaders, let alone the commanders. And then he remembers something, because earlier Jianjian asked him whether he found any of that strange, and said she believes the blood demon sent Commander Ma a telepathic message. Jin asked whether she means she intercepted it. She said, that is impossible. It is simply that Commander Ma, in the middle of drawing his sword, suddenly relaxed and looked shocked. Most likely the blood demon said something to him. Jin looked over at the commander, who was standing there with a distinctly depressed look. He assumed the easy explanation. The man felt helpless in front of the blood demon, since even watching from the edge of the line took Jin's own breath away, and it must have been far worse face to face, except that Zhang Yan can be trusted. So is it really what they think? And no matter how long he turns it over, nothing arrives. What could the blood demon possibly have said to him? Did he apologize for what happened to Diankang? This is not the moment for guessing. In the end, the meeting finishes quickly and without incident, exactly as it did in his previous life. The blood demon and his retinue leave immediately, and the alliance leader's people leave the 13th Corps too. Hyun Yeonbo shouts his goodbyes at the top of his lungs. The leader does not look back once. Yeonbo has evidently not changed at all in this life either. At a glance, nothing had changed. And that same night, Ma Yu-geum received a letter that shocked him to tears. In the morning, he came out of his chambers looking so terrible and so lost that people started asking him what had happened. He did not answer any of them because he was still in shock. Because what the blood demon told him in that moment was that he was happy the boy took after Haegeum rather than Ma Wonwoo. Yu-geum stopped, because what nonsense was this idiot saying? Haegeum is his mother's name. He looked into the blood demon's eyes, stunned, and then saw the image of his mother standing behind him, saying that this man is his grandfather. He stared at it, bewildered, telling himself it was nonsense, and could not possibly be true, and was almost certainly a trick of the demons, except that it was a woman, and she was without question his mother. Mugwang walked away saying he would leave a letter from Haegeum in his chambers, and Yu-geum stood there in a stupor, wondering whether she was still alive. After the meeting, he ran to his chambers, and the letter really was on the table. He still did not believe it, because this was definitely the bloody demon's trick. But what if the letter really was from his mother? He wanted to know. So he opened it, and his hands started shaking on the first lines, because it was her handwriting, and he knew it beyond doubt, because she is the person who taught him to write. The letter held his mother's memories, and at the end of it, the reason the bloody demon is his grandfather. Because on the day the Jian Manor fell, the tragedy that Diankang's greed and the Man Manor's greed caused happened to Jian Mugwang's daughter. And Ma Wonwoo, son of the Ma family and a disciple of Diankang, did not stop at the fall of the Jian Manor. He took advantage of Haegeum's helplessness, and afterward he married her, which finally explained the way his mother used to look at his father, and the the sadness that always arrived on her face whenever he asked about his mother's family, and he had no choice left but to accept that all of it was true. So he walked off the core grounds into the forest, remembering Ganil asking whether Diankang deserves to be reborn. He realized the man had been right the entire time, and laughed until it stopped sounding like laughing. Late that evening, when the 7th squad goes out on patrol, Jeongyeon gathers everybody and says she has a request for all of them. Jongwon asks, surprised, what kind of request happens in the middle of a patrol? Ji-yeon remarks that she has never seen her act like this, and Jeongyeon says she would like to believe otherwise, but there is a chance she dies soon. Everybody is startled, and Soyu asks anxiously why she would suddenly die. She looks down and says this is something she can only tell them, because her uncle Chagale arrived with the alliance leader. She reached him telepathically, and the moment he heard her voice he turned around astonished and asked what she was doing here. She said there were reasons, and asked whether they could speak privately in the courtyard, and said she would wait for him. Chagale said nothing at the time, then met her, and asked what was going on, and what she was doing on the front lines, and whether Brother Hay knew about this. She smiled and said her father does not know yet, but that she could not stand and watch, knowing what happens out here. This is the justice her father taught her. Chagale said, worried that she is too young, and that this place is far too dangerous for a woman. And she said there is a girl in her unit a year younger than her, and she herself is already 21, so she can look after herself. Also, she has learned a great many shocking things here, and she cannot ignore them. Chagale's hand shook, and he became careful. She told him not to worry, since nothing dangerous had happened, and that she came because she had one request. She handed him a bundle of letters and said she had prepared them for her father and for Soel and had not sent them, because she was waiting for him to arrive for the conference. He took them and said that if it is her wish, he will send them and that she should be careful, because no matter how skilled she is, this is a battlefield. She thanked him for his concern and said he does not need to worry about her that much, and he told her to go home if it becomes too dangerous, because Brother Hay would not survive losing his daughter, and that he would do everything possible to help her. She said his support is entirely sufficient. Then he said goodbye, because the conference had already started, and he could not stay. She thanked him for his time, and he left, giving her one last smile, all of which struck Jeongyeon as strange. So she tells the squad that too many things have been going wrong. The shortage of resources on the front, these demons, the bloodbath at Mukwan, the fall of Diankang, the incident at the Jeon family estate. It is completely unnatural that none of that was ever announced publicly, which means some great power is hiding it. Se-young raises an eyebrow and asks who exactly she means, and she says she believes the alliance is involved. Jin is startled because he thought he was missing something, and in his past life he never had time to think about any of it, since he was busy surviving. What did Jeongyeon notice? Jeon asks whether they did not all promise to keep quiet, and says she knows it sounds a little strange, but is it really that suspicious? And Jeongyeon says it is not the oath of secrecy that is strange. It is how well the secret is kept. Service at the front runs 5 years and does not have to be extended, so there must be a great many former frontline martial artists who have finished their term. And she does not believe that anybody who survived 5 years out here has ordinary skills, which means famous masters should have been appearing all over, particularly in Guizhou, Sichuan, and Guangxi, right next to Yunnan. And her uncle is involved, because he buried her warning letter. Then she asks Jin whether he did not say he received information about the front, and whether he has ever personally met anybody who came off this battlefield. He thinks about it, and says he never met a single person in Guizhou province who claimed to have come from the front. There were not even rumors of one. The only place to get information was the Hao sect. She asks whether he thinks all of this is connected. Was there genuinely not one warrior out of the front anywhere in Guizhou province, which borders Yunnan? In Murim, where rumors move faster than wind, is it not strange that there is no news from this front at all? And Jin understands exactly what she is pointing at. The warriors who finished their service are being quietly killed. That same night, Chagale opens her letter and reads it. In it, she writes to her father and asks how he is and tells him about her own situation. She is at the front, and it is far more serious than it looks. Demonic people come out of the jungle constantly, and most of the people holding this line are young martial artists with no experience. And the Murim Alliance reports none of it to the outside world. At the very beginning of the incident, there were rumors that the Diankang sect was involved, and she has not been able to confirm them. But if it is true, she finds it very difficult to understand why none of this has been known in Murim until now. She has the feeling that somebody is hiding the truth from everybody. If possible, could he look into it? She hopes she is only worrying. After reading it, her uncle burns it, and says that a secret oath is a promise to keep a secret. For the sake of his own daughter Soel, he wanted to pretend he knew nothing. But if he leaves this girl alone, she will tell her father the whole truth, so he has no choice. And if her father learns the truth, the case cannot be covered up. He apologizes to him. He has 3 daughters. Even if one of them disappears, he still has 2. All of this is because of that man's stubbornness. So he hopes for his understanding. Then he writes an order and sends it out in a letter to the people who have just now attacked a man walking home from the front, holding his wound, grinding his teeth against the pain, thinking that he could finally have lived a normal life. He looks at his killers and asks whether they are genuinely minions of a bloody cult, chasing down even somebody who left the front. That is exactly like them. And the man picks up his sword and raises it over his head and tells him he worked hard, at which point the warrior understands that his killer is from the alliance. And then his head comes off. The assassin looks at the body and says he should have stayed at the front, Then a messenger bird comes down, and everybody knows there is a new assignment. One of them asks whether they have another one to eliminate, and notes there have been an awful lot this month. And their leader reads the letter and says, this one is far more serious, because they want them to go to the battlefield itself and kill one of their own active duty soldiers. A woman at that? These people are the Hidden Shadow Corps, a unit built to protect the secrets of the Murim Alliance. It eliminates martial artists and sects who break their secret oath, which is why the masters of the sects inside the alliance have no option but to honor that oath, and why they go as far as informing on other sects who fail to keep theirs in order to take those benefits for themselves. Apostates and masters out of the unorthodox sects cannot be bound by an oath at all, so the alliance eliminates them preemptively before they become unstable elements in the system. Sak Mukien, leader of the 4th Squad of the Hidden Shadow Corps, has been doing this work for 9 years, including quietly eliminating representatives of the orthodox sects who are fighting on the front lines. It is a job he can neither understand nor get used to. But a Master of Common Birth serves as a shadow for 10 years before he can join the official fighting forces, and that is a long-standing tradition that does not bend. With 1 year left, this is the only road Mukien has. He watches the bird go and thinks that anybody who dies on that battlefield certainly dies with a grudge, and he has no choice. Anybody who disobeys an order cannot complain about being killed for it. Once you set foot in here, obeying orders is the only way to stay alive. 1 year left. In a year, this filthy business is finished. He needs to be patient. He will endure it and stand in front of him with his head up. They prepare a plan and move out, because according to the intelligence, today is the day the target squad leaves on night patrol. He assigns numbers 5, 6, and 7 to gather the cunning spirits, and asks whether they can handle that. Numbers 1 and 2 take the squad leader Sol Pan, whose skill is at its peak, and not in its infancy but in its mature stage. He may be comparable to Mukion himself, or better. One of them says that is impossible, and that a 20-year-old cannot be on the squad leader's level. And Mukion says it is better to overestimate and prepare than to underestimate and die, and that nobody drops their guard. Everybody takes position, some on the ground and some in the trees, pulling the spirits in. Because on this battlefield, the abduction of women by blood cult members is not unusual, which means everybody will assume the cult did it. All that is left is waiting for the target to come closer. The squad appears, and Mukion signals and decides all of it is going smoothly, and they wait for the target to reach the right point, and everybody watches the movement closely. The squad moves slowly through the forest, and Sol Pan tells them all, telepathically, that there is an ambush ahead, and that they are pulling back to match its pace. Jin notes that the enemy evidently has a specific point where they intend to attack. Everything exactly as Jung Yin said, because not long ago, a man calling himself the Alliance's overseer received information about the 13th soaring dragons from a deputy commander, precisely the way she described. They really did come to eliminate her, which means her hypothesis holds, and the Murim Alliance is killing a martial artist on its own front line. And it means Kegolji Gang, whom she has called uncle since she was a child, decided to have her removed. Jin knows better than most what it feels like to be stabbed in the back by somebody you trusted. This is not the moment for pity. The attackers do not yet know that failing to account for Commander Sol Pan's detection radius is a grave mistake. They are about to discover that this ambush was doomed from the beginning. Sol Pan senses it, calls to Seiyang, and says the insidious spirits are closing on them from 3 sides. The 2 of them go in different directions, and Mukion goes nervous, because they were nowhere near close enough to be noticed. How did that happen? Seiyang runs straight at the spirits and goes through the middle of them, slipping every blow while splashing blood out of his water skin, and the whole mass turns and chases him. Mukion asks himself what is going on, because that man is handling the spirits with no effort at all. At this rate, the losses are unavoidable. Then somebody screams behind him. He turns and finds the commander of the 7th squad taking apart his subordinates, and freezes, unable to work out how any of this happened. He calls numbers 1 and 2 and orders them onto that man. And the instant they come down out of the trees, Sol Pan is on them. He strikes and slips the returns. Mukion climbs and follows from above, thinking that the ambush has failed, and that nothing here is as simple as it looked. So they finish this as fast as possible. Sol Pan turns and calls out to number 3. Mukion looks toward the squad and Jeongyeon breaks into the forest and he goes after her. He thinks she is clever enough, except that separating from her comrades lets him do a far cleaner job. Then Jin calls out to Soyu and warns her that the enemy is chasing and she should be careful. Mukion stops dead and looks in their direction and asks himself whether that woman with her face hidden behind her bangs is Soyu. Has he been chasing the wrong target? Then he sees the smirk on Jin's face and understands he has been played. And by the time he turns back, Jeongyeon is much too far away. Meanwhile, Sol Pan, without breaking off his own fight, tells Jin to follow that man because he is carrying at least 70 years of internal energy. Jin gives chase and notes that the pace of this pursuit is no joke. They set traps, and at this rate she is caught before she reaches them. A peak martial artist with more than 70 years of internal energy. At his current level, a head-on collision simply takes him apart. So he tries his luck and throws several daggers, and the man chooses to dodge instead of counter. He throws a few more and privately compliments the reflexes. And then Mukion turns and decides to remove him first, so he stops interfering. He pushes off a tree and comes at him, and Jin turns around and runs. The killer stops and asks himself whether the boy is running the moment the chase starts, which is infuriating and less important than the target. He turns to resume, and Jin says the words Murim Alliance, and he stops moving. He is brave apparently. To think an alliance warrior is doing work this dirty, Mukion goes nervous, because this boy knows where he comes from, which means he has to die immediately. He runs at him and throws several sharp rings. Jin slips another attack and notes that the man's close-range skills are excellent, and that his throwing work erases the difference in skill entirely. The trajectories are unpredictable enough that this is clearly not an ordinary killer.
He keeps running. There is not much left.
And the moment he reaches the right place, he breaks and cuts a rope. The trap fires and arrows come out of the trees at Mukion from every direction. He spins and blocks all of them, while Jin keeps running and keeps watching, and decides that this must be what a blade screen looks like. The man is a serious martial artist, which is exactly what he expected. By the time Mukion has finished with the arrows, the boy is gone, although he cannot have escaped in that little time, so he is hiding somewhere. From the traps to the movement of that squad, he had information and he was prepared. Mukion will catch him and find out who is behind this. 9 years of operating in shadow. He will make him regret trying to fight him with stealth. He will show him who the professional is here. Meanwhile, Jin takes out a bag of snakes because it is time for round 2. Fighting an assassin using stealth is not something he is insane enough to attempt. He will show this alliance warrior what real combat on the front lines actually looks like. Then they will see who the professional is. The snakes go to work, and Mukion stops and starts looking around, because he can sense animals and no person at all. Does the boy come from a family of assassins? This is going to drag. Could it be that he really did miss his main target? Then a snake comes at him and he moves clear in time, and several more follow. He kills one and concludes that using snakes to find him was an excellent move. Losing the stealth exchange does not mean losing the fight, and if this boy really is an assassin, he will not pass up the opening. So he waits for it. The snakes come again, and he hears weapons cutting the air and calculates the position instantly. He cuts through every snake in his path and runs at the spot, and swings. And Jin throws a sack under his blade, and poisonous insects come down over him. He defends, and some of them get through, and his strength goes, and he drops onto one knee. He holds his head and breathes hard and swears. The snakes come back, and he dodges and falls, because the more he moves, the faster the poison travels. He has taken too many bites, and internal energy is no longer holding it back. Every second he hesitates makes this worse, so he has to finish quickly. He kills several more snakes, and another bag comes down, and more bites open. His vision is already going. He falls and works out that restricting his blood flow to contain the poison means he cannot move at all, and that moving to repel the attack spreads it faster. He is cornered, and a voice arrives very close and asks who else he thinks knows he is from the Alliance. Only him. Or his team members too. Or perhaps the corps commander who gave him their duty schedule. Mukion goes tense because the boy knows he met the commander. Could the commander be the one running this? Was that helpless expression of his an act the entire time? Jin, behind a nearby tree, smirks, and the snakes come again, and Mukion lunges and kills one. Then Jin says he is extremely curious what a man thinks about while carrying out an order to execute his own comrades. Mukion looks around and senses nothing at all. Have his senses gone that dull? Even a direct clash has become risky in this scenario, so he cannot let this run long. And Jin says whoever gave the order is an idiot, and that he is worse for deciding to carry it out. He is no different from the demons of the blood cult. Possibly worse. So Mukion closes his eyes and concentrates because he only needs to locate him once, which is why he does not notice the snake that opens up and takes his arm. He goes down onto his knees, and the snake wraps his leg and he stops moving. Jin comes out from behind the tree and remarks that this is where it ends. The killer is not immobilized. He is pretending and waiting for him to come closer. The poison is already climbing his leg and he holds still anyway because he only needs 3 meters. Inside that radius he wins. 5 meters, 4, and at 3 he lunges, having read the crouch as a counterattack. He believes he touched him. He believes he went through him. He missed. Jin is already behind him, blade up, and somebody stops him. The man catches the blade and suggests he wait a moment, which confuses Jin completely. He tries to move it, and it will not move at all. Is that the legendary attraction technique? How does a master like that end up out here? He stares at the man in shock, and Jiangyan walks over and tells him not to worry, because that is her father, which does not reduce the shock at all. By dawn, the whole squad is together with the killer in custody, and the man introduces himself as He Wunbaek, Jiangyan's father. Jin notes, smiling, that Jiangyan's family name is therefore also He. She confirms it, and Soyu claps her hands and says that is not surprising at all, because she always knew Jian was not her real name. Sejong says none of that matters right now, and asks whether the name genuinely means nothing to any of them. And the squad leader steps up and asks hesitantly whether this is the star of the heavenly sword of justice. Wunbaek smiles and says he feels slightly awkward being called anything that majestic. But yes, Zhangwan and Ji Yan come apart, because this is one of the 3 stars. The idol of every man alive, the one who seeks justice, the legendary hero, the star of the heavenly sword of justice. Soyu asks, astonished, whether Jiangyan is the daughter of that man, and Jian grabs both her hands and demands to know how she hid something that important. She is prepared to be her best friend starting immediately. Zhangwan begins treating Zhangyan with visible reverence and apologizes in case he ever offended her. Jin shakes his head, smiling, and decides that whatever family somebody comes from, a person's worth is decided by what they do. He has no reason to treat her any differently, so he will not. He greets her father respectfully, introduces himself, and mentions that he previously saved his daughter's life, it was quite dangerous. Nothing special. The man laughs and says he has heard a great deal about him, and that apparently she relies on him for everything. Jin says he is flattered, and will keep trying, and asks what brought him here. Jiangyan explains that her father has been watching over her in case something went wrong, since she wanted to be safe, so she sent him a letter during her leave asking him to come to the front. She also told him that if the letters she entrusted to her uncle failed to arrive, that would mean the Murim Alliance is running everything from behind the curtain. Jin realizes all of this was a test built to scout the situation and identify the strategist behind the Murim Alliance. Then Woonbaek moves to the interrogation and turns to Mukian and observes that he did not need to ask whether he recognizes him. The man looks up with eyes full of horror and guilt and asks how he could ever forget the sword star. Woonbaek says that when he first saw him, he thought that if he kept sharpening those skills, he would become a living legend. So why did he stoop to work like this? The man drops his head, genuinely disgusted with himself and ashamed, and Jeongyeon speaks for him and points out that he deliberately tried not to harm innocent people during the attack. A genuine scoundrel would have gone at Commander Solpan first. She goes to Mukian and asks him to tell them what happens to him if he fails a mission. He tells them that martial artists without noble birth serve 10 years in the Hidden Shadow Corps before they are eligible for the official forces, and that they are required to sign an agreement stating that any disobedience results in a squad being dispatched to execute them. Woonbaek is shocked because he did not know the alliance dealt in anything like that, and Jiangyan lays it out for her father. They keep the secrets and they enforce the loyalty, which lets the alliance cultivate martial artists who cannot think independently. It even lets them identify the people most likely to hold a grudge. From their perspective, it genuinely is a perfect system, and he bears part of the responsibility for the state this man is in. Because if he had properly recommended him and vouched for him, her uncle would never have been able to put him somewhere like the Shadow Corps. From her uncle's perspective, he was an extremely tempting pawn, a man whose talent was recognized by one of the 3 stars, with nobody standing behind him, which means the recommendation that got him into the alliance is exactly what sent him to that place. Uncle Chigel knew better than anybody that he would make himself look away. He only joined the alliance at all because he believed those words. Whether he uses him as a servant or takes him on formally as a disciple, either way he has to take responsibility. Woonbaek looks at the warrior for several seconds, then says he understands, and that since the responsibility is partly his, he will take him under his wing and keep an eye on him. Mukian nearly breaks down at that and says he committed a terrible act against him, and that none of this was easy, which is how they end up holding the commander of a Shadow Corps squad. Jin asks Jiangyan what happens next, and she says, smiling, that with his cooperation this becomes very easy. She asks Mukion to send her uncle a report saying he killed her, so that his attention moves elsewhere for a while, which they use to gather information. This has been running for at least 10 years, since the front was formed, so she asks her father not to move rashly. He asks, thoughtfully, whether she means this is not simply Jigang's personal initiative. She says either that, or that he is the only person who was kept in the dark. Everybody who took part in creating this front almost certainly knows. Woonbaek rubs his chin and says the Shigel clan believes he has gone into secluded training ever since the Orthodox blood sect appeared, so he can stay in the area a while. Then Jin remembers something and tells Zhongyan that Shegel Soel was her friend, and that he remembers seeing her when she visited the house. Ji Yan asks whether by Shegel Soel he means the pinnacle of the heavenly wisdom sword. She has heard that woman's beauty outshines even her extraordinary martial arts, at which point Woonbaek clears his throat and announces, with great pride, that none of them has any taste whatsoever. He has never in his life seen a girl with more wisdom, more martial prowess, or more beauty than his dear daughter Zhongyan. Certainly Soel is quite talented. Next to Zhongyan, she is a firefly flying in front of a full moon. Everybody smiles awkwardly, and Jin agrees that Jiangyan is quite wise, while having no idea whether she outclasses the actual pinnacle of heavenly wisdom. Woonbaek walks over to him, having apparently detected the doubt. The only reason Jiangyan has not reached the pinnacle of mastery is that she lacks passion for martial arts. She had so many other interests that she never trained properly from her teens onward. And that is not all, because Jiangyan's beauty is hidden behind those long bangs, and her real face is simply incomparable. Jiangyan says his name in a tone of pure outrage and pulls on his arm and apologizes awkwardly to her friends, and explains that he sometimes gets carried away. She drags him aside and tells him he cannot behave like that outside their own house, and that she needs a quick word with them, so wait here. Woonbaek is confused and does not argue with his daughter, and Jin smiles, because watching how the real star of the Heavenly Sword of Justice actually behaves, the man comes across as somebody's amusing neighbor. The star of the Heavenly Sword of Justice turns out to be genuinely delighted to meet young people this talented, and gives each of them individual advice. He spars Sol Pan, whose sword reaches his neck more than once, which frightens him every time. He deflects the sword and steps back, and says that if this were a real duel, Sol Pan would have died 10 times over. Right now he is too focused on speed. If he is willing to quiet his mind and understand the balance between stillness, weight, and speed, the wall in front of him gets much easier. He already has everything he needs for the next stage. Still short of breath, Sol Pan thanks him for the guidance. Then he turns to Jin and says that he can reach the top in a single step, and that step is forming enhanced chi. Has he ever asked himself what enhanced chi actually is? Jin says, confused whether it is not simply ki compressed for strength. Woonbaek says people usually think that purely because of the name. He does not believe it. Ki is something that flows like water, and water does not become harder because you compress it, which is why he believes that forcing chi to concentrate into one point is the wrong approach entirely. Jin rubs his chin and asks himself whether he is supposed to cut with water, not ice. Water? Woonbeak sees him thinking and says that is enough for the two of them for now. And since opportunities like this do not come often, could they bring the other young people from the other squads who are approaching the peak of their skills? He would be glad to help however he can. So they bring in the commanders of the other 3 squads, and he gives all of them good advice, and at the end they thank him and say they learned an enormous amount. Woonbeck says he is glad he could help. However, could they please keep his visit quiet, since he was simply planning to visit his daughter? Jisun promises, and then Sol Pan asks whether that is everybody since he did not see the leader of the 4th squad. Soyu says, worried that Jin was supposed to bring him, and that he is late. Because Jin has only just found Yu-Gi-Oh! With help from one of his squad members, who takes him to the training ground, where the man is asleep against a wall. Jin looks at him and asks whether he is sleeping off drink in the middle of the day. The squad member says uneasily that he does not know why, but he has been like this since yesterday, and that asking about it makes him angry. If the deputy were here, he would ask them to talk, except he has not seen her either, which makes Jin seriously alarmed, and he asks since when Mei Yokyung has not been here. The man is thrown by the reaction and says she has not been seen since yesterday, and that she seemed very anxious lately, so he assumes she needed time alone. Jin starts moving immediately, because she has disappeared. The same Mei Yokyung who died to a spider spirit at roughly this point. He did not pay enough attention to it, because the situation with Jiang Yan took all of it. Then he stops, goes back, and asks how long the squad leader has been in that state. The man says he has been drinking since yesterday, and behaving strangely since the conference. So Jin walks on and thinks it through. If he is right, then the reason for Ma Yugeum's collapse was never Mei Yokyung at all. Jiang Yan said the blood demon appeared to send him a telepathic message. But why? What did Ma Yugeum learn? Could it be the secret of the Jian family estate and the Diankang sect, the thing that drove the blood demon into the blood cult in the first place? Except that story is far too long to fit into that many seconds. Or perhaps he said something about his father Ma Wonwung. Is he alive? Has he been made into a puppet of the blood cult, which is entirely possible since turning martial artists into puppets was that man's revolting hobby. Although by the rumors the former leader of the Diankang sect was buried alive during the Muquan bloodbath along with the other masters, and was already dead by the time the sect fell. It is unlikely anybody makes a puppet out of a man crushed under rubble. Either way, right now he has to find Mei Yokyung. By the time he gives up on the commander, his own squad is back at the core, so he finds them, and reports that they have a problem. The deputy leader of the 4th squad has not been seen since yesterday, and he has a very bad feeling about it. Nobody doubts his premonitions anymore, so they go straight into the forest. The squad splits up, and with Sak Mukhian, who is an excellent tracker, they find her in under a day. She is dead. There is no blood left in her body. She is like a straw doll. A day earlier, Yu-Gi-Oh! Opened the box holding the techniques. He turned the pages of the notebook and noticed that these do not appear to be the blood cult's martial arts. He found a method for preventing chi deviation using a poison core. To think it was the poison core that let the blood cult grow that fast. And the next art, an energy absorption technique. Not the chi absorption technique the rumors describe, but crude, vile methods built on carnal pleasure and the absorption of blood. Except that consuming a poison core this way could solve the exact problem created by Diankang's fall and mean nobody ever has to hunt for resources again. Then he turned to the suggestion technique, which cannot control a person the way charm techniques do, but can influence the workings of the subconscious, meaning the workings of true chi. The art confuses a person so thoroughly that they believe the result is their own will, which unlike charm could be useful. And then he had a thought. If he used this on Gunil, perhaps he could make him agree to the sex revival. Perhaps he could use it on her as well. He shook his head and threw the thought out. What would be the point now? Even if it did not belong to a cult, considering the use of techniques like this is absurd. He smiled sadly and shut the notebook, noting that at a low level of skill it is unlikely to work unless the target is entirely defenseless. Even if he used it, nothing changes. There is no point spending time on this, since he genuinely has no idea where this road leads him. Then he opened the door to leave his chambers, and a note from Yokyung fell at his feet. She urgently needs to tell him something. She will wait where they always used to meet in secret. He thought that he has been ignoring her and she appears to be getting worse. If she would simply let this love go. Although he is in no position at all to criticize anybody, since he cannot let go of Tang Yoan. And who exactly can a man criticize when he is the grandson of a blood demon? And then he had an idea. Perhaps he could use the suggestion technique to help Yokyung move on without carrying his image around in her. That would be good for her. He was confident she would open up to him easily. Even a blood cult technique is not wrong if it is used for something good. The user is what decides whether a weapon serves good or evil. He looked at the description of the technique and noted, smiling, that it reads quite easily. That night he arrived at the meeting place, and Yokyung was already waiting. She saw him and ran to him with a worried face, and he sighed heavily and said she looks unwell, and asked whether she had eaten anything today. Learning that he still cared made her very happy, and then for some reason she lowered her eyes. She held onto him tightly, and he thought that she trusts him completely, so leaving a suggestion in her should be easy. And then she said it. She loves him, and she does not care. Even if he is the grandson of a blood demon, she will always be beside him. Those words frightened him badly enough that he pushed her off and looked into her face and asked what she just said. She started crying and said, smiling, that it does not matter to her, and that she is entirely his. He was horrified. She knows that he is the grandson of a blood demon, and then he remembered that she has a key to his chambers, and that he left his mother's letter on the bed in the most visible place in the room. She told him not to worry so much because she will not tell anybody about it. He did not believe her, or more accurately, he was frightened and he panicked. Nobody can know about this, so he did it to her with his own hands. Late that night, a girl named Do Hyun wakes up and walks out into the street, without changing her clothes, whispering something about the West. Another girl wakes and notes that she is doing it again, and her friend says to leave her alone, since she is probably sleepwalking. She walks into the forest, heading west, because that is what the voice in her head is telling her. And then loud laughter wakes her. The men waiting there say everything is exactly as Du Tan described, and that all they had to do was wait. They are the twin brothers of the Seven Misfortunes Scythe, G-Mac and Gu Yejil, and they say that the subliminal work of the black blood illusion demons is simply remarkable. The girl tries to speak, and Yejil covers her mouth and tells her not to worry, because they will release her soon. His brother says she will be the bait for catching Tang Yoin. Then he takes out a jar of worms and asks whether she knows what this is. A blood parasite, one of the highest forms of control, so rare that he managed to buy 2 at once by spending everything he had. He is giving her one, so let her be grateful and swallow it. He forces it into her mouth and it goes down, and the light goes out of her eyes and she becomes completely calm. Then they question her. Which squad is she from? The 5th. The twins look at each other confused and ask whether she is not from the 3rd. Then whether she is by any chance close to Tang Yuan. She tells them she is not close to her, and that as far as she knows, that woman does not speak with anybody in particular. The closest person to her must be Myung Sahyeon, the deputy commander of the 3rd squad. The twins exchange a look and Yejil says there is probably no other way. His brother agrees, and says he cannot believe they wasted a blood parasite, and that nothing can be done about it. So they give her the order. The next day, Sahyeon comes into the training hall carrying a tray of snacks and tea that he prepared for the commander. He leaves it on the bench and looks it over and decides, smiling, that it is perfect, as always. A squad member comes in and asks whether he is here already, and he says he could not skip a day for their queen. The man remarks that his work is genuinely magnificent, and says he hopes the squad commander appreciates that devotion soon. Anyway, does he know Hyeon from the 5th squad? Sahyeon thinks and clarifies that. He means Do Hyeon, the modest sweet one. He knows who she is and has never spoken to her. Why is he asking? The man hands him a piece of paper and says she asked him to deliver it and that she handed it over, went red, and ran. Sahyeon reads it with a surprised look, and the man says, smiling, that it is presumably a love letter. Sahyeon smiles and asks what else it could possibly be and says he feels extremely awkward. The man elbows him and asks whether he intends to betray the commander. He says of course not. He feels sorry for Hyeon and he will try to tell her how he feels without hurting her. Then he looks away with an awkward smile, because even feeling sorry for the girl, he is quietly glad that somebody asked him. Later, Yoin comes to the training hall, where a tray of food is waiting for her the way it always is. She sits on the bench and picks up the tea and thinks that she has never had anybody this devoted to her. She is grateful to Sahyeon for letting her feel a kindness she never knew inside her own family, because her mother hated her. However hard she tried to be a good girl, however much success she showed in martial arts, her mother never stopped pouring hatred and contemptuous looks over her, because that woman believed Yoin was the cause of everything that went wrong in her life. Her mother was the 3rd wife of Tang Chunghu, the current head of the Tang clan, a greedy woman who wanted her own son to be the next head of it, and for 5 years she was the only wife who could not conceive, and the harder that obsession got, the further she drifted from the head of Tang. In the 6th year of the marriage, she finally became pregnant with twins. She had exactly one wish, which was for at least one of them to be a boy. The boy was stillborn. The girl Tang Yoin survived, and when the woman understood that her dream had missed by one step, the rage went somewhere. It went into her newborn daughter. The head of the clan quietly turned his back on a wife who was completely undone. Yeun tried extremely hard to be a good daughter, and like any child she wanted attention and she wanted love. The entire family rejected her. And because she chose the sword instead of poison or hidden weapons, the rest of them would not accept her either. So when she was eventually told to go to the front lines, she was not surprised in the slightest. Yeun was the perfect sacrifice, out of the direct line of succession with a real standing lower than the collateral branches. The front lines were different, because out here everybody respected her, which was so foreign that she could not open herself to any of them. So she maintained the image of the Tang clan's peak sword and swore to keep living that way. The decision was made, and then she started drinking the warm tea that arrived for her every single day and started thinking differently. Maybe this man could genuinely love Tang Yoin, rather than the image with the title attached. She was afraid of mistaking the warmth of a cup of tea for love, and she wanted to believe that somewhere in the world there is somebody who would really love her. So when she finished the tea, she went out of the training hall to thank him, thinking that he is extremely loyal and that perhaps they could go a little further than this. Then she saw her deputy and froze, and wondered whether he was waiting for her to come back. She went red and looked away and asked herself what she was even thinking, and Sahyeon came over and said they needed to talk. His eyes had nothing behind them, no will, no light. Her own feelings kept her from noticing, so she followed him without a trace of doubt. Walking into the forest, Her heart was going hard, because she believed he was about to confess. Then Sayan stopped and said, frightened, that she cannot follow him. Confused, she asked what happened, and he went cold and distant again and told her to follow him. She started to sense something wrong. He kept repeating it, and then a terrible thought arrived. She looked into his eyes and said this cannot be, and asked him to tell her that it is not so. He told her in a cold voice to follow him, and her eyes filled with horror. Why him? She grabbed his clothes and told him to wake up, that he can still fight this, that he has to come back and pull himself together. Sayan fought it with everything he had, and his face twisted into something terrible. He knew he did not have the strength for this, so he asked her to kill him before he hurt her. She started crying and told him not to say that and not to leave her. He took his own body back for a moment, pushed her away, and screamed, and drew his sword and put it through his own heart. She threw herself at him, and threw the sword aside and went down onto the ground with him, screaming at him not to die. He touched her face and apologized to her, and told her how he felt. She kept telling him to come back, because she was finally ready to thank him. She wanted to tell him that because of him she wanted to live again. His hand fell. She screamed his name and held on to him, with nothing left she could say to him. Losing her second in command put Tang Yuan in bed for 3 days, and by coincidence the moment Myung Sahyun ended his own life is also the moment they found Mei Yokyung's body. The 13th Corps went to high alert because now they needed to find the spider spirit that killed Mei Yokyung, and whoever used soul-stealing techniques on Myung Sahyun. Du Hyun of the 5th Squad called Sahyun into the western forest. Working from the testimony of a 3rd squad member, Captain Fu Yan and the squad leaders went straight there, and the twins ran with everything they had, so all they could confirm was their identity. They decided to isolate Du Hyun, since she had been taken. In fairness, there was no cause to execute the girl, and her martial arts are weak, so she is not a threat. And since she never received an order from the caster, she never acted. With 2 deputy squad leaders gone, the 2 people who were supposed to be the backbone of this place, everybody fell into despair. And the air inside the 13th Corps of the Soaring Dragon got darker by the day. Several days later, the 7th Squad meets Woonback, and after hearing all of it he says he never imagined this place would be this terrible. He regrets not noticing sooner and apologizes to them on behalf of the Alliance's seniors. Jeongyeon tells him he must not let anybody know that he knows. At a time like this he stays calm, gathers information, and looks for evidence. Does he understand? He nods. And Jin asks whether they should perhaps build a situation where the other side has no choice but to act, that would pull suspicion off her father and make them believe they were out of options. She asks him to say more, and he says they could send a letter to the Starblade saying his daughter has been kidnapped by the blood cult. She likes that and tells her father to make an enormous amount of noise about it so that everybody in the Alliance hears. Then he announces that he is going to investigate it himself and returns to the front lines. Jin notes that as expected, she is catching on quickly. Jeongyeon thinks it through and tells her father that the more people he brings, the faster the story travels, which also guarantees his own safety. And Jin adds that advisor Chegal almost certainly believes the Hidden Shadow Corps already eliminated her, so a public uproar about a kidnapping will land perfectly, because he will assume the Starblade received false information. Jeongyeon smiles and notes that if this works, her father gets to turn the front lines into his own territory, and then she never has to leave. Woonbaek looks at the 2 of them, smiling, and promises to do his very best acting. That evening, Yu-Gi-Oh! Keeps drinking in full view of everybody, purely as theater. The search for the spider spirit has produced nothing, because core energy taken out of a person is far more aggressive than energy out of an elixir, so it has to be stabilized. He gets the pill into his mouth as discreetly as he can, and then grins because he finally has 70 years, and it took long enough. Once he reaches enlightenment, becoming the best swordsman in Dian Kang is no problem at all, and now increasing his internal energy is easy, although he should not take it from just anybody, since he is not like that scoundrel in the blood cult. He grins nervously and works on convincing himself that Yokyung was simply unlucky, an accident. Fear took him and he did not understand what he was doing. It would be a different matter entirely if a cult member did something like that. And if he grew stronger at the cost of one life, would that not be a sacrifice for the greater good? Then he looks at Tang Yuan, who is talking with her squad, and who has become completely willless since her second-in-command died. Was the shock really that severe? Although a broken heart is better, because then the suggestion technique will certainly work. So he goes over and asks her, looking devastated, whether she would like to drink with him. There is a place where he used to drink with Yokyung. It is a good place. They could sit with the memory of the departed. Her composed face twitches, and something frightened comes into it. Yu-Gi-Oh! Immediately turns and waves it off, and says that if she does not want to, he will go alone. He should get drunk today. In Yokyung's memory, she stops him and asks, worried whether drinking genuinely helps. He smirks, satisfied, then turns back with a sad face and says it helps for a while, and she agrees to come. He takes her into the forest and sits down on the grass and tells her this is where he often came with Yokyung, and where they found her. He pours and tells her not to burn it off with internal energy, because otherwise what is the point of drinking? She sits down beside him, looks at the cup for a while, and empties it in one motion. He says he still does not understand why she is this sad, and asks whether Myung Sayon was not in love with her without any of it being returned. She starts to answer, and he puts a strike into her acupuncture points and immobilizes her, and pushes her down onto the ground and leans over her. He grins crookedly and closes both hands around her throat, and she asks him what he is doing. He tightens his grip, and she starts to choke. And when he sees the tears, he is actually surprised because he expected this to take longer, and she gave them up more easily than he thought. He tells her to repeat after him. She is Tang Yoen. She repeats it, and he laughs because he feels pathetic now for having been so nervous and for never having been able to approach a woman like this. Never mind. She's going to pay for every part of his suffering. He tells her to repeat after him again. Tang Yoen belongs to Ma Yu-Guillaume. She repeats it like somebody hypnotized, and he enjoys it and strokes her face. And then somebody shouts his name. He turns toward it and finds knives coming at him and throws himself sideways. He lands and looks irritated at Jin, because a short while earlier Jin was walking the forest looking for traces of the spirit and finding nothing again. He fixed Miss Hayes' situation. He could not prevent what was already coming. Mei Yokyung dead. Myung Sayeon dead. Can fate not be changed even by returning to the past? He is stronger than he ever was last time, and he still cannot do anything. Why is he this helpless? Then Jiang Yan pulled him out of it and said that Ma Yu-Guillaume took Tang Yoen into the forest and asked whether he happened to see them. He looked at her, confused, and she said she assumed he had been keeping an eye on those two. They went toward the eastern forest. He thanked her for the information and privately found it strange because he never mentioned watching anybody. How did she know? Perhaps these two wounded people finally found each other, since in his past life they started seeing each other shortly after this. Most likely all of it repeats. Then Jiang Yan said she is not entirely certain, but she saw the captain take some kind of pill that resembled the poison pill Elder Kendall gave them, which changed everything. A guest arrived and he ran, asking her to tell the commander he would be back soon. She asked, surprised, whether he was going to them. He said he needed to check something, and by then he was certain. These are the soul-stealing techniques Du Tan used in his past life, which also appears to explain why Ma Yu-Guillaume tormented Tang Yoen so relentlessly last time. Yu-Guillaume draws in a rage and demands to know what he thinks he is doing, and Jin asks what he thinks he is doing and why he drew his sword. Not only is he doing this, he is now trying to silence the witness. Jin decides not to mention that he saw the soul-stealing technique because he wants to remove it first. The best plan is separating him from Lady Tang and finding an opportunity to fix this later, so he tells him to pull himself together and says he knows how hard this is after losing Yokyung, but that crossing this line has no road back. Let Lady Tang go, apologize, and Jin will pretend he saw nothing. Yu-Guillaume listens, then puts the sword away and says he showed a pathetic side of himself and is ashamed of it, and that he simply could not carry everything after Yokyung's death. He will apologize to Lady Tang, although right now she seems far too drunk. Could he help him carry her? Jin decides this scoundrel is unexpectedly calm. Is he planning something, or is that because he is not fully inside the bloody cult yet? So he says that since Yu-Guillaume is also drunk, he will carry her, and Yu-Guillaume can lead the way. He goes to her and tells her to get up, since she has had too much while thinking that the only thing that matters is getting her back to her squad. She starts mumbling. Meanwhile, Yu-Guillaume decides that Jin is in his way again. He was a thorn before, and now he will not stop appearing. Even back then, he dared to refuse him and go to Seoul Pan. They are unlucky in their friendships. The egg of a great phoenix, and he could not have it. So since he cannot have it, he will at least aim its power in the right direction. He puts a hand out, intending to use a blood cult technique, and Jin moves sideways fast and shouts that Ma Yu-Guillaume is a traitor who has learned blood cult techniques, then breaks into a run, because Lady Tang could be hurt here, and he has to separate them. Yu-Guillaume swears at himself for failing to do this quietly and chases him. Jin breaks contact and gets into a tree, and watches him run past underneath, and notes that even Sakmukian with 70 years of chi could not catch him. Shaking Ma Yu-Guillaume off was easy. Then he goes back to Tang Yuan, because what is happening to her worries him. She is still repeating that Tang Yuan belongs to Ma Yu-Guillaume. He interrupted the hypnosis and she is still not herself, and he has to restore her chi flow before Ma Yu-Guillaume comes back. So he strikes her acupuncture points and says that Tang Yuan belongs to herself. She looks at him and repeats it as a question, which delights him, because it is working, which means the hypnosis never set properly. He says she belongs to herself and to nobody else. She repeats it quietly, and then breaks down completely and says she should never have been born, and that she did not deserve it, and starts asking her mother's forgiveness for being born and for surviving. Jin goes tense, because he can feel Yu-Guillaume's energy, and shortly the man appears, sees him carrying her away, swears and orders him to stop and hand her back. Jin runs with Tang Yuan in his arms, unable to hide, slowing down, coming up on his limit, and Yuan keeps saying she should not have been born. He decides Ma Yu-Guillaume has nothing to do with that part, and that he cannot leave her in this state either. So he tells her she has earned the right to live. She deserves love, and she is more than worthy of continuing to live. She does not hear him. She keeps crying and asking her mother's forgiveness, which makes him frantic, because he genuinely does not know what to say to bring her back. And then he remembers Sayan, because neither in his past life nor in this one has he heard of anybody under a spell doing what that man did, however deep the relationship. How deeply in love do you have to be? So he tells her to think about her deputy squad leader, Myung Sahyun, to think about who he was and how much he loved her. She says his name quietly, and he asks urgently whether she remembers that. He loved her enough to give his life for it. So if she cannot trust herself, then let her at least believe the man who chose her. Yeon holds on to him and cries harder, and he tells her that everything is going to be alright, and that she matters exactly as much as any person alive. Then Yu-Gi-Oh's furious scream arrives behind him, promising him death. And Jin decides he spent far too much energy talking while running. He planned to lead the man into the poisonous forest, and at this pace that takes at least 2 hours, which means there is no other option. He sets Yoon down and Yu-Gi-Oh is already close, so he draws and goes at him, and decides to try a fight. Their swords meet, and Yu-Gi-Oh immediately registers the size of what is on the other side, and asks when he reached the peak of his skill. Jin keeps striking, and thanks to what the star of the Heavenly Sword of Justice told him, he understands now that blade energy is something that flows like water, the way water pushes a stone, and that enhanced chi is a powerful and very fine stream of it. Yu-Gi-Oh settles into the fight and lunges, and Jin finds the parries getting harder. When they separate, Jin looks at him and asks himself whether his combat skill is genuinely that far ahead. He may have more skill, and their chi levels should be roughly at 1 level. Yu-Gi-Oh comes again, laughing, and says he is still a beginner, and that even enhanced chi is worthless in his hands. He starts pushing, and Jin gives ground, because against speed-based sword techniques, like the Sun Arrow sword and the 13 Songwoo swords, illusion techniques are a genuine problem, especially against an opponent more skilled than he is, where his own techniques only open holes in him. Yu-Gi-Oh drops on him again and asks, laughing, whether that is his limit, and calls him a loser. And Jin understands there is exactly one thing left: the 14th and 15th forms of the 13 Songwoo swords. Now that he can use enhanced chi, he can also release the hidden form, except that using a technique he has only ever learned in theory could drain him and leave him helpless. Should he abandon Yuan and run, the people he wants to save most are his friends in that squad, not her. He came this far. He cannot die like this. And just as his opponent moves to attack again, he sees an opening, the only escape available. He goes at him, and remembers Sayan telling him that he is only saying this now but that he previously thought they were wasting their time, and that they proved the training was worth something, and that he wanted to apologize for looking down on their effort. Jin sets his teeth. Yu-Gi-Oh shouts that it is too late to back out. He throws a strike and Jin slips it, which he clearly did not expect. And Jin focuses and answers with the 14th Songwoo sword form, Phoenix Incarnation. Yu-Gi-Oh swears because failing to block that finishes him. He braces and swings the revolving wind style, 48 swords. Their energies meet and the explosion takes the clearing apart. Jin goes down onto one knee afterward, emptied out, as though every trace of chi has been pulled out of him, unable to get back onto his feet. And his opponent is badly damaged, with one eye opened up, and standing, which means he won this. Jin decides that with more chi he would have gone through him. Yu-Gi-Oh says that at the end there, it was not bad at all. He nearly died. And now his time has come. Jin is frightened that his second life ends here. Yu-Gi-Oh raises the sword over him and says farewell, Songwoo Jin. And Yuan's voice arrives behind him, cold, saying it is time to say goodbye to him. He turns. She is furious. She has a sword pointed at him and she asks how he dared touch her with those filthy hands. Yu-Gi-Oh is confused, and then frightened, because he did not want the woman he loves looking at him like that. With complete contempt and complete malice. He panics, takes a step backward without meaning to, and then runs, screaming in despair. Jin exhales and says he only survived because of her, and that he is glad she came back. And Yuan collapses on the spot. He gets to her and picks her up, and she's burning. He looks back and decides Yu-Gi-Oh may return, so he needs shelter and gets them into the brush between the trees. He is carrying the pouch whose scent repels poisonous creatures, so nothing bites them. He pulls her in, and she starts apologizing to her mother for being born again. Her head is burning, and her body is ice. So he takes off his outer clothing and covers her with it, and holds her, and tells her she is an important person and a valuable one. He is glad she was born safely. And Myung Sayan obviously thought the same. She does not respond, so he holds her and tries to keep her warm, and privately asks her to hold on a little longer, for Sayan's sake. They stay like that until dawn and her temperature comes down, so the worst of it is over. He lays her on the ground and lies down next to her, and notes that his whole body hurts, presumably from having spent every scrap of chi he had. They will rest a while before heading back. He did not know that somebody was watching them, a man who decided he had finally found somebody worthy of being his successor. He did well. That was not bad at all. Lady Tang recovers before long and thanks him awkwardly, and in that awkward silence they go back to the 13th. Ma Yu-Gi-Oh has not returned, and Jin assumes he has run, so he goes to his quarters, where he finds the letter his mother left him, the Book of Arts and the Elixirs, which is how he understands all of it. The massacre at the Jian family estate, Dian Chang and the Blood Demon, and Ma Yu-Gi-Oh's mother inside the middle of it. Looking at that much wreckage, he understands why the man broke. To think the Blood Demon is family. Understanding is not the same as approving. He passes all of it to Sol Pan, and an emergency meeting is called, and it is the first time he has ever sat in a gathering of commanders. He tells them that from what they can see, squad leader Ma appears to have been tainted by demonic chi during a period of emotional vulnerability, and that is what changed him. The vice commander of the second squad, Gam Jin, suggests keeping it quiet for now, because it would be too much of a shock for the Corps, let alone for the fourth squad itself. And Jin argues for going public, because if Ma Yu-Gi-Oh gets close to their people again while nobody knows, there is no telling what happens. He sympathizes with the man, The truth needs to be known on this front. Fu Yan agrees and says they announce it as fast as possible, and Jia Sun adds that the alliance has to be informed too. While they talk, Jin goes quiet, worrying about how Chigel Jigang reacts to this. Because if the rumor spreads, people learn about the blood demon and its connection to Dian Kang. He may do something drastic, exactly like what he tried with Jeongyeon. They have to trust He Woonbaek, who has only just returned to the alliance. After the meeting, the 13th Corps stays under a heavy sky for days, and the members of the 4th Squad who lost their commander and their vice commander at once carry a weight none of them have carried before. Fortunately, Lady Tang appears to be moving forward, and he hears she is trying to fill the space. Myung Sayan left. A few days later, preparing for the steel spirit that is coming, he goes to see her, because he needs to ask about the bone-melting poison. He comes into the training hall while she is working through sword forms, moving fast and sharp, as though venting something. And Jin picks the sadness and the despair out of her sword immediately, which means she has not recovered at all. He calls to her, and she looks up surprised, then looks away, shaking, because she remembers all of it. She looks at him again in horror, and then breaks down. He goes to her and holds her, and tries to calm her, because she has not recovered in the slightest. She simply cannot let her squad see their leader weak, which means she has been suppressing every part of it. He tells her that she is more important and more valuable than anybody, and that she is doing perfectly well right now. They stand like that for a while. Meanwhile, Woonbaek arrives at the alliance. Jigang is in his office reading a letter and wondering whether this Soul Pan really killed 2 early peak masters and 7 high-level first-class masters by himself. He cannot determine his origin or his sect. Unfortunately, once that person leaves the Corps, an assassination order gets issued for him, and the job will not be easy. If only he could get his hands on him instead. Perhaps he should visit the front, since there are things he needs to learn. Then a subordinate comes in and tells him He Woonbaek has arrived, and he asks, surprised, what brought him here. The subordinate is not certain, except that he looks extremely angry. Jigang lets him in, and wonders whether he has heard about his daughter's death. Woonbaek comes through the door furious, and Jigang greets him and asks what has happened, and he shouts that his daughter Jeongyeon has been kidnapped by followers of a bloody cult. Jigang asks, worried, what he means, and whether that is true. He assumes somebody in her unit recognized her, and says that shortly after she was taken, the man sent a letter. Jigang looks down and decides he should have been more vigilant. Luckily, this man does not know what is really happening, although the fact that somebody else knew Jeongyeon's identity is its own problem. Woonbaek announces that he is heading to the front immediately and taking the White Tiger squad with him, and Jigang says he is aware the alliance leader made a pact with the blood demon. Does he mean to break it? Woonbaek says the cult kidnapped Jeongyeon, which means the cult broke the promise first. He is going to the front to find his daughter, and Jigang should not dare try to talk him out of it. Then he leaves, and Jigang puts a hand to his head, already seeing how much trouble this is. He will have to prepare a body resembling hers, because if Woonbaek, whose head is packed full of heroism, learns what is actually happening on the front lines, will he stop looking for Jeongyeon? And if he somehow learns about the Hidden Shadow Corps, amends will have to be made. He needs the former Shadow members out of the White Tiger squad and his own people in. Although with only a few peak masters among them, will that be enough to eliminate Woonbaek, who is called one of the 15 strongest under heaven? And even if he does kill him, that man's influence is so large that hiding it will be difficult. His head is already spinning. Perhaps Woonbaek is plotting something. No, unlikely. Neither he nor anybody around him is capable of a scheme that devious. So there is no reason to worry. Sometime later, the commander gathers the entire 7th squad and informs them they have been assigned as a reinforcement detachment. Everybody is surprised by how sudden that is, and he explains that a few days ago, Jo In-won, better known as the Demonic Giant, led his subordinates across the front lines and destroyed 2 squads of the 12th Corps. The captain of the 12th Corps, Man Jonggim, called the Evil Despising Blade Warrior, has apparently requested reinforcements from the 11th and the 13th in order to pursue them. Jin remembers Jo In-won, a martial artist with over 90 years of cultivation, and a reasonably famous demonic leader out of the Great War between the Orthodox and the Bloody clans. From his past life, he remembers that around this point the man separated from the Blood Demon, ran into the 11th Corps and went north across the front lines. At the time, Jin took him for an impulsive deserter. Looking back at the Blood Demon, which later expanded its influence well past Yunnan province, he doubts the man deserted anything. This incident may have been part of the larger plan too. Last time it was the 1st squad under Han Ge-sun who chased Jo In-won, a mission that ended with them coming back empty-handed on the Murim Alliance's orders. This time the 7th squad goes. He remarks that the 7th squad has evidently been recognized as the best fighting force in the 13th Corps, and Sol Pan smiles and asks whether that is not obvious. They are the only squad where every member is at the top level, and 4 of them are talented enough to be squad leaders, which is why somebody proposed filling the vacant 4th squad leader position out of their squad. Although the argument that the 4th squad leader has to be a peak martial artist won more support, so the proposal died. Sejong smirks and points at Jin and says it would be wonderful if he became the 4th squad leader, considering Ju Taegyong transferred to the 4th squad specifically to avoid running into him. And Jin says he is not thrilled about the idea of meeting that man again either. Then he looks around at the others, because the idea of members of his squad becoming leaders of other units no longer feels strange, which may mean the time they have together like this is short. Before leaving on the mission, he has 2 problems to solve. The first is preparing for the steel spirits, because last time he could not bring the bone-melting poison, having been busy calming Lady Tang down. and there is a chance they appear during this mission. So he goes to the third squad and finds them training, every one of them working themselves into the ground. He does not know what is driving them, and the intensity is remarkable. He asks Yuan for a minute, and she says they are training, and asks whether it is urgent. He says it is, and that it takes a minute. She thinks, then suggests they talk elsewhere, and gives the squad a break, and steps aside with him and says she heard they are leaving on a mission. She is certain the 7th squad and he will come back safely without any problems, but then she stops and looks at him and smiles and asks him to come back unharmed, which embarrasses him thoroughly, so he looks at the ground and thanks her for the kind words. An awkward pause happens. So he returns to business and says she presumably remembers when he and Commander Sol Pan went into the forest. She says she heard about it and that they went to suppress the spider spirits. He tells her he met an old man out there named Kendall, who knew about the steel spirits. The name of those monsters alarms her, so he tells her everything about them and that they can be weakened with a bone-melting poison. And she says she will prepare the poison immediately, which gets the preparations finished considerably faster than expected. After that, he personally visits the squad leaders to pass the warning along, and most of them take it seriously. Only the leader of the 5th squad, Duke Sagwan, keeps a displeased expression on to the very end. And since it was the 5th squad the steel spirits destroyed in his past life, Jin pushed harder there than anywhere, which is presumably exactly why Duke Sagwan found the whole thing suspicious. It leaves him uneasy, and it is the best he can do. Still, with the entire 13th Corps warned, they will not go down easily. That is enough preparation for the steel spirits, which leaves him one remaining task, mastering a high-level sword technique. He understood that during the fight with Ma Yu-geum, because having a comparable level of skill does not make a fight even. It was the same in his sparring with Duke Sagwan after he got back. The 13 Songwu swords are an excellent technique, and not enough to completely surpass the advanced martial arts of the 9 great sects. What he needs is a high-level martial art that can stand against the Sun Arrow sword. Easy to say. Where exactly does a man find one? Should he go looking for the legendary legacy of the sword god? Inside the limits of what he currently knows, there is the Azure Wind Sword technique of the Qingcheng sect, which the leader of the 1st squad Han Gisun uses. There is the Astral Sword technique that Jiang Yan practices, and there is the Sun Arrow Sword of the Diankang sect. He needs one where he has even the faintest chance of being taught. So he goes to Ganil, who is meditating under a tree, and who opens his eyes at the sound of his voice and asks what brought him here. Jin closes his fists, gathers his courage, and says he wants to learn the Sun Arrow Sword. Gunil asks whether he genuinely wants that. He confirms it without hesitation, which even surprises the man. Then Gunil smiles and asks whether he knows what Ju Taigyang has been saying constantly lately, that he disgraced the honor of the Diankang sect and trampled it into the dirt. Jin takes that to mean that reporting Ma Yu-geum's crimes was somehow dishonorable, and says he never expected him to agree with nonsense like that. Gunil says of course he does not. If anything, he felt relieved, because without Jin, there is no telling how many more crimes that man would have committed in Diankang's name. None of it is Jin's fault, and since views like that exist, would it not look unnatural for him to be learning the Diankang sect's Sun Arrow Sword? Jin understands. He is circling politely around a refusal, so he says that this is precisely why he feels obligated to learn it. Gunil does not follow, so he explains. If an outsider unconnected to Diankang learns it, it is only an exposure of shame. If somebody connected to the sect learns the Sun Arrow Sword, the situation inverts entirely. It means the traitor was punished by the sect itself, and he does not intend to stop there. He believes they have to go into the forest where the blood cult sits within 5 years, because after that there is no second chance. The cult is not simply hiding behind the front lines. They are stalling, building stronger demonic humans, preparing far more of them to send out. If they are late holding the front line, it all becomes difficult. So they strike early, and he will use the Sun Arrow Sword to remove the blood cult's leaders and make certain that it is remembered as the technique that destroyed the cult rather than the sword of a traitor. Gunil mutters that this is rather bold, and says that now he understands why Yu-geum was so taken with him back when he was still in his right mind. So he intends to attack the blood cult. Then he stands and asks why the Sun Arrow Sword, out of every possible technique, since the 13 Songwu swords he saw last time also looked excellent. Jin says he thought so too until he faced Ma Yu-geum personally. Gunil asks, startled, whether he fought him and why he said nothing, and whether Sol Pan knows. Jin says he knows everything, and that he asked him to keep it quiet, because he does not want to leave the 7th squad yet. Gunil smiles and remarks that Sol Pan is a lucky man, meaning that this boy went from a second-rate martial artist to peak level in a few months. He believes him, and in exchange he is not being left behind when the invasion of the blood cult starts. Jin folds his hands respectfully and says, smiling, that he will not let him down. And that is the day the Sun Arrow Sword, which he had been memorizing since his past life, without ever grasping its essence, finally becomes perfect. At dawn the next day, their squad leaves the 13th Corps at speed. The captain of the 12th has already chased the demonic giant north to Xuanwei, at the northeastern edge of Yunnan province, and they hurry to catch up. And Man Zhongyam, seeing the 7th squad arrive, is astonished. Not the Azure Dragon Blade of the 1st squad, not the Diankang Blade Dragon of the 2nd. And why are there only 7 people here? Sol Pan says the corps captain decided they were best suited to this, and that there are 7 of them and everyone is first rank. The man walks over and inspects him carefully from head to foot and says he has never heard of him. What sect does he belong to? He says he trained in his clan's martial arts and cannot give details, which angers Manjongim, who says he hopes this does not mean he is some lackey out of an unorthodox sect. Sol Pan says he is not an orthodox one, which surprises him considerably more. He takes hold of his own head and starts pulling his hair out and swearing at Fu Yan. How dare he send him unorthodox lackeys on a mission this important? Sejong stares at him and offers a proverb about how you know it is spring only once the flowers have finished wilting, because he has just realized their own corps captain was an angel. Then the sword hero of Diancheng, commander of the 1st detachment of the 11th Corps, Jae Won-young arrives, laughing and scratching the back of his head and saying they appear to be a little late. Jonggim runs to him delighted and says that as expected of the captain of the 11th Corps, he sent worthy men. Sejong asks whether that means they are unworthy. Wonyo asks whether he means the detachment out of the 13th Corps, and the man sighs heavily and confirms it, and says he asked for urgent help, and this is what they sent him. Wonyu goes to Sol Pan and asks whether he is the leader of the 7th Squad. He confirms it, and Wonyang laughs and says he is glad to meet him since he heard about him in Saga Nil's letter. He was extremely curious when he learned that a martial artist surpassing the Azure Dragon had joined the 13th Corps. If not for Ma Yugeum, he would have transferred there himself. Jin smiles because he never imagined that the immovable Saga Nil has a friend he writes letters to. Their personalities could not be further apart. It is genuinely amazing. Then Wonyoung looks at the squad members and asks whether Jin the Flying Black Wolf and Sejong the Great Hawk are here too. Sejong is delighted to be recognized, and Wonyoung says he is extremely pleased to meet them and glad they can finally work together. Jin and Sejong exchange a very sly glance, and Jin says that the 12th Corps captain does not really like them, so perhaps they should just go home. His friend agrees. What use are a pack of henchmen? Wonyoung turns on Jonggim, indignant, and asks what he has been saying, since apart from squad leader Sol Pan, the rest of them appear to be at least first-rank fighters. Jonggim clears his throat awkwardly and says there must have been a misunderstanding. Why would anybody go home when time is this short? Out of the question. Now that everybody is here, he will explain. 3 days ago, the demonic giant Zhou Inwan took 9 of his subordinates and slaughtered the 12th Corps 5th Squad while they were on patrol and kidnapped 2 female disciples. They raised the alarm and gave chase, and finding the trail was difficult. Every member of the 2nd Squad combing the northeast was killed, and the only body they recovered was one of the female disciples. Jin does the arithmetic. 2 squads of the 12th Corps, roughly 20 people, in a single night, which explains the state of the man's nerves. Wonyoung asks whether there were any survivors at all. He says one, although with an arm and a leg taken off. His future as a martial artist is questionable. He cannot let these people live, and he intends to catch them and have his revenge, which is why he is asking them to lend their strength. Jeongyeon points out that if there were survivors, the enemy's strength has been confirmed, and he says that besides the demonic giant Zhou Enwan, there are 3 peak-level martial artists and 7 first-class, top-ranked demonic soldiers, which alarms all of them, because that is enough force to destroy any small or medium sect in existence. Jonggim says the enemy's strength should not be underestimated, and that as a martial artist of an orthodox sect he believes nobody would begrudge their own life for the execution of a bloody cult's demonic leader. Jin and Sejong look at each other with the same thought. He made a great deal of noise a moment ago about how not all of them are orthodox. They ask whether the pursuit is still tracking them. He says the trail vanished at the entrance to Xuanwei and that judging by the direction they went in, inquiries are being made. Jeongyeon rephrases that more simply. They lost them. He protests that they did not lose them and simply need a little time, and that the enemy should still be inside Xuanwei, so all they have to do is search every corner of it. She asks what the odds are that they already slipped toward Guizhou or Sichuan province. Is there a reason he is this certain they did not? Why does he believe they only entered Xuanwei? The man is indignant and asks how that would even work, since if a demonic giant entered Guizhou province, rumors would have spread. And she asks whether it is possible for a demonic giant to enter Xuanwei without leaving any trace at all. He confirms that, hesitantly, then she asks whether he has tried contacting the House sect. He is offended and asks how she dares ask that, and how he would know where their branch is. And Jeongyeon says the location of a House sect branch is something only House sect members know. They need to go there. Then she walks off in front, and Wonyoung sidles up to Jin and whispers, asking whether she is by any chance from the House sect. Jin shakes his head and whistles and says it is impressive. They reach the House sect's branch office before long and meet its leader. He tells them the group was traveling disguised as vagabonds. War clouds are gathering in western Guizhou province, where there is a conflict between the Wun clan and the Mountain Sword sect, who hold 2 of Guizhou's 8 thrones. The Righteous Warrior sect, which is expanding into Sichuan province, is involved as well. One battle has already happened, and the situation is expected to keep escalating, which means most of the vagabonds in Guizhou are heading there. They have presumably seen them. People with very little money, gathering into groups and moving everywhere by carriage. The demonic giants group mixed into that flow, which makes tracking them difficult. and since most martial artists set out from here, it would be impossible not to notice outside martial artists entering Xuanwei. One of the warriors asks whether that means not everybody went to Guizhou province after all, and what they do next. Zhang says, irritated, that of course they pursue them, and Wonyong asks that if the group already reached the province, could they not have gone in any direction from there. Jin's guess is that they were heading for the Righteous Warrior sect or the One Clan or the Mountain Sword sect. They crossed the front lines at exactly the moment the conflict between those great powers was burning, and joined the wanderers at the entrance to Xuanwei perfectly naturally. Does none of that strike anybody as far too easy? Jiangyan asks whether he thinks this was arranged in advance, and whether that means there are a great many more of them. He says he believes it is one of those three directions. She smiles and shakes her head and notes that the facts about the attack are completely meaningless. If she could, she would turn time back to see what they were discussing. Wonyong goes over to Seyeng and whispers, asking what those two are even talking about, and whether he is the only person here who understands nothing. And Seyeng smiles and tells him not to worry, because he has no idea either. Wait a moment, that man translates everything into human shortly, so Jin lays it out. The chain of events up to now says that the demonic giant did not cross the front lines on impulse. He was almost certainly following a carefully built plan, which means the blood cult forces north of the front lines advised him to arrive at Xuanwei at exactly the right moment and directed him there. Their forward camp should be in the north. Zhang asks whether that makes any sense at all and how those idiots managed to build forces north of the front lines. And Jin asks in return what happens if the blood cult leaders who left Yunnan province never betrayed the blood demon and were acting on his orders the entire time. Sol Pan asks what that does to the three directions he named earlier, and he says that if the hypothesis holds, the reason the demonic giant is moving now is that there is a place that needs his fighting power, which means one of the three sects inside this conflict is their forward camp. Then he turns to the core commander and asks what his plan is, and the man says he already swore to the heavens that he will not leave any of them alive. He would go in even if their forces were far larger and far stronger. Jin smiles at that, and they set out, because in truth he started this expedition treating it as a walk, since he believed they would lose the trail anyway, and the pursuit was doomed. Now that he has evidence the blood cult's influence is spreading past the front lines, retreating is impossible. For the sake of the future, he has to follow this lead and pull the evil out at the root. Before they go further, the core commander decides to send a message to the Alliance, and Jin tries to stop him. He reminds Jin that as members of the front line, reporting facts they have learned and their own movements is a natural duty. So why is he being told not to report it? Jin says, as he already said, that if the man intends only to report it and turn back, that is fine. But if they tell the Alliance they are moving into northern Guizhou province, the Alliance will absolutely try to stop them. The reason the pursuit turned back in his past life is that the Alliance would not allow them to go north. It will be identical this time. Zhang naturally does not believe a word of it and calls it nonsense. Why on earth would the Alliance stop them? So Jin gives up and says that if that is what he thinks, then so be it. But if it goes exactly the way he described, then he should listen to him the next time the opportunity appears. Zhang sends a carrier pigeon, and Jin decides that since the man does not know the hidden shadow core exists, there is nothing to be done about it. Later that evening, halfway there exactly as Jin said, they are stopped by Alliance warriors. They block the road and ask Zhang whether he is the captain of the 12th Soaring Dragon Corps. He confirms it and asks whether they know him. The warrior says it is an honor and that they have come from the Alliance. They received his report. The task of tracking down the demonic giant he described is being handed to Alliance warriors. He and the Soaring Dragon Corps members may return. Zhang is outraged and asks whether he is genuinely telling them to go home. The warrior says the Alliance handles matters outside Yunnan province, and they should focus on holding the front lines. The man gets angry and says they must already have been informed, and that those idiots killed almost 20 of his fighters, and that he swore to the heavens not to return until he had torn them apart. The warrior cuts him off and reminds him that Soaring Dragon Corps members protect the front lines, and that by Alliance policy, the Alliance handles affairs outside them. Since they belong to the Alliance, they abide by the rules. Jin notices Zheng Yan getting behind Zhang Wan and steps forward and remarks on how strange all of this is, because it sounds like somebody is trying to confine the Soaring Dragon Corps to the front lines. He turns to the captain of the 12th Corps and asks whether he is not right about that. The warrior starts reciting the rules again, and Jin interrupts and asks whether he means they are obligated to follow the Alliance's rules, because they are an army of volunteers who gathered on this front of their own free will to stop a blood cult, not a military unit belonging to the Alliance. The warrior tells him not to be unreasonable and asks whether they did not all sign an oath when they joined the Soaring Dragon Corps. And Jin says of course they signed an oath to keep certain information confidential. Was that a document of admission into the Alliance? He does not believe any such thing exists, and there was nothing in it about their movement being confined to frontline zones. The warrior is running out of patience and repeats once more that this is an Alliance rule, and that if they intend to abide by the rules there is nothing further to discuss. And Jin says they are going to avenge their comrades. If somebody wants to stop them, they can try explaining it properly. And he can stop repeating the same sentence like a parrot. Then he walks up to Zhang with an extremely ingratiating smile and asks whether he is not right. Zhang grins widely and agrees with him, and asks whether they would carry out an order from above without a single question, because a person like that cannot be called a warrior, more of a brute. The man grinds his teeth, turns around and leaves with his squad, telling them on the way out that they will regret this. Once they are far enough away, Jin turns to Jeongyeon and asks whether there's something wrong with those people. She nods, and he remarks that it appears they are going to need Sakmukian's help. Meanwhile, the Alliance squad is on its way back, and the man is furious about being called a brute and orders his subordinates to summon the 7th and the 8th squads, because they need to eliminate 30 Corps members who are attempting to leave the front lines. Closer to nightfall, the 7th squad of the Hidden Shadow Corps arrives under Jeong Sang-gu, who waits until they are inside the forest before ordering his warriors into ambush positions, smiling and saying, "This will be fun." On the way they run into a warrior, dressed exactly the way they are. Sang-gu orders everybody to halt and walks over, and asks whether he is from the 8th squad. Mukion lifts his hat and shows his face and asks whether he is the leader of the 7th squad. Jeong Sang-gu, seeing the commander of the 4th squad standing there, the man is extremely surprised and asks what they are doing out here, which is when they discover they never noticed the ambush, because Jin, Sol-pan and Jeongyeon come down on them from above and go through the entire squad, and Mukion puts his blade through their leader. Feeling the pain arrive in his chest, Sang-gu turns to him and asks what the meaning of this is. Mukion pulls the sword out, goes straight to another squad member and puts it through him too. The man tries to parry, and the commander of the 4th squad is stronger, and it ends the way it ends. The 7th squad is finished. Jin puts his sword away, and remarks that all of that went far too easily. And Jeongyeon explains that they caught them entirely off guard, and that it was only possible because of Mukion, and without him it would have been considerably harder. Because before Hae Woonbaek left for the Alliance, he asked Sak Mukion, who is now his secret disciple, to guard Jeongyeon. Since then she has been asking him for various favors, and it is his help that made visiting the house sect that easy. And today he was asked to keep watch on the Hidden Shadow Corps they walked into, and because he detected the call for reinforcements, they got to strike first. Jin had hoped those people would simply stop interfering. Instead, they decided to eliminate them themselves, which has now backfired. Mukion suggests they finish this quickly and move on. He would have preferred to kill all 3 squads separately, and there is evidently no time for that. Sol-pan says that if he would rather not, they can handle everything themselves. Jeongyeon agrees. He does not need to take part because he has already helped them enormously. And Mukion smiles and says it is not that. He simply understands why those people made the choice they made. The Hidden Shadow Corps is full of them. They develop a taste for taking lives. Most of the Corps fighters who decide to eliminate somebody on their own initiative before a proper report is ever filed are exactly like that, which is ironic. People who join the Alliance looking for justice and honor turn into killers who want blood. And to think that these are the people who later join the official Alliance units. Enough talking. They need to move. And Jeongyeon says they can change that and asks him to believe her father. He cannot change what has already happened, and he will make certain it does not happen again. So believe them and join them. Mukion smiles and says he already believes in his teacher. They keep moving, and the Alliance warriors are waiting in the brush along the road. One of them reaches the commander of the 9th squad and asks what they should do since the 7th squad has not arrived and whether they should perhaps handle it themselves. He says there were 25 of them last time, and now there are 3 fewer, and doing this with 22 is difficult. And most importantly, there is Man Jungim, captain of the 12th Soaring Dragon Corps, a martial artist carrying more than 80 years of chi. If anything goes wrong, they lose people. So they let this group through, wait for the 7th squad, join forces and pick their moment. Tell everybody to stay in ambush and let all of them pass. Lay low until they are gone. There is no rush. There is plenty of time. Then one of them charges out and attacks. The commander of the 9th squad calls him an idiot, and Seong parries the strike and demands to know who the hell this is. It is Mukion, under cover. Seong, struggling to hold his own sword in place, smiles nervously and asks him telepathically whether he is taking this slightly too seriously. And Mukion says that to deceive an enemy, you first deceive your allies. Seong warns the whole squad about the assassins. The commander of the 9th Hidden Shadow Squad understands there is no choice left and orders everybody to attack, and says they leave as soon as this is dealt with. He decides to pin Man Jonggim in place and throws knives at him. One of his warriors shouts that something is wrong and that this is not what they agreed on. Somebody comes at him from above, and he notices at the very last moment, and Sol-pan kills him, and Jin takes the rest. The commander of the 9th squad looks at that and asks himself whether there was a master like that among them. They are about to be buried alive out here. Jonggim swings at him and asks whether he still dares to be distracted. He parries it and breaks into a run and orders a retreat. The 12th Corps commander wants to chase, and Jin stops him and tells him to let them go. He demands to know why, because if they let them go, they come back with reinforcements. And does he not understand something that obvious? Jin says he is right, except that chasing them right now simply makes them run. Whereas now they will try to regroup nearby, believing nobody is following. Jonggim gets it, and asks whether he means letting the small fish go in order to catch the large ones. Jin confirms it, and notes that for high-level martial artists, that is not difficult. The Hidden Shadow Squad gathers in a clearing and everybody sits down to rest. And the 9th squad commander counts them, not including himself. 7 remain, out of 22. In that little time, so he whistles for the carrier pigeon and writes a letter, thinking that if they cannot take revenge themselves, he will use the power of the alliance. Even if there are 8 of them, none of them survives. However skilled they believe they are, nobody stands against the entire Murim alliance. This is the end of them. He sends the bird up, and a second later somebody takes it out of the air and lands not far from them. The commander of the 9th squad shouts at him, asking what he thinks he is doing, and telling him to identify himself, and asking whether he is from the 9th squad. Mukion only smirks, and one of the warriors says nervously that this man is not from the 9th squad. The commander is surprised, and the warrior says, frightened, that there is nobody like him among the 9th squad's members. So he turns a frightened look on Mukion and tells himself this cannot be. Was he the one who charged out alone and destroyed the ambush? Could that possibly have been an accident? He asks who he is, and Mukion says this is not the moment for questions like that, and that he should turn around. The soaring dragon warriors come out of the brush and go through all of them, and the commander of the 9th Hidden Shadow Squad is horrified and cannot understand how any of this is possible, and then goes the same way his comrade did. Once everybody is dealt with, Yeonggim's squad sets out first, because they are running their part of the investigation separately, as planned, and meeting up afterward. Jin warns him to be careful, and says he must not stand out under any circumstances. The corps commander does not answer, and Jin watches him go and decides the man should understand it. Put that bluntly. Sejong shakes his head displeased and says that if he is ever transferred to the 12th Corps, he would rather go find the Blood Demon and challenge him to a duel. Everybody laughs at that, and Wonyoung comes over to Jin and says he owes him a great debt, and that he will certainly repay it. Jin smiles and remarks that from the way he phrased that, it sounds like he sent the corps captain off on purpose. Wonyoung, entirely caught, asks whether that is not so, and Jin is momentarily thrown, realizing this man is far too perceptive, and changes the subject by observing that the weather today is lovely. Then they get back to business, and he says he believes the candidate is either the Righteous Warrior sect or the Wun clan. And since Commander Man said he would take the Wun clan, they are best placed on the Righteous Warrior sect. Jeongyeon asks whether there is a reason he thinks it cannot be the Mountain Sword sect, since their situation is currently the worst of the 3. He explains that between the Wun clan and the Mountain Sword sect, which is currently facing the Righteous Warrior sect out of Sichuan province, the Mountain Sword sect's position is by far the most dire, and he has heard they are close to collapse. Beyond which, back at the Songwoo clan, he heard certain information about the Mountain Sword sect. They can probably be removed from the list. Everybody follows that and remarks on how clever he is, and he smiles awkwardly, because he never cared about the other powers among the 8 of Guizhou, and he knows how that battle ended, since by that point only 2 of the 3 were left, which is now extremely suspicious. After the conflict with the Righteous Warrior sect ended, nothing changed at all, except that the Mountain Sword sect was destroyed, and the Wun clan seized the territory. Does that make any sense? Moreover, looking at the current strength of the Righteous Warrior sect, he cannot picture the Wun clan holding them off alone. Of course, judged purely on results, the Wun clan looks the most suspicious of all. Jeongyeon says that leaves the Wun clan or the Righteous Warrior sect, and asks how he intends to check them. He considered inquiring directly through the House sect, except that moving carelessly exposes them to the enemy, since the House sect is not especially particular about who it works with. So he admits honestly that he is not sure yet, and that no good ideas are arriving. And she asks that if finding them is difficult, how about drawing them out instead? He asks how, and she says they simply show them what they want. Sejong asks, baffled, what it is these people want. Sol Pan has the same question and says that if all of this was planned, one thing about it is the strangest part of all. Why did people operating in secret attack the fighters of the 12th Corps at all? Jin understands instantly and smiles, and Jeongyeon nods and says that is exactly what they will show them. So Sejong stands between the 2 of them and asks somebody to explain and to translate it into human, since he understands nothing whatsoever. And Jin lays it out. When the demonic giant slaughtered 2 units of the 12th Corps back to back, both of them had one thing in common. Jian puts her hand up delighted and says she knows this one. There was not a single dead woman anywhere in it. He says she is right. Those idiots out of the blood cult cannot leave women alone, even when the entire operation depends on staying invisible. And Jeongyeon intends to use exactly that habit. She adds that if a beauty appears and the rumor reaches their ears shortly afterward, she is certain they will not be able to resist, and will come out of the shadows. Wonyoung asks where anybody is supposed to find a beauty like that. He does not wish to disparage the young ladies present, but for a story to travel that far, would she not have to be at the level of the 10 flowers of Murim? And Jiyeon announces that the beauty in question is standing directly in front of him. Does he have any idea how beautiful Jeongyeon is? Jeongyeon asks her to stop, and Jiyeon says it is true, and that she only needs to trim the bangs, and that she is no worse than the 10 flowers of Murim. Jeongyeon calls that an exaggeration, and Soi says they have personally witnessed her face, and that from what she saw she would not yield even to squad leader Tang Yuan, which makes Jeongyeon turn a rather sheepish look toward Jin, while Sejong elbows him and whispers about how good she must be for people to talk about her that way, and asks whether he ever noticed. Jin says he never paid attention to it, and Soyu says they do need somebody who will absolutely attract attention, except that if Jeongyeon becomes the bait, she is the one in danger, and she is free to refuse. Everybody agrees with that, and says they will find another way, because chasing a missing demon lord is serious business, and she does not need to take a risk like that. And Jeongyeon decides to do it. She reaches up toward her hair. Everybody stops breathing, waiting to finally see her face, and she says that if they do not mind using her as bait, hesitate, then she agrees. And exactly as the other women said, she really is beautiful. The next day, the demonic giant and his warriors arrive at the elder's summons. And Zhou Yinwen goes down onto one knee in front of him and greets Elder Se Wan Yang, the demon general with the smiling face.